To gaze upon the star-strewn canvas of the galaxy is to witness a history written in fire and light. It is a narrative of near incomprehensible scope, a chronicle where the rise and fall of civilizations unfolds across millennia. This is not merely a story, it is the story, the foundational epic of a universe far, far away, yet one that holds a mirror to our own, reflecting timeless struggles between light and dark, freedom and tyranny, and the enduring power of hope. This volume is conceived with a singular, ambitious purpose: to weave the countless threads of this history into a single, coherent tapestry. We venture beyond the familiar skyline of the Skywalker saga to explore the deep, resonant past of the Old Republic, where Jedi and Sith first clashed with world-shattering force. We will chart the meticulous, millennia-spanning plan of the Sith that culminated in the Republic's fall and the Empire's grim ascent. Furthermore, we will chronicle the hard-fought rebirth of galactic democracy and its most brutal trial, a war against an enemy from beyond the stars, one that threatened to extinguish all life. This is a journey through the legends, the stories that expanded a universe into a living, breathing entity. A chronicle of this magnitude is not merely beneficial, it is essential. The history of the galaxy is one of cause and effect, where events separated by centuries are inextricably linked. The schism of Exar Kun echoes in the fall of Anakin Skywalker. The strategy of Revan finds its mirror in the genius of Thrawn. The resilience of the Jedi Order, tested at Ruzon, is what allowed it to be reborn under Luke Skywalker to face the Yuuzhan Vong. To understand one era is to understand them all. This depth of connection demands a deep dive, a comprehensive account that dedicates the necessary time to context, consequence, and character. The sheer volume of this history is vast, encompassing political intrigue, mystical philosophy, and the raw, human stories of soldiers, scoundrels, and saints. It is a history that deserves to be treated with the gravity and detail it commands, to be presented not as a series of disconnected tailies, but as a fluid, continuous whole, a true and proper timeline of events that shape the destiny of countless worlds and species. Therefore, we will proceed not as storytellers, but as historians, collating data, cross-referencing sources, and presenting a clear, chronological account of how a galaxy evolved, fought, suffered, and endured, from the dawn of the Republic to the forging of a new galactic alliance. This is the ultimate record, a deep dive of the enduring legacy of this universe. Our methodology is rooted in a commitment to clarity and depth. Each chapter is structured to provide not only a sequence of events, but also an analysis of their significance. We will explore the motivations of key figures, the technological advancements that defined eras, and the cultural shifts that followed great conflicts. This approach ensures the chronicle is both informative and engaging, a definitive resource for any student of galactic history. Prepare to embark on a journey through time itself, where every battle, every treaty, and every silent act of courage has its place in the grand, unending tapestry. Chapter 1, The Old Republic. C. 25,000 BBY minus 1,000 BBY. Before there were Jedi, before Sith, before even the idea of the Force was spoken aloud, there was only chaos. In the earliest moments after the birth of the universe, billions of stars formed across the galaxy. From these stars came planets, and from those planets came life. Among the first intelligent beings to rise were the Celestials, ancient godlike beings known today only through myth and legend. These mysterious architects created balance across the stars. They moved planets, built entire star systems, and designed the foundations of hyperspace travel. Their technology was beyond anything seen again. It is said they constructed massive structures called the core worlds and placed strange machines across the galaxy that would later influence the birth of galactic civilization. They were followed by a race called the Qua. The Qua developed powerful teleportation gates called Infinity Gates, allowing instant travel between star systems. Using this power, they seeded the galaxy with life. But as with all things, balance could not last. A new force emerged, one that would challenge everything the Celestials and Quay had built. This force was a violent empire led by the Rakata, a brutal and highly advanced species that fed on force energy itself. The Rakata created the Infinite Empire, using dark side-fueled technology to enslave thousands of worlds. They developed force-powered engines, mind control artifacts, and deadly machines like the Starforge, a weapon capable of producing fleets from raw energy. Unlike later Sith or Jedi, the Rakata were not trained in discipline or morality. They took what they wanted. They drained planets dry and twisted the Force into a tool for domination. Their empire stretched across the stars for centuries, unchallenged, until something changed. Their own use of the Force began to unravel. The very energy they relied on started rejecting them. Their machines stopped working, worlds broke free, and so the Infinite Empire began to collapse. In their place, new civilizations rose, free people rediscovering the Force not as a weapon, but as a path. This collapse would set the stage for the arrival of the first real Force orders, and the long war between light and dark. As the Rakata Empire faded into history, their twisted legacy remained scattered across the stars. Abandoned temples, strange artifacts, and half-functioning machines left behind on thousands of worlds. Some planets were still scarred by what the Rakata had done. Drained of life or enslaved by technology, they no longer understood. But in the ashes of this fallen empire, a new understanding of the Force began to emerge. The genesis of what would become the Galactic Republic remains shrouded in the mists of prehistory, a time before standardized record-keeping, a period known to scholars as the pre-Republic era or the dawn of the Jedi. This epoch marks the critical foundation upon which all subsequent galactic history would be built, a story of exploration, unification, and the first conscious awakening to the energy field that binds the universe together, the Force. Our chronicle begins not on Coruscant, the future gleaming capital, but across scattered worlds where early hyperdrive technology enabled the first brave explorers to bridge the terrifying voids. Between stars, these pioneers, navigating by the distant glow of galactic landmarks, established tentative routes that would eventually become the major hyperspace lanes, the lifeblood of future commerce and communication. The immense dangers of these early journeys, the mechanical failures and encounters with unknown phenomena, forged a culture of resilience and cooperation among these starfaring species, a necessity that would directly lead to the political conception of unity. The core event of this ancient era was without question the signing of the Galactic Constitution on Coruscant, a document that formally established the Galactic Republic. While the exact date is lost to antiquity, historians place this monumental event at approximately 25,000 years before the Battle of Yavin. Coruscant, a world already thriving as a central hub for trade routes, was the natural choice for the capital, its position making it accessible to a multitude of systems. The founding principles of the Republic were radical for their time, a commitment to democracy, rule of law, and peaceful cooperation among its member worlds. A galactic senate was formed, granting each member system a representative voice in the galactic government, a profound attempt to govern on a scale never before imagined. This new government faced immediate and immense challenges, the primary task being to maintain stability and order across vast distances, to mediate disputes between worlds, and to defend its territories from external threats, a mandate that would eventually lead to the creation of the judicial forces and the early Republic Navy. Concurrent with these political developments, a spiritual awakening was occurring on the remote planet of Tython. Deep in the deep core, Force-sensitive individuals from across the galaxy, drawn by an inexplicable call, journeyed to this world renowned for its immense and pure connection to the Force. These early philosophers, mystics, and warriors came to be known as the Jedi Order. a name meaning mystic center in the ancient language of the time. They sought to understand and study the Force, which they conceptualized through the lens of a fundamental duality. Ashla, the light side, representing peace, knowledge, and healing, and Bogan, the dark side, representing passion, strength, and emotion. The Jedi believed in maintaining a perfect equilibrium between these two aspects, a balance symbolized by their famous crest of a curved yin, yang-like symbol. They constructed great temples, such as the Temple of Knowledge and the Temple of Science, and used vast forges to create their first weapons, simple swords that would eventually be powered by Force-focused crystals. This pursuit of balance was, however, inherently unstable. A profound schism known as the Force Wars erupted among the Jedi on Tython, a brutal conflict fought between those who embraced the pure light side of Ashla and those who succumbed to the destructive power of Bogan. The war was catastrophic, ravaging the surface of Tython and proving the immense danger of the dark side when wielded without restraint. The victors, those who dedicated themselves to the light, emerged from the conflict with a new understanding and a new name. They became the Jedi Order, recognizing Tython as a place too powerful, too dangerous, and too scarred by their civil war. The Jedi sought a new home. Their exodus led them to the world of Ossus, a lush planet in the Adaga system which would become their new sanctuary in the heart of Jedi culture for thousands of years. It was on Ossus that the Jedi Order truly codified its principles and structure. The Council of First Knowledge was established to preserve their history and teachings. The Jedi built vast libraries, the greatest repository of knowledge in the galaxy, storing holocrons and ancient texts that detailed their understanding of the Force. They formalized their training methods, taking young Force-sensitive children or initiates and guiding them through the path of Padawan, Knight, and Master. The core tenets of their philosophy were solidified: a commitment to peace, justice, and the use of the Force for knowledge and defense, never for attack. This era saw the refinement of their iconic weapon, the lightsaber. Early models required external power packs worn on the belt, connected by a cable to the hilt, but through relentless study of Ilam's kyber crystals, the Jedi learned to create self-contained energy cells, resulting in the elegant and deadly weapon we recognize today. The Jedi on Ossus became renowned as scholars, healers, and peacekeepers, their reputation spreading throughout the young Republic. The relationship between the burgeoning Galactic Republic and the Jedi Order on Ossus was initially one of mutual respect and cautious alliance. The Republic admired the Jedi's wisdom and their command of the Force, often seeking them out as mediators in complex interstellar disputes. The Jedi, in turn, saw the Republic as a monumental force for order and peace in the galaxy, a political entity whose goals aligned with their own ethical code. This symbiotic relationship would slowly formalize over the centuries, with the Jedi Order gradually becoming the guardians of peace and justice in the Galactic Republic. This early alliance was not without its critics and tensions. However, as some within the Republic Senate feared the power of the Jedi, while some more conservative Jedi masters worried that deep entanglement with political matters would lead their order away from its spiritual foundations. Despite these nascent tensions, the foundation was set. The two great pillars of galactic civilization, the Republic and the Jedi Order, now stood together, poised to guide the galaxy into a new age of prosperity and exploration, unaware of the darkness that their own unity would eventually attract. The dawn had passed, and a new day of the Republic had begun, a day that would last for 1,000 generations, its light casting long shadows where ancient rivalries and new threats patiently waited for their time to rise. The golden age of the Jedi Order on Ossus was not destined to last, for within the very fabric of their philosophy lay the seeds of dissent, a conflict born not from external enemies, but from an internal struggle over the nature of the Force itself, a struggle that would forever fracture the Jedi and give rise to their eternal nemesis, the Sith. This event, etched in history as the 100-Year Darkness, did not erupt overnight, but was the culmination of a growing ideological cancer within the Jedi Order, a fundamental disagreement that festered for generations before finally exploding into open warfare. The core of this schism was a philosophical rift between two irreconcilable interpretations of the Force. On one side stood the Orthodox Jedi, who upheld the teachings of the Council and advocated for passive contemplation, emotional detachment, and the use of the Force solely for knowledge and defense. They believed the dark side was a corrupting influence, a path to personal and galactic ruin that must be shunned entirely. In direct opposition to this view arose a faction of radical philosophers and powerful Jedi who came to be known as the Legions of Leto, led by a formidable and charismatic Jedi Master named Zender. These dissidents challenged the very foundations of Orthodox Jedi thought. They argued that the Jedi Council's teachings were limiting, that by rejecting the passionate and emotional aspects of the Force, they were denying themselves a vast reservoir of power and understanding. Zender and his followers preached a doctrine of embracing the entire Force, light and dark. They believed that emotion, particularly passion and anger, were not weaknesses to be suppressed, but were instead wellsprings of strength that could be harnessed to achieve greater ends. They saw the Jedi Code as a form of repression that stifled true potential and innovation. This ideological battle was waged in the halls of the Jedi libraries and training grounds for decades, a cold war of debates and political maneuvering within the Order. The Council of First Knowledge condemned Zender's teachings as heretical and dangerously reckless. They saw in his philosophy the same impulses that had led to the Force Wars on Tython, a direct threat to the hard-won stability of the Order and the galaxy. Despite repeated warnings and excommunications, Zender's movement grew, attracting Jedi Knights and Masters who felt constrained by the rigid dogma of the Council, who craved greater power, or who simply believed in a more inclusive view of the Force. The tension finally reached its breaking point. The First Great Schism began not with a formal declaration, but with a series of escalating incidents, clashes between Orthodox Jedi and the followers of Leto that quickly spiraled into a full-scale civil war within the Order. This was the 100-Year Darkness, a conflict that raged across the galaxy for a century, pitting Jedi against Jedi, in a brutal and devastating war that laid waste to worlds and shattered the unity of the Republic. The Legions of Leto, though powerful and driven by their passionate connection to the Force, were ultimately outnumbered and outmaneuvered by the unified strength of the Jedi Order and the military might of the Galactic Republic, which had thrown its support behind the Orthodox Jedi. The final, climactic battle of this long war saw the forces of light victorious. The Legions of Leto were shattered, their armies destroyed. The surviving Dark Jedi, as they were now known, were rounded up by the Jedi Council. Faced with the question of how to deal with these fallen brethren, the Council made a fateful decision. Rather than execution, which some advocated, they chose exile, a permanent banishment from the known regions of the Republic. These defeated Dark Jedi, their hearts filled with bitterness, hatred, and a burning desire for vengeance, were forced onto a fleet of derelict ships and launched on a random trajectory into the uncharted depths of space. Their journey was a nightmare of starvation, despair, and internal strife, yet their collective anger and their connection to the dark side served as a twisted beacon, guiding them through the void. Miraculously, they eventually stumbled upon a remote star system in the Outer Rim, a system dominated by a blood-red star and home to a primitive but powerful species, the Sith. This species, humanoid with distinctive crimson skin, bony crests, and a natural, though untrained, affinity for the dark side, worshipped a pantheon of dark gods and were ruled by a despotic monarch known as the Sithari. The exiled Dark Jedi, though few in number, were beings of immense power and advanced technology. To the native Sith, they appeared as gods descending from the heavens. The Dark Jedi, seeing an opportunity for survival and dominion, did not correct this perception. They used their command of the Force to perform feats that seemed like miracles to the Sith. They used their lightsabers, which glowed with the fiery red of corrupted kyber crystals, to dominate and impress. One among them, a particularly ruthless and cunning leader, challenged and slew the reigning Sithari in a ritualistic combat, proclaiming himself the new Dark Lord of the Sith. Thus, the surviving Dark Jedi did not merely integrate into Sith society. They conquered and subsumed it. They became the new ruling caste, the dark side aristocracy. They interbred with the native Sith, creating a powerful hybrid species that retained the physical characteristics of the Sith, but possessed the refined force power and knowledge of the Jedi exiles. Over generations, the two cultures merged completely. The name of the species became the name of the Order. The Sith, the original teachings of the Dark Jedi, were codified into a new sinister philosophy, the Sith Code, which glorified passion, strength, power, and victory. It was a creed built on the ashes of their defeat and exile, a creed that preached the absolute supremacy of the individual will and the right to seize power through any means necessary. They built an empire in the shadows, constructing massive fortresses on Korriban and other worlds, honing their dark side abilities, and crafting weapons of terrible power. They developed the art of Sith alchemy, twisting living creatures into monstrous abominations, and perfected the creation of holocrons that preserved their dark knowledge. For 1,000 years, this Sith empire grew in secret, its existence unknown to the Jedi Order and the Republic, who believed the threat of the dark side had been permanently eradicated with the exile of the Dark Jedi. The Jedi on Ossus continued their studies, believing peace was secure, unaware that their actions had created a vengeful and powerful enemy festering in the unknown regions. An enemy that was not merely a group of fallen Jedi, but an entirely new culture and civilization built upon a foundation of hatred for the Jedi and the Republic. The birth of the Sith was complete, and the stage was set for a conflict that would eclipse the 100-year darkness, a conflict that would define the next 20,000 years of galactic history. The first great hyperspace war was looming on the horizon, a direct consequence of this first fateful schism. The Sith Empire had festered in isolation for a millennium, its power growing, its hatred festering, its very existence unknown to the Galactic Republic, which believed the ancient threat of the Dark Jedi had been forever vanquished with their exile. This ignorance would be shattered in the most violent way possible, through the chance discovery of the Sith worlds by two hyperspace explorers, Gav and Jory Daragon, whose accidental journey would ignite the first galactic conflict between the light and dark sides of the Force, a war that would be remembered as the Great Hyperspace War. The Daragon siblings, desperate merchants from Koros Major, attempting to find new trade routes to salvage their failing fortunes, activated an untested hyperspace course in their ship, the Starbreaker 12. Their jump went catastrophically wrong, hurling them across the galaxy into the uncharted Stygian caldera, where their ship suffered a massive failure, dropping them out of hyperspace directly above the Sith capital world of Korriban. To the Sith, who had seen no outsiders in 1,000 years, the sudden appearance of the strange vessel was either a divine omen or an invasion scout. The Sith Emperor, Marka Ranios, had ruled for a century of dark stability, but had recently died, leaving a power vacuum that two powerful Sith Lords sought to fill. The traditionalist Ludo Kresh saw the outsiders as a threat that must be immediately destroyed to preserve Sith secrecy. The ambitious and cunning Naga Sato saw them as an opportunity, a key to unlocking the vast galaxy he dreamed of conquering. Sato secretly engineered the escape of the Daragon siblings, manipulating events so that he could use them as living navigational beacons to guide his invasion fleet back to the Republic. He took Jory Daragon captive while allowing her brother Gav to escape, secretly planting a tracking device on his ship. Gav, terrified and confused, fled back to Republic space. Unknowingly carrying the doom of his civilization like a plague rat, he arrived at the trading world of Sinigar, babbling warnings about a vast empire of red-skinned dark-side warriors. But his hysterical claims were dismissed by Republic officials as the ravings of a traumatized spacer who had suffered a hyperspace accident. Only one man understood the grave danger, the Jedi Knight Mehmet Nadil, who sensed the overwhelming dark side energy clinging to Gav like a shroud and immediately alerted the Jedi Council. Meanwhile, Naga Sato used the political chaos caused by the outsider's appearance to eliminate his rival Ludo Kresh, declaring himself the new Dark Lord of the Sith and unleashing the full military might of his hidden empire. Using Gav Daragon's ship as a beacon and amplifying his own dark side power through a massive meditation sphere, Sato tore a temporary hyperspace tunnel across the galaxy, a feat of terrifying force power that allowed his entire fleet to emerge simultaneously at the edges of the Republic. The war began not with a declaration, but with simultaneous, overwhelming attacks on multiple key Republic worlds. Sato's strategy was one of psychological terror and overwhelming force. His fleets, crewed by Sith purebloods and their slave soldiers, were massive and technologically advanced, but their true power lay in Sato's dark side sorcery. From his remote meditation sphere, he used Sith magic to create terrifying illusions, making his fleets appear twice their actual size and conjuring images of monstrous creatures to sow panic among Republic defenders. The early stages of the war were a complete catastrophe for the Republic. Key systems fell rapidly, their defenses unprepared for an enemy that used both advanced technology and arcane magic. The Jedi, though brave, were initially overwhelmed by the ferocity and unfamiliar nature of Sith battle tactics, which combined conventional warfare with dark side alchemy, including fearsome war beasts like the Leviathan. The turning point came when Jori Daragon, who had been held captive aboard Sato's flagship, managed to escape. She made her way to the Jedi and revealed the critical weakness in Sato's strategy. His entire fleet was being coordinated through his remote meditation, his physical form vulnerable and undefended in his sphere. The Republic and Jedi formulated a desperate two-pronged counterattack. A large Republic fleet under the command of Empress Teta would engage Sato's main armada in a direct confrontation at the Battle of Koros Major, serving as a diversion. Meanwhile, a strike team of the greatest Jedi Knights, led by the legendary Jedi Master Eru, would follow Jori Daragon's coordinates to locate and assault Naga Sato's meditation sphere itself. The plan was incredibly risky, a gamble with the fate of the galaxy at stake. The Battle of Koros Major was a brutal slugging match, with Republic ships taking horrific losses against the Sith Armada and its illusory reinforcements. Yet they held the line, buying precious time for the Jedi strike team. That team, aboard the ship commanded by Jedi Mehmet Nadil and featuring the brave Gav Daragon as pilot, located Sato's hidden base in the Denari Nova. What followed was a fierce battle within the meditation sphere itself. The Jedi confronted Naga Sato, but the Dark Lord's power was immense. In the critical moment, the crystalline Jedi Master Uru, who had concealed his non-humanoid form within a protective suit, made the ultimate sacrifice. He revealed his true nature, exposing himself to the toxic atmosphere of the sphere, and used the last of his life force to unleash a blinding wave of pure light side energy that disrupted Sato's concentration and shattered his control over the fleet. The result was instantaneous and catastrophic for the Sith. On the battlefield at Koros Major, the terrifying illusions vanished, revealing the true, smaller size of the invasion force. The emboldened Republic fleet surged forward, crushing the now outnumbered Sith ships. Simultaneously, the loss of Sato's coordinating will threw the entire remaining Sith fleet into disarray, their formations collapsing into chaos. Defeated and wounded, Naga Sato barely managed to escape the destruction of his meditation sphere. He fled back to the Sith Empire with the tattered remnants of his forces, only to find his home in flames. His rival, Ludo Kresh, whom he had believed dead, had survived and returned to Korriban, declaring himself emperor and branding Sato a traitor. The two Sith factions turned on each other, engaging in a vicious civil war, even as the pursuing Republic fleet arrived in the Stygian caldera. What followed was not a battle, but a massacre. The weakened and divided Sith were no match for the vengeful Republic military. The Jedi and Republic forces systematically destroyed the Sith fleets, bombarded their fortresses, and scoured their worlds. The ancient Sith homeworld of Korriban was sacked, its temples desecrated, and its vast libraries of dark side knowledge destroyed in an attempt to erase the Sith heresy forever. The old Sith Empire was utterly annihilated, its civilization broken, its people scattered or enslaved. Naga Sato, seeing his empire lost, performed one final act of dark side sorcery. Using the combined life force of his remaining loyalists, he unleashed a cataclysmic force that ignited the nearby stars into a supernova, creating the galactic barrier to cover his escape. He then fled with his personal flagship and a contingent of followers to the remote jungle world of Yavin 4, where he would enter a centuries-long stasis, waiting for a time when the Sith could rise again. The great hyperspace war was over. The Republic had won a total victory, but at a terrible cost. Entire fleets were destroyed, worlds lay in ruins, and the galaxy had been traumatized by its first encounter with the organized power of the dark side. The Jedi Order, though victorious, was forever changed. They had learned a brutal lesson about the price of vigilance and the enduring nature of the dark side. They established a permanent watch on the former Sith territories, fearful that the threat might one day return. The war cemented the Jedi's role as the guardians of the Republic and set a precedent for military cooperation between the Jedi Order and the Republic Navy. It also left a deep and lasting scar on the galactic psyche, a primal fear of the dark side and of invasion from the unknown regions, a fear that would echo down through the millennia. The Sith were believed to be extinct, but as the Jedi would learn too late, darkness, once unleashed, never truly dies. It only retreats into the shadows to wait. The galaxy had enjoyed 4 centuries of relative peace since the horrific conclusion of the Great Hyperspace War, a period where the memory of the Sith had faded into legend and the Jedi Order had grown, perhaps too comfortable in its role as guardian of the Republic. This era of complacency would be shattered by the rise of a new generation of Dark Lords, not remnants of the old Sith Empire, but fallen Jedi who would rediscover the ancient secrets of the dark side and unleash a conflict so devastating it would be remembered simply as the Great Sith War. The origins of this catastrophe lay not on the battlefield, but in the archives and archaeological digs of the Jedi Order itself, where curiosity and ambition would prove to be dangerous catalysts. The primary architect of this new darkness was a Jedi Knight of exceptional power and pride named Exar Kun, a prodigy trained on the planet Dantwan. Kun was profoundly arrogant, believing the modern Jedi had grown weak and had forgotten the true depths of the Force. His hunger for forgotten knowledge led him to the remote planet of Onderon, where he investigated the tomb of the ancient Dark Lord Freeden Nad, a Jedi who had fallen to the dark side centuries before and learned the ways of the Sith. Within the tomb, Kun was assaulted by the lingering spirit of Nad, who praised his power and ambition and began subtly corrupting him, urging him to seek out the true source of Sith power on the distant moon of Dazan. Meanwhile, another rising star in the Jedi Order, Ulitz Keldroma, was embroiled in a more immediate conflict. Alongside his brother Kay and the Jedi Master Arkajeth, Ulitz was sent to mediate a bloody civil war on Onderon between the walled city of Izis and the Savage, beast riders of the jungle. Ulitz proved himself a brilliant military strategist and a powerful warrior, but he also displayed a dangerous tendency to embrace aggressive, direct solutions. His success on Onderon brought him great renown, but it also attracted the attention of the same dark side forces that were manipulating Exar Kun, the spirit of Frieden Nad, seeing in Ulitz a perfect vessel for his will, orchestrated events that led Ulitz to the tomb on Dazun, where he too came under the Dark Lord's influence. Both Kun and Keldroma, two of the Jedi's most promising knights, were now walking a path toward damnation, their arrogance and hunger for power making them susceptible to the whispers of ancient Sith Lords. The corruption accelerated at the Jedi library world of Ossus. Exar Kun, now openly seeking Sith lore, arrived to study the Forbidden's archives. He was confronted by the Jedi Master Odin Orr, the ancient historian who had foreseen the Great Hyperspace War, and now foresaw a new darkness rising in Kun. In a fateful confrontation, Kun murdered the old master, seizing the ancient Sith holocron he guarded and fully embracing the dark side. It was here that the two paths of ruin converged. Ulitz Keldroma, sent to apprehend Kun, instead found himself defeated in a duel and then seduced by Kun's power and arguments. Kun, declaring himself the new Dark Lord of the Sith, took Ulitz as his apprentice. Together, they launched a galactic war unlike any other, a conflict that pitted Jedi against Jedi and turned the full might of the dark side against the Republic. Ulitz Keldroma became the military mastermind of the rebellion. Using his formidable strategic mind, he orchestrated a stunning coup by taking command of the Kroth, a secretive cult of dark side adepts from the wealthy Empress Teta system, who had recently overthrown their government. With the resources of an entire star system and its fleet at his command, Ulitz waged a brutal campaign against the Republic. Exar Kun, operating as the mystical heart of the new Sith Brotherhood, traveled to the forgotten Sith world of Korriban, and then to Yavin 4. There, he awakened the spirit of the ancient Dark Lord Nagasado and enslaved the native Masasi race, using Sith alchemy to mutate them into monstrous warriors. He constructed a massive temple fortress to serve as his base of power, a stronghold that would remain shrouded in darkness for millennia. The war was characterized by its sheer brutality and the personal betrayal it represented. Ulitz Keldroma, once a hero of the Republic, now led fleets against his former comrades. He famously fell in love with the Kroth leader Alema, further binding himself to the dark side. In a pivotal and horrific moment, Ulitz used a Sith amulet to mentally dominate the great beast Terentatek, unleashing it upon the Jedi during a critical summit on the planet Deniba. The ensuing battle was a massacre that claimed the life of Ulitz's own master, Arkajeth. This act of patricide severed Ulitz's last connection to the light, plunging him fully into the darkness. The Republic and Jedi, caught completely off guard, reeled from these attacks. They formed a desperate alliance, with the Jedi Knights mobilizing as generals in the Republic military. The conflict raged across countless star systems, from the depths of space to the surfaces of contested worlds. The turning point came through a combination of tragedy and redemption. Ulitz's brother, Kay Keldroma, sacrificed his own life to save Ulitz from a craft betrayal, an act of love that began to crack the dark side's hold on Ulitz's heart. Subsequently, the Jedi Master Nomi Sunrider performed a profound Force technique on Ulitz, forcibly severing his connection to the Force entirely. Stripped of his power and finally seeing the horror of his actions, Ulitz Keldroma surrendered, providing the Republic with the intelligence they needed to locate Exar Kun's base on Yavin 4. The final assault on the fourth moon of Yavin was a cataclysm. A massive Republic fleet and scores of Jedi descended upon the jungle world to confront Exar Kun in his temple. Facing certain defeat, Kun performed the ultimate act of Sith sorcery. He orchestrated a ritual of unimaginable darkness, using the forced sacrifice of every single Masasi slave on the planet to tear his own spirit from his physical body. This act of genocide granted him a form of immortality, trapping his spirit within the walls of his temple, but shielding him from physical destruction. His body was vaporized, but his dark presence remained, imprisoned within the stone. The Great Sith War ended with Exar Kun's defeat, but the cost was incalculable. Worlds were devastated, the Jedi Order was decimated, and the Republic's infrastructure was crippled. The war left a legacy of deep trauma and suspicion within the Jedi Order, making them more rigid and fearful of any deviation from their code. Ulitz Keldroma, living out his days as a powerless outcast, would eventually find a measure of peace and forgiveness, but his name remained synonymous with betrayal. The spirit of Exar Kun waited in his temple, a dormant cancer on Yavin 4. His story a grim warning of how the pursuit of knowledge without wisdom could unleash galactic ruin. This war was not fought against an external Sith empire, but from within the Jedi's own ranks, proving that the greatest threat to peace often comes from corruption from within. The Great Sith War had left the Galactic Republic bleeding, its military shattered, its economy in ruins, and its spirit broken. In the power vacuum that followed this devastation, a new threat emerged from the Outer Rim. Not a cabal of dark side sorcerers, but a culture of peerless warriors who had been patiently waiting for their moment to test their strength. Against a weakened galaxy, the Mandalorians, under the leadership of the charismatic and ruthless Mandalore the Ultimate, saw the Republic's fragility as the perfect opportunity to fulfill their ancient crusading destiny, to conquer and prove their martial supremacy in a conflict they called the Draal Han, the Annihilation. This would not be a war of subtlety or Sith magic, but a brutal, straightforward campaign of conquest, fought with overwhelming force, relentless aggression, and a complete disregard for the conventions of warfare. Mandalore's strategy was one of calculated terror, his forces striking seemingly at random across the Outer Rim, sacking and obliterating entire worlds to demoralize the Republic before the true invasion even began. These early attacks, such as the brutal sacking of Sirocco and the orbital bombardment of Cathar, were not just military actions, but statements of intent, designed to provoke a response and draw the Republic's remaining strength into a decisive confrontation. The Republic Senate, paralyzed by fear and indecision, debated and delayed. The Jedi Council, still reeling from the internal betrayal of Exar Kun and Ulitz Keldroma, urged extreme caution. They sensed a dark shadow behind the Mandalorian advance, a manipulation they could not clearly see, and counseled patience, refusing to commit the Jedi Order to what they feared was a trap. This hesitation cost the Republic dearly. Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders, organized into distinct cohorts by the color of their armor, swept through the Outer Rim territories virtually unopposed, their advance unstoppable, their reputation for brutality growing with each conquered world. They seemed invincible, a tidal wave of durasteel and blood that threatened to drown the entire Republic. This stalemate between the Jedi Council's caution and the Senate's panic created a schism within the Jedi Order itself. A new generation of Jedi Knights, young, passionate, and horrified by the reports of Mandalorian atrocities, grew increasingly frustrated with the Council's inaction. They believed the Jedi's duty was to defend the innocent, not to wait idly while worlds burned. At the forefront of this dissident movement were two of the most gifted Jedi of their generation. Revan and his closest friend, Malak. Brilliant strategists and powerful warriors, they saw the Mandalorian threat not as a mystery, but as a clear evil that demanded a response. Revan, in particular, argued with fierce conviction that to stand aside was a greater moral failure than to walk into a potential trap. When the Jedi Council formally forbade any Jedi from joining the Republic war effort, Revan and Malak made a fateful choice. They defied the Council, leading a significant portion of the Jedi Order's youngest and most capable knights. Revan and Malak rallied to the Republic's cause. They did not merely join the military, they revolutionized it. Revan emerged as a tactical genius without equal, studying the Mandalorian way of war and devising brilliant, unorthodox counter-strategies. He understood the Mandalorian psyche, their love of honor and direct challenge, and he used it against them. Under his command, the ragged Republic forces were forged into a sharp, effective instrument of war. Revan and Malak were not just generals, they were symbols, Jedi who had chosen action over dogma, and their presence galvanized the entire Republic war effort. They fought on the front lines, their lightsabers blazing alongside their soldiers, sharing in the hardship and the horror of the war they had chosen to wage. The conflict was unspeakably brutal. Key battles such as the desperate defense of Taris and the bloody campaign on Zun showcased the ferocity of both sides. The Republic, under Revan's command, began to win victories, but at a terrible cost. The war changed Revan and his followers. To defeat an enemy that knew no mercy, they found themselves adopting increasingly ruthless tactics. They began to think like their enemies, to make the hard, brutal calculations that victory demanded. They walked a razor's edge, drawing ever closer to the dark side with each strategic atrocity they committed in the name of the greater good. The final, apocalyptic confrontation came at Malachor V. Revan, in a move of chilling finality, lured the main Mandalorian fleet into the system. There, he sprung his ultimate trap. Using a newly built superweapon, the mass shadow generator, Revan did not simply defeat the Mandalorians. He annihilated them. The weapon literally tore the planet itself apart, creating a gravity well that crushed thousands of Mandalorian and Republic ships alike, friend and foe entangled in a mutual grave. It was an act of catastrophic violence that ended the war in a single, horrifying moment. On the surface of the shattered world, Revan confronted Mandalore the Ultimate. In their final duel, the Mandalorian leader, with his dying breath, revealed the truth that the Jedi Council had feared. The Mandalorian Wars had been engineered from the beginning by a hidden Sith Empire, lurking in the unknown regions. Mandalore had been manipulated into attacking the Republic to weaken it for a subsequent Sith invasion. Revan had not been fighting a mere warrior culture. He had been unwittingly doing the bidding of a far greater evil. The revelation shattered Revan. The immense guilt of the sacrifices made, the dark choices he had justified, and the realization that he had been a pawn crashed down upon him. He had saved the Republic, but in the process, he and his followers had been morally compromised, hardened by war and ripe for corruption. Victory was absolute, but it was a hollow, poisonous victory. The Mandalorian people were broken, forced to disband and swear never to wage war again. The Republic was saved, but lay in even greater ruins, now utterly dependent on its savior, Revan. And Revan and Malak, along with their veteran armies, vanished into the unknown regions. They went to confront the true Sith mastermind behind the war, but they would return forever changed. The Mandalorian Wars were not merely a conflict. They were a crucible that forged the instruments of the Republic's next great catastrophe. The heroes who had defied their order to save the galaxy would return as its greatest villains. Darth Revan and Darth Malak were born in the blood and fire of Malachor V, and the Jedi Civil War would be the terrible legacy of the Mandalorian Crusades. The victory at Malachor V was a Pyrrhic one, a resolution drenched in the blood of millions and steeped in a darkness that had already begun to consume its architects. Revan and Malak, the heroes of the Mandalorian Wars, stood atop a mountain of wreckage, their republic saved, but their souls mortgaged to the brutal calculus of war. The dying words of Mandalore the Ultimate echoed in Revan's mind, a venomous truth that unraveled the very meaning of their sacrifice. The entire conflict had been a manipulation, a grand strategy orchestrated by a hidden Sith empire to weaken the Galactic Republic for eventual conquest. This revelation was the final, corrosive agent that dissolved the last vestiges of their Jedi morality, driven by a complex storm of emotions' righteous fury at the manipulation, a burning desire to confront this true threat, and a veteran's grim acceptance that only strength could guarantee survival. Revan and Malak took their loyal warships and most battle-hardened veterans and plunged into the unknown regions. They went not as Jedi, but as conquerors in waiting, determined to find the source of the shadow that had used them as pawns. Their journey led them to the ancient Sith Empire, the very same that had been thought destroyed in the Great Hyperspace War. It had not been destroyed, merely driven into deeper exile, festering and growing in power for 1,000 years on the remote world of Dromund Kaas. Here, they found a civilization utterly dedicated to the dark side, ruled by a lineage of Sith emperors of unimaginable power. Revan and Malak, despite their formidable strength and military acumen, were ultimately captured and brought before the Sith Emperor himself. This being, a master of mental domination and dark side energy, did not simply kill them. He saw in them perfect instruments. He sought to break them, to remake them in his own image, and unleash them upon the Republic as his vanguard. He subjected them to months of relentless mental torture and dark side indoctrination, systematically erasing their former loyalties and reforging them into vessels of his will. The process was a perversion of their greatest strengths. Revan's brilliant strategic mind was twisted to serve conquest. His charisma became a tool for corruption, and his unwavering will was bent entirely toward the cause of the dark side. Malak's raw power and loyalty to his friend were mutated into brutish aggression and fanatical devotion to their new master. They were reborn as Dark Lords of the Sith. Darth Revan and Darth Malak. The Emperor gave them a fleet, resources, and a command. Return to the Republic and finish the work the Mandalorians had started. Tear it down from within. They returned to known space not as liberators, but as conquerors at the head of a massive war machine they called the Sith Empire. Their forces were a terrifying amalgamation of their own Republic veterans, now utterly loyal to their dark leaders, and advanced warships equipped with technology reverse-engineered from the true Sith. Their arrival marked the beginning of the Jedi Civil War, a conflict so named because its primary architects were fallen. Jedi and had pitted former comrades against one another in a heartbreaking schism. Revan's strategy was diabolically brilliant. He did not simply invade, he subverted, using his intimate knowledge of Republic military strategy and infrastructure. He struck at key supply lines and shipyards. More insidiously, he sought out Jedi who had fought alongside him in the Mandalorian Wars, those already disillusioned with the Council, and turned them to his cause. He knew their doubts, their fears, and their ambitions, and he used this knowledge to craft perfect temptations. The war was a nightmare for the Jedi Order. How does one fight a former hero who knows every tactic, every weakness, every secret? Revan seemed to be always one step ahead, anticipating their every move. Key Republic worlds fell, and the Jedi ranks were thinned not just by battle, but by betrayal as more knights fell to Revan's influence. The heart of Revan's war effort was the Star Forge, an ancient Rakata space station discovered in the unknown regions. This phenomenal artifact, powered by the dark side and a nearby star, could convert raw material into an endless stream of warships, droids, and weapons. It was the ultimate force multiplier, allowing Revan's empire to sustain losses that would have crippled any conventional navy. However, the very nature of the Sith breeds betrayal. Malak, ever the apprentice, grew impatient and ambitious. He watched Revan's methods, which still occasionally flashed with the strategic nuance of his former self, and saw them as hesitant, craving absolute power for himself. Malak saw his chance during a Republic ambush on Revan's command ship. Instead of coming to his master's aid, Malak turned his own ship's weapons on Revan's bridge, intending to kill him and seize control of the Sith Empire in one treacherous act. He believed he had succeeded. But Revan did not die. The Jedi Knight Bastila Shan, leading the Republic strike team, used her rare gift of battle meditation to help turn the tide of the battle. In the aftermath of Malak's betrayal, she found Revan's critically wounded body and, defying orders, saved his life. The Jedi Council, seeing a unique opportunity, made a radical and morally fraught decision. They used the Force to wipe Revan's memory clean, implanting a new identity. They hoped to use the amnesiac Revan as a weapon, to guide him to the source of the Sith's endless resources, hoping his subconscious strategic mind would lead them to victory where all their plans had failed. The amnesiac Riven, now believing himself a Republic soldier, became the Republic's greatest asset. Alongside Bastila and a crew of unlikely heroes, he embarked on a journey that retraced his own steps as a Dark Lord. He uncovered the star maps that led to the Starforge, all while battling the remnants of his own past and the relentless pursuit of his former apprentice. Malak, now the self-proclaimed Dark Lord of the Sith, was both furious and fascinated by his former master's survival and his apparent return to the light. He sought to break Revan again, to turn him back to the dark side and either reclaim his master or destroy him for good. The final confrontation occurred above the remote world of Rakata Prime. A massive Republic fleet engaged the endless swarms of Sith ships produced by the Starforge. The outcome hinged on two duels, one in the space above, where Bastila Shan used her battle meditation to sway the fleet battle, and one within the Starforge itself, where the redeemed Revan confronted Darth Malak. Their duel was the tragic culmination of their fall. Malak, having consumed the life force of captured Jedi to make himself a near unstoppable engine of dark side power, fought with brute fury. Revan, empowered by his rediscovered identity and his newfound connections to his friends, fought with the clarity of one who had seen both sides of the Force. Revan emerged victorious, striking down his former friend. With Malak's death and the Republic's victory in the space battle, the Starforge was destroyed. The Jedi Civil War ended, but its damage was profound. The Republic, which had barely begun to recover from the Mandalorian Wars, was pushed to the brink of collapse. The Jedi Order was nearly exterminated, its numbers decimated first by Revan's betrayal and then by Malak's purges. The tale of Revan and Malak became a galaxy-spanning tragedy, a warning of how even the greatest heroes could fall, and how the path of war, no matter how righteous its initial cause, could lead to utter damnation. Revan's legacy was a fractured galaxy, a weakened Jedi Order, and a dark secret. The true Sith Emperor still waited in the unknown darkness, watching, and his turn was yet to come. The destruction of Darth Revan's Sith Empire did not herald an era of peace, but rather a long, grim twilight struggle that would stretch for 1,000 years, a period of relentless, grinding conflict known as the New Sith Wars. This epoch was not defined by a single, monolithic Sith Empire, but by a seemingly endless series of smaller, ferocious Sith orders, each led by a powerful Dark Lord who rose from the ashes of the previous one, each carving out their own bloody fiefdoms in the Outer Rim, and perpetually warring against a republic that was slowly, inexorably dying. The Galactic Republic, stretched thin and exhausted by centuries of conflict, began a long retreat. Its borders contracted, hyperlanes were abandoned, and central authority withered away, leaving countless worlds to fend for themselves against the predations of Sith warlords and pirates. This period saw the Republic diminish to a shadow of its former self, a core of loyal systems surrounded by a lawless frontier of anarchy and darkness. An era often called the Dark Age of the Republic. The Jedi Order, too, was transformed by this endless war, forced to become soldiers and generals in a perpetual conflict. They grew increasingly militaristic and rigid. The nuanced teachings of the Jedi Code were often simplified into a stark dogma for the sake of wartime efficiency, a shift that created a growing distance between the Jedi and the civilians they were sworn to protect. The war was not a continuous front, but a sprawling series of brushfire conflicts. As Sith lords like Darth Revan, Lord Khan, and countless others would rise, conquer a sector, and declare their own petty empires, only to be eventually overthrown by Jedi Crusaders or rival Sith. This cyclical pattern of violence continued for centuries, a slow bleed that weakened the entire galaxy. The final, catastrophic phase of this millennium-long conflict began with the rise of the Brotherhood of Darkness. Uniquely, This Sith Order was led by a collective, a dark council under the nominal leadership of a charismatic politician and Sith Lord named Lord Khan. Khan's philosophy was a radical departure from traditional Sith doctrine. He rejected the rule of two that had been proposed by earlier Sith, arguing that the infighting and betrayal it encouraged had kept the Sith weak and divided. Instead, he preached a doctrine of equality among the Sith, a brotherhood where all Dark Lords would share power and focus their collective hatred on the Jedi. This approach was initially stunningly successful, uniting the squabbling Sith factions into a single, terrifyingly coordinated war machine that launched a massive offensive, pushing the Republic and Jedi to the very brink of total defeat. Facing annihilation, the Jedi response was led by the Army of Light, a force of Jedi entirely dedicated to the military prosecution of the war. Its commander was Lord Hoth, a veteran Jedi general of immense power and unwavering resolve, who had become the symbolic heart of Jedi resistance. Hoth and Khan became the opposing poles of the conflict, their strategies and wills clashing across 100 battlefields. The war reached its horrific crescendo on the remote and barren world of Ruzan. Here, the two armies gathered for a final, apocalyptic confrontation. The Army of Light made its stand, and the Brotherhood of Darkness descended upon them, determined to wipe out the Jedi once and for all. The Battle of Ruzan was not a single engagement, but a brutal campaign of attrition that lasted for an entire year. The lush world was methodically scorched into a desolate wasteland by the relentless fighting. Jedi and Sith forces dug into trenches and fortifications, launching charge after desperate charge against each other. The conflict descended into a savage stalemate, a meat grinder that consumed lives on an industrial scale. The defining horror of the battle was the repeated use of thought bombs, a forbidden Sith technique of unimaginable darkness. This ritual required multiple powerful Sith Lords to pool their energy to create a psychic weapon that would annihilate all life in a vast area, Force user and non-Force user alike, trapping their souls in an eternal torment. Lord Khan, growing increasingly desperate and maddened by the dark side, became obsessed with this ultimate weapon. It was here that a critical betrayal unfolded within the Brotherhood. A Sith Lord named Darth Bane, a former miner who had risen through the ranks through sheer ruthlessness and intellect, participated in one of Khan's thought bomb rituals. However, Bane was a pragmatist and a deep student of Sith history. He saw Khan's Brotherhood for the heresy it was. He believed that the equality of the Brotherhood, the power of the dark side, making the Sith weak. He realized that Khan's path, even if it led to victory over the Jedi, would ultimately result in a Sith Order that was no better than the Jedi it sought to destroy, a collective of mediocrity destined to collapse under its own internal weaknesses. Seeing the inevitable failure of Khan's strategy, Bane turned his back on the Brotherhood. He allowed the Jedi to learn of Khan's plan to detonate a thought bomb on a massive scale, luring both the Army of Light and the Brotherhood of Darkness into a single, massive canyon for the final confrontation. As Lord Hoth and his best Jedi engaged Khan and his top lieutenants in a last, epic battle, the Mad Sith Lord initiated the thought bomb ritual. Bane, however, had already fled the system. From orbit, he felt the cataclysmic eruption of dark side energy. The thought bomb detonated, consuming every single Force sensitive on the planet, Jedi and Sith alike, in a wave of utter annihilation. The souls of thousands were ripped from their bodies and trapped in a nexus of eternal agony. The Army of Light and the Brotherhood of Darkness were obliterated in an instant. Darth Bane was now the last surviving Sith Lord. He looked upon the devastation of Ruzan and saw not a tragedy, but the perfect opportunity. The Jedi and the Republic would believe the Sith were extinct, finally and truly vanquished. This would give the Sith the one thing they had never had: time. Time to hide, to plot, and to evolve. Bane instituted a new doctrine, the rule of two. Two there should be, no more, no less. one to embody power, the other to crave it. This doctrine ensured the Sith would never again be weakened by their own numbers. Instead, power would be concentrated in a master and a single apprentice. The apprentice would learn everything the master knew and would eventually surpass and kill them, taking an apprentice of their own, thus ensuring each generation of Sith would grow stronger, all while operating in absolute secrecy from the galaxy. The Battle of Ruusan marked the end of the new Sith Wars and the beginning of the Sith's great plan. The Republic, believing the Sith extinct, entered a period of reconstruction and complacency. The Jedi, horrified by their own militarization and the near annihilation of their order, withdrew from galactic politics, becoming more introspective and rigid. They abandoned their role as generals and guardians, seeing it as a path that had led them too close to the dark side. They never suspected that their ancient enemy had not been destroyed, but had instead become a phantom, a virus hiding in the host's body, waiting patiently for 1,000 years to strike the killing blow. The devastation of Ruusan was the end of an era of open warfare, and the beginning of an even more dangerous era of secret deception. The thought bomb's detonation on Ruusan did not merely kill, it unmade. A wave of pure dark side energy erupted from the planet's surface, a psychic shockwave that scoured the canyon clean of life and consciousness. Its cataclysmic force trapping the screaming essences of every Jedi and Sith present in a nexus of eternal torment. From high orbit, the sole author of this annihilation watched, his mind untouched by the psychic maelstrom below, his heart cold with calculated satisfaction. Darth Bane, once known as Decil the Minor, now the last Lord of the Sith, observed the final, foolish act of Lord Khan's Brotherhood of Darkness and saw not a defeat, but the perfect genesis for a new, more perfect future for the Sith Order. He had orchestrated the mutual destruction of both his Sith rivals and their Jedi enemies, a brutal but necessary act to purge the weakness that had infected the dark side for a millennium. As his ship turned from the dead world, Bane began his true work, not of conquest, but of reformation. His mind was already crafting the philosophy that would ensure the Sith's survival and ultimate victory, a doctrine that would demand patience, secrecy, and absolute ruthlessness for 1,000 years. The rule of two. Bane's journey to this moment was a testament to his unique and brutal understanding of the dark side's true nature. Born into a life of brutalizing poverty and violence as a kurtosis miner on Apatros, he had learned the fundamental lesson that power is never given. It is taken. His innate force sensitivity, which manifested as a terrifying rage, was his only tool to escape his destiny in the mines. He channeled that rage into success as a soldier in the Sith army, where he first encountered the mediocrity and petty infighting of Khan's Brotherhood. He saw how the so-called equality among the Sith fostered jealousy, treachery for its own sake, and a dilution of power. Too many were vying for scraps of influence, weakening the entire order from within. His ambition led him to the ancient Sith Academy on Korriban, where he did not merely study, he devoured knowledge. He immersed himself in the holocrons of the ancient Dark Lords, like Darth Revan, and learned the true history of the Sith, a history of self-destruction caused by their own endless internal conflicts. He understood that the Sith's greatest enemy was not the Jedi, but themselves. This revelation crystallized during the Ruusan campaign. Bane witnessed the Brotherhood's strategic failures, their reliance on overwhelming numbers rather than focused power, and their leaders' descent into madness. He understood that Khan's path led only to a final fiery extinction, either at the hands of the Jedi or in a Sith civil war. The thought bomb was the ultimate symbol of this flawed philosophy, a weapon that required many to create, but destroyed all without distinction. It was the antithesis of what Bane believed the Sith should be: individual, focused, and supreme. His survival was not luck. It was the culmination of his philosophy. He had used the Brotherhood's weakness as his own strength, manipulating events to eliminate all his rivals in one masterstroke. He was now the sole repository of Sith knowledge and power, and he would ensure it would never again be diluted. In the silence following the roar of battle, Bane formulated the rule of two. Two there should be, no more, no less. One to embody power, the other to crave it. This simple, brutal doctrine was a revolutionary corrective to 1,000 years of Sith failure. It addressed the core problem of infighting by making it not a destructive byproduct of their society, but the very engine of its evolution. The Master's role was to accumulate all knowledge and power, to wield the dark side's full potential. The apprentice's role was to learn everything the Master could teach, to challenge them, to grow strong, and ultimately, to surpass them. The apprentice must eventually defeat the Master in a test of strength, cunning, and will, taking their place and claiming their title, then finding their own apprentice to continue the cycle. This ensured that each generation of Sith would be stronger than the last, that the Order's power would compound over time instead of being fractured among countless rivals. Most importantly, it demanded absolute secrecy. Operating from the shadows, the Sith would be free to manipulate galactic events without ever revealing their existence, allowing the Jedi to grow complacent in their supposed victory. Bane's first act was to seek a vessel for this new doctrine, an apprentice to crave his power. He found her in the aftermath of Ruzan, a young girl named Zana, who had witnessed the horrors of war and whose latent Force sensitivity had manifested in a unique and terrifying way. She could channel the dark side to warp the minds of others, driving them into madness. In her, Bane saw not just a student, but the future of the Sith. He recognized her potential for subtlety and manipulation, skills just as vital as raw power for the grand plan he envisioned. His training of Zana was the first practical application of the rule. He taught her everything he knew, but he also constantly tested her, pushing her to become strong enough to one day challenge him. He did not want an obedient servant. He wanted a worthy successor. To ensure the preservation of Sith knowledge against the possibility of a failed apprenticeship or external discovery, Bane undertook a perilous journey to the deep core world of Tython, the ancient birthplace of the Jedi, braving the planet's powerful and unpredictable Force anomalies. He sought the holocron of the ancient Dark Lord Balia Darzu. Within this artifact, he not only gained lost knowledge of Sith magic and technology, but he also performed a great ritual. He created his own Sith holocron, a perfect repository of his knowledge and the principles of the Rule of Two. This holocron would become a sacred object for future Sith Lords, a way to pass on the essence of the Order's teachings directly from master to apprentice, ensuring doctrinal purity across the centuries. Bane's legacy was one of profound patience and ruthless logic. He understood that true victory could not be won in a single, glorious war, that the Jedi were too entrenched, too numerous. Instead, he planted a seed in the darkest soil of the galaxy and entrusted its growth to time itself. The Rule of Two was a patient poison, a long-term strategy that required each Sith Master to sublimate their own ego to the grand plan, to live and die in the shadows, so that one day, a Sith Lord would be born powerful enough to step into the light and claim a galaxy that had long forgotten to fear them. He transformed the Sith from a blunt instrument of war into a precision tool of corruption. As the Republic rebuilt itself, and the Jedi Order retreated into a millennium of peace, becoming dogmatic and detached, they never suspected that the dark side had not been defeated. It had simply gone underground, festering, growing stronger and more focused with each generation, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Darth Bane, the last of the old Sith, became the first of the new, and his Rule of Two was the chain that linked the open warfare of Ruzan to the hidden rise of Palpatine, a chain of darkness stretching 1,000 years into the future. Chapter 2. The Age of the Republic. 1000 BBY, 19 Bai, the Galactic Republic, after a millennium of peace and prosperity, had become a bloated and complacent entity. Its political processes sclerotic, its bureaucracy immense, its core worlds wealthy and indifferent to the growing discontent simmering in the Mid and Outer Rim territories. This era of supposed tranquility was the ultimate success of Darth Bane's grand plan, a period where the Sith operated in perfect secrecy, while the Jedi Order, guardians of this peace, grew increasingly detached and dogmatic, more concerned with bureaucratic procedure and ancient prophecies than with the shifting realities of the galaxy. It was into this stagnant political environment that the Sith chose to make their first public move in 1,000 years. A carefully calculated probe designed to test the Republic's defenses and the Jedi's awareness. The crisis began not with a grand fleet invasion, but with a seemingly minor trade dispute, a blockade of the peaceful planet Naboo by the Trade Federation, a powerful megacorporation whose influence stretched across the galaxy. Unbeknownst to the Federation's Neimoidian viceroys, Newt Gunray and Rune Hako, they were mere pawns in a far larger game. Their actions were being orchestrated by a Sith Lord, Darth Sidious, who communicated with them only as a holographic phantom, using fear and promises of power to manipulate them into an illegal act of aggression. Sidious's goal was multifaceted: to create a crisis that would allow him to manipulate his political alter ego, the Naboo Senator Sheev Palpatine, into a position of greater power, to test the response time and tactics of the Jedi Order, and to lure the Jedi into a confrontation that would reveal his own presence to them. A psychological attack designed to shatter their millennial complacency. The Republic's response was precisely as ineffective as Sidious had predicted. The Senate became mired in procedure and debate, unable to act decisively to aid a member world. In response to Naboo's plea for help, the Jedi Council dispatched 2 Jedi Knights, Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi, to serve as ambassadors to resolve the dispute. Their arrival on the Trade Federation flagship immediately revealed the true nature of the crisis. The Neimoidians, on orders from Sidious, attempted to assassinate the Jedi with poison gas and then with a detachment of battle droids. This brazen attack on Jedi ambassadors was an unmistakable declaration of war, but it was the appearance of Sidious's apprentice, Darth Maul, that truly heralded the return of the Sith. Maul, a terrifying figure of red and black tattooed skin and a double-bladed lightsaber, intercepted the Jedi on Naboo. His fierce combat skills and obvious mastery of the dark side confirmed Qui-Gon's worst fear. The Sith were not extinct. They had returned. Qui-Gon Jinn, a Jedi known for his independent thinking and his belief in the living Force, became the central figure in the next phase of Sidious's plan. While aiding the besieged Naboo and their young queen Amidala, Qui-Gon's journey was forced through a chance hyperspace stop on the remote desert world of Tatooine. It was here, in the city of Mos Espa, that he encountered a young slave boy named Anakin Skywalker. The boy possessed an unprecedented connection to the Force, evidenced by an off-the-charts midi-chlorian count of over 20,000, a level higher than any recorded Jedi, including the revered Master Yoda. Furthermore, Anakin displayed other startling attributes. He was a pod racing prodigy, could understand and build complex machinery intuitively, and most tellingly, he claimed to have been born without a father, a potential fulfillment of an ancient Jedi prophecy that foretold the coming of a chosen one who would bring balance to the Force. Qui-Gon, convinced he had found the prophesied being, won Anakin's freedom in a high-stakes pod race and determined to bring him before the Jedi Council for training. This decision set him on a direct collision course with the Council's orthodoxy. Upon returning to the galactic capital of Coruscant, the Council, led by Master Yoda, sensed great danger in the boy. They were clouded by fear, confused by the return of the Sith, and disturbed by Anakin's age and his powerful, fear-based attachments to his mother. They sensed a deep shadow around the boy's future and flatly refused to allow his training. Citing his age and their own fear, Qui-Gon, defiant, declared he would take the boy as his own apprentice should the Council reconsider, a statement that underscored the growing rift between his trust in the Estes, Force's will, and the Council's rigid adherence to tradition. The crisis on Naboo reached its climax as Queen Amidala, refusing to accept the Senate's inaction, returned to her planet to lead a resistance effort. The ensuing battle was a microcosm of the larger conflict to come. The droid army of the Trade Federation clashed with the Naboo security forces and their native Gungan allies. While in the skies above, Naboo starfighters engaged the Federation's control ship. The conflict was decided by 3 simultaneous lightsaber duels. Queen Amidala and her guards captured Viceroy Gunray, while in the Theed Palace Generator Complex, Qui-Gon Jinn and Obi-Wan Kenobi finally confronted Darth Maul. The ferocious duel that followed was a brutal display of the Sith's power, Maul's aggressive style and double-bladed weapon proving a deadly challenge for the 2 Jedi. The battle culminated in a tragic moment. Maul used the environment to separate the Jedi, fatally running Qui-Gon Jinn through with his saber. Filled with grief and rage, Obi-Wan Kenobi tapped into a momentary surge of dark side energy, leaping over Maul and cutting the Sith apprentice in half, seemingly ending the immediate threat. The aftermath of the crisis was a masterclass in political manipulation by Darth Sidious. The Naboo were liberated. The Trade Federation was humiliated, but its power structure left intact for future use. And most importantly, Senator Palpatine, leveraging sympathy for his homeworld suffering, was elected Supreme Chancellor of the Republic, granting the Sith Lord unprecedented political power. For the Jedi, the victory was bittersweet and deeply troubling. They had lost a respected, if maverick, Jedi Master. They had confirmed the return of their ancient enemy, and they were now faced with the unsettling puzzle of Anakin Skywalker. Overriding Yoda's profound misgivings, the Council bowed to Obi-Wan's vow to his dying master and agreed to allow him to train the boy. The Phantom Menace had been revealed and defeated, but it was merely the first move in a much longer game. The Sith had not only returned, they had successfully infiltrated the highest office of the Republic, and the Jedi had accepted the very child whose future was shrouded in the darkness they feared most. The stage was set for a tragedy of galactic proportions. A decade of unease followed the Naboo crisis, a period where the galactic political landscape fractured under the weight of its own bureaucracy and the hidden machinations of the Sith. Chancellor Palpatine, now firmly entrenched in power, skillfully used his office to centralize authority, all while presenting a facade of reluctant leadership. Meanwhile, discontent festered throughout the Outer Rim systems, where many felt exploited and ignored by the corrupt and ineffectual Galactic Senate. This widespread resentment provided the perfect fertile ground for Darth Sidious's next and most audacious gambit, the creation of a manufactured opposition, a seemingly organic secessionist movement that would grant him control over both sides of a coming galactic conflict. The instrument of this manipulation was another fallen Jedi, the charismatic and aristocratic Count Dooku, formerly Jedi Master Dooku, who had left the Order years before, disillusioned by its perceived weakness and the Republic's corruption. Now revealed as the Sith Lord Darth Tyrannus, Dooku became the public face of the separatist movement, using his reputation, his eloquence, and his noble title to rally thousands of star systems and corporate interests to his cause. Under Dooku's leadership, the Confederacy of Independent Systems was formally declared. Its ranks swelled with powerful entities like the Trade Federation, the Commerce Guild, the Corporate Alliance, and the Intergalactic Banking Clan, all of whom craved freedom from Republic regulations and taxes, and all of whom were secretly manipulated by Sidious's promises of greater power in a new order. The Confederacy's political arguments for sovereignty and self-determination were compelling to many, masking the dark, militaristic reality growing in its shadow. For Dooku and his master were secretly overseeing the construction of a massive droid army on the foundry worlds of Geonosis and elsewhere, an army of countless battle droids, super battle droids, and droidecas designed to overwhelm the Republic through sheer, mindless numbers. The Republic, possessing no standing army of its own, could only respond with diplomatic protests and the limited forces of the Jedi, who found themselves increasingly acting as peacekeepers in a galaxy sliding toward war. The Separatist crisis reached its boiling point with a series of escalating events, most notably a nearly successful assassination attempt on Senator Padme Amidala of Naboo upon her arrival on Coruscant to vote on the critical Military Creation Act, a bill that would grant Chancellor Palpatine the authority to raise a Republic army. The would-be assassins, a Claudite shapeshifter and a Jedi-killing saboteur droid, were traced back to the remote planet Kamino, a world mysteriously absent from the Jedi archives. Obi-Wan Kenobi, assigned to investigate, made a series of shocking discoveries. He found a secret army of millions of clone soldiers, genetically engineered and grown at an accelerated rate, bred for absolute loyalty and programmed with superior combat skills. This army had been commissioned a decade prior by a Jedi Master named Sifo Dyas, who had foreseen a coming conflict, but the project had been secretly co-opted by Darth Tyrannus, who had chosen the prime clone template, the bounty hunter Jango Fett, and who had placed a secret inhibitor chip in every clone's brain, a hidden command that would one day turn them against their Jedi generals. Obi-Wan's investigation led him from Kamino to the Geonosis system, where he discovered the heart of the Separatist war machine. He transmitted his findings before being captured by the Geonosians. His message, intercepted by Anakin Skywalker and Senator Amidala, who were on Tatooine following a failed personal mission to save Anakin's mother. Shmi revealed the full scope of the conspiracy. The Separatist leadership, including Count Dooku, Newt Gunray, and the heads of all the major corporations, were gathered in the Geonosian stasis arena, finalizing their plans for war. Anakin and Padme, rushing to rescue Obi-Wan, were also captured, setting the stage for a public execution that would serve as the Confederacy's declaration of hostilities. The three captives were sentenced to die in the Geonosian execution arena, facing three monstrous creatures, a Reek, a Nexu, and an Aclay. Their desperate fight for survival was the spark that ignited the war. Just as all seemed lost, Master Mace Windu arrived with a strike team of over 200 Jedi, launching a daring rescue operation. The ensuing battle in the arena was a brutal demonstration of Jedi prowess and vulnerability. The Knights and Masters deflecting blaster fire and cutting down droids, but they were hopelessly outnumbered by the endless waves of battle droids emerging from hidden compartments. They were being surrounded and overwhelmed, facing annihilation. At this critical juncture, Chancellor Palpatine, having received emergency powers from the panicked Senate, issued Executive Order No. 1, authorizing the deployment of the Grand Army of the Republic. Suddenly, laser fire from above rained down on the droid forces as Republic assault ships descended into the arena, and landing ramps dropped to reveal ranks of identical white-armored clone troopers. The newly arrived Jedi Master Yoda, having taken command of the army on Kamino, had arrived with the first wave of clones. The Battle of Geonosis had begun in earnest. What followed was a sprawling, chaotic engagement, the first large-scale military conflict the galaxy had seen in over a millennium. Jedi led battalions of clones against formations of battle droids in the rocky canyons of Geonosis, the air filled with the roar of Lothai gunships and the relentless zing of blaster fire. The battle reached its climax in a hangar bay, where Count Dooku attempted to flee with the plans for a new Separatist super weapon, the Death Star. He was pursued first by Obi-Wan Kenobi and Anakin Skywalker, who engaged the Sith Lord in a fierce lightsaber duel. Dooku, a master of the elegant Makashi form, easily bested the younger Jedi, severing Obi-Wan's arm and legs, and then overwhelming Anakin, severing his forearm as well. Their defeat forced the final intervention of Master Yoda. The duel between the legendary Jedi Grand Master and his former Padawan was a breathtaking display of the Force's highest applications, a contest between Yoda's serene mastery and Dooku's raw, dark side-powered fury. Yoda effortlessly matched and deflected Dooku's Force lightning and his every attack. But in a moment of strategic choice, the Sith Lord caused a massive crane to collapse toward the wounded Obi-Wan and Anakin, forcing Yoda to choose between pursuing his enemy and saving his friends. He chose compassion over victory, using the Force to catch the debris, allowing Dooku to escape to Coruscant, where he delivered the Super Weapon plans to his master, Darth Sidious. The Clone Wars had begun. The Republic, now militarized with its new clone army, was fully committed to a galaxy-wide conflict against the separatist droid armies. The Jedi, once peacekeepers, were thrust into the role of generals, leading soldiers into battle against an enemy created by the very Sith they sought to destroy. The first battle was a Republic victory, but it was a poisoned chalice. The Republic had embraced a military it did not create. The Jedi had become warriors, and the Sith Lord Darth Sidious watched from the highest office in the galaxy, controlling both sides of a war that would grant him absolute power. The Geonosis conflict was not the end of a crisis, but the beginning of a meticulously planned annihilation. The opening salvo on Geonosis was not an isolated battle, but the detonation of a galaxy-wide bomb, the first of countless conflicts that would rage across star systems for 3 brutal years. The early Clone Wars were characterized by a frantic Republic effort to seize the initiative, to push back the sudden and overwhelming separatist advances that threatened to slice the Republic into isolated, defenseless chunks. This period was a bloody learning experience for all involved, a stark transition from theoretical warfare to the grim reality of industrial-scale combat, where Jedi philosophers were forced to become military strategists, and where legions of identical men, bred for war, learned the cost of their existence on 1,000 different battlefields. The Republic's strategy, orchestrated by Chancellor Palpatine and the Jedi High Council acting as a strategic command, was twofold: to secure key hyperspace routes, to maintain galactic connectivity, and to liberate besieged member worlds, demonstrating the Republic's resolve and legitimacy. The first major campaigns were desperate holding actions. The Battle of Nunalinst, the homeworld of the intergalactic banking clan, was a critical early victory. A complex multi-pronged assault, masterminded by Jedi General Obi-Wan Kenobi, that combined a massive orbital engagement with a daring ground assault by Advanced Recon Commando, troopers. This battle was notable for showcasing the first major use of At-A gunships in a combat drop and the formidable skills of the clone troopers. But it was also marked by the disturbing ferocity of Jedi Knight Anakin Skywalker, who led the space combat wing with an instinctual, almost reckless brilliance that bordered on aggression. Simultaneously, the Battle of Dantwan saw Jedi Master Mace Windu single-handedly turn the tide against a droid army, his legendary prowess with a lightsaber earning him the moniker the Jedi of Dantwan, and cementing the image of Jedi as unstoppable warriors in the public mind, a reputation that masked their growing discomfort with their new role. The role of the Jedi generals was a complex and often tragic evolution. Thrust into command positions for which they were largely unprepared, they were forced to adapt ancient philosophies of peace to the immediate demands of tactical warfare. Some, like the wise and strategic Plo Koon or the relentless Kit Fisto, excelled, earning the deep respect of their clone subordinates. Others struggled, their compassion becoming a liability in situations that demanded cold, calculated decisions of attrition. The clones themselves, the soldiers of the Grand Army, quickly evolved from a theoretical asset into individual beings, designated by number, but increasingly adopting names and personal identities. They formed complex bonds with their Jedi commanders and with each other. The early battles forged legendary clone units like the 501st Legion, Vader's Fist, under Anakin Skywalker, and the 212th Attack Battalion under Obi-Wan Kenobi, each developing distinct cultures and reputations based on the leadership styles of their Jedi generals. The relationship between a Jedi and their clone commander, such as the bond between Obi-Wan and Commander Cody, or Plo Koon, and Commander Wolffe, became the essential backbone of Republic military effectiveness, a partnership of strategic wisdom and practical, tactical execution. Yet, the dark shadow of the war's origin was ever present. The Battle of Hypori served as a grim counterpoint to the victory at Munilinst. A task force of Jedi Knights and their clone battalions was lured into a trap and decimated by a new, terrifying separatist weapon, General Grievous. This cyborg warlord, a biological heart encased in a durasteel body, was a master of terror and lightsaber combat, having been trained by Count Dooku specifically to kill Jedi. On Hypori, he slaughtered all but a few survivors, leaving a handful of wounded Jedi, including the renowned Aayla Secura, trapped amidst the wreckage of their own force. A stark reminder that the Jedi were vulnerable, that their lightsabers were not always enough against the cold, calculating brutality of their enemies. The early war also saw the Republic stretch to its limits. The Battle of Christophsis was a prime example, a protracted siege where a separatist blockade and invasion force threatened a key world in the Corellian sector. The arrival of Generals Kenobi and Skywalker, along with a newly commissioned clone battalion and a surprise reinforcement by Jedi Master Yoda, turned the tide in a complex urban warfare scenario that involved energy shield generators, stealth tactics, and high-risk orbital bombardments. It was on Christophsis that the clone troopers first encountered the tactical droid, a new separatist asset that forced them to adapt beyond simple battlefield maneuvers, and where Anakin Skywalker was assigned his own Padawan, Ahsoka Tano, a direct order from Chancellor Palpatine himself that further complicated the chain of command and symbolized the Jedi's deepening and troubling integration into the military apparatus of the Republic. These early campaigns established the brutal patterns of the war. The Republic relied on the versatility, courage, and initiative of the clones and the leadership of the Jedi to overcome the separatist advantage in sheer numbers. Key systems like Kamino, the source of the clone army, became major strategic targets, leading to massive defensive battles to protect the Republic's only source of manpower. The war was not confined to grand fleet actions. It was fought in the muddy trenches of worlds like Argonar, in the frozen wastes of Ordo Plutonia, and in the orbital fields of Ringo Vinda. Each battle was a lesson paid for in blood, teaching the Jedi the cost of command and teaching the clones the value of their own lives. Even as the secret inhibitor chips nestled in their brains waited for a single, devastating order that would betray every bond forged in this crucible of fire. The early Clone Wars were a period of heroic stands and terrible sacrifices, a prelude to the even greater darkness that would engulf the galaxy, all while the true architect of the conflict watched from his office on Coruscant, patiently waiting for the perfect moment to bring his grand design to its terrible conclusion. The Clone Wars served as the great forge of Anakin Skywalker's destiny, a relentless crucible of fire and blood that systematically amplified every aspect of his complex character. His unparalleled connection to the Force, his fierce loyalty to those he loved, his innovative brilliance in combat and mechanics, and the deep, seething well of fear, anger, and pride that festered just beneath his heroic exterior. Anakin entered the conflict as a celebrated yet deeply frustrated Jedi Knight, a young man who had spent a decade chafing against the rigid doctrines and perceived hypocrisy of the Jedi Order, feeling constantly underestimated and confined by masters who preached detachment while sending him into battle. The war offered him a sanctioned outlet for his talents, his natural genius for strategy, and his instinctual mastery of the Force, making him one of the Republic's most effective and devastating weapons. The legendary hero with no fear, whose exploits were broadcast across the galaxy. Yet this public persona was a fragile construct, a mask that concealed a torrent of conflicting emotions. The constant violence and impossible choices of command were hardening him, normalizing aggression, and systematically eroding the compassion and patience the Jedi Code sought to cultivate. The central, defining conflict of Anakin's life And the primary catalyst for his fall was his secret, Forbidden's marriage to Senator Padme Amidala. This relationship, born from a childhood promise and forged into a passionate, deeply committed love, represented everything the Jedi Order forbade. It was his anchor to humanity, his private sanctuary away from the demands of being a Jedi general and the Chosen One. Yet, this profound love was intrinsically and catastrophically linked to his greatest weakness, an all-consuming fear of loss. The trauma of being torn from his mother and his subsequent failure to save her from a brutal death on Tatooine left a permanent wound on his psyche. He was haunted by the belief that attachment inevitably led to unbearable pain. This terror became the weapon Darth Sidious would wield with masterful precision. Anakin's love for Padme, the purest part of him, was manipulated into the chain that would pull him into the abyss. His happiness was forever shadowed by terrifying premonitions of Padme dying in childbirth. Visions he interpreted as immutable futures rather than possibilities. This desperate need to control fate, to defy death itself, made him increasingly vulnerable to the dark side's promises of ultimate power. This vulnerability was expertly cultivated by Chancellor Palpatine, who skillfully positioned himself as the kindly, understanding mentor Anakin felt the Jedi Council had never been. Palpatine praised his power, sympathized with his frustrations, and subtly undermined the Jedi Order, feeding Anakin's growing resentment toward masters like Mace Windu, who openly distrusted him. He listened with apparent compassion to Anakin's fears about Padme and carefully hinted at ancient Sith knowledge that could cheat death, a temptation he knew Anakin could never resist. This grooming process was a slow, insidious poison, each confidential conversation another step in estranging Anakin from the Jedi and binding him to the Sith Lord. The Jedi Council, often blind to his emotional turmoil, frequently exacerbated the situation. Their refusal to grant him the rank of master, their obvious suspicion, and their assignment to spy on Palpatine felt like profound betrayals to Anakin, reinforcing his narrative that the Order was corrupt, jealous, and undeserving of his loyalty. The relentless pressure of the war provided constant fuel for his inner darkness. Key moments became milestones on his path to ruin. His brutal execution of a defeated Count Dooku at Sidious's urging was a pivotal moral failure, an act of dark side vengeance that he immediately rationalized as necessary for the war effort. His massacre of the Tusken Raiders after his mother's death was an earlier private outburst of genocidal rage, a demonstration of the destructive potential he carried within him. The Jedi Order's demand for absolute emotional detachment stood in stark contrast to the reality of his life. He was told to fear attachment while being ordered to form deep bonds with his clone troops and his Padawan, Ahsoka Tano. The unjust expulsion of Ahsoka from the Jedi Order and her subsequent decision to walk away was a devastating blow, shattering his already fragile faith in the institution and reinforcing his belief that the system was irredeemably broken. Anakin's tragedy is that of a heroic figure whose greatest virtues were systematically perverted into fatal flaws. His passionate love became a possessive obsession that justified any atrocity. His loyalty to friends became a willingness to betray the galaxy to save one person. His immense power became a tool for enforcing his own will upon destiny itself. The Clone Wars did not create the darkness within Anakin Skywalker, but it provided the perfect conditions for that darkness to flourish. The constant trauma of battle, the endless moral compromises of leadership, and the masterful manipulation of a Sith Lord who recognized his potential as the ultimate instrument of revenge. His fall was not a sudden leap, but a gradual descent. A series of choices each rationalized as necessary, each making the next step easier, until the man who was born to bring balance to the Force became the enforcer of a galactic tyranny, all in a desperate, tragic attempt to hold on to the one thing he loved, an effort that ultimately destroyed everything he sought to preserve. The arrival of Ahsoka Tano on Christophsis, assigned as a Padawan to the reluctant and headstrong Anakin Skywalker, marked the introduction of a character who whose journey would come to symbolize the heart, the hope, and ultimately the tragic fracture of the Jedi Order during the Clone Wars. A young Togruta, brimming with raw talent, untamed confidence, and a headstrong attitude that mirrored her new masters. Ahsoka's initial role seemed to be that of an impetuous sidekick, yet she quickly evolved into the war's moral compass, a beacon of unwavering integrity whose growth would starkly contrast with the gradual corrosion of the institution she served. Her apprenticeship under Anakin was unorthodox from the start. He initially dismissed her as a burden, a responsibility he never asked for. But their shared maverick spirits and profound loyalty quickly forged an unbreakable bond. He did not teach her to be a conventional Jedi. He taught her to survive, to trust her instincts, to be fiercely loyal to her friends, and to challenge authority when principle demanded it. This training style, while producing a brilliantly effective and adaptable warrior, also instilled in her the very independence that would eventually place her at odds with the Jedi Council. Ahsoka's growth was forged in the fire of countless battles, from the harrowing campaign on Geonosis to the complex political and military dilemmas of worlds like Mandalore and Onderon. She learned not only lightsaber combat and military strategy, but also the nuanced art of diplomacy, the importance of earning the trust of clone troopers like Captain Rex, and the critical difference between following orders and doing what was right. Her character arc is one of the most profound in the saga. She matured from a brash, sometimes reckless adolescent into a wise, compassionate, and formidable leader in her own right. Key moments defined this journey: her solo command during the Second Battle of Geonosis, her courageous stand against the brain-eating worms of Geonosian Queen Karina the Great, and her pivotal role in training a band of rebels to liberate Onderon from separatist control. Each experience honed her skills and solidified her unique perspective, one that often valued direct action and moral clarity over bureaucratic procedure. This very perspective, however, became the source of her growing disillusionment. Ahsoka operated with a pure, unwavering sense of justice that frequently clashed with the Jedi Council's more cautious, politically minded approach. She witnessed firsthand the moral compromises of war, the Jedi's deepening entanglement with the military, and the Council's occasional willingness to sacrifice principle for strategic advantage. The seeds of doubt were planted early, but they grew into a defining crisis during the horrific incident on the Jedi cruiser, where a captured Republic officer, infected by a Geonosian brainworm, turned clones against each other, a tragedy that showcased the terrifying fragility of their own army. However, the true breaking point arrived with the bombing of the Jedi Temple hangar, framed for the attack and the subsequent murder of the prime suspect. Ahsoka found herself arrested, imprisoned, and utterly abandoned by the institution she had dedicated her life to. The Jedi Council's actions during this ordeal were a catastrophic failure that laid bare their internal decay. Fearing a political scandal and under immense pressure from the Supreme Chancellor, they prioritized the Republic's image over the well-being of one of their own. They expelled her from the Order without a fair trial, handing her over to a corrupt civilian court that threatened her with execution. While Anakin ultimately uncovered the true culprit, the Sith assassin Azash Ventress, and proved her innocence, the damage was irrevocable. The Council's offer of reinstatement and a promotion to Knight Rang Hollow, a transparent attempt to smooth over a profound ethical failure. Ahsoka, in a moment of stunning clarity and immense courage, made the choice they could not. She walked away. Her decision to leave the Jedi Order was not an act of defiance against the light side of the Force, but a rejection of the flawed, compromised institution the Jedi had become. She declared, "I know what I have to do now. I know who I am. I am no Jedi," a statement that resonated as a powerful indictment of the Order's lost way. Ahsoka's departure was a seismic event with far-reaching consequences. For Anakin, it was a devastating personal betrayal by the Council and a critical step on his own path to darkness, reinforcing his belief that the Jedi were hypocrites who did not deserve his loyalty. For the Jedi Order, it represented the loss of one of its brightest, most principled members, a stark symbol of their failure to uphold the very values they professed to protect. Her journey did not end with her departure. She continued to fight for light and justice, but on her own terms, operating as a true independent agent during the dark times of the Empire's reign. Her survival of Order 66 and her continued resistance, including her fateful duel with her former master on Nalakor, cemented her legacy as a figure who transcended the binary of Jedi and Sith. Ahsoka Tano's rise is the story of an individual maintaining her moral integrity in the face of institutional failure. Her path exemplifies that true strength in the Force is not found in blind obedience to dogma, but in the courage to follow one's own conscience, a lesson the Jedi Order learned too late. Darth Sidious's orchestration of the Clone Wars stands as the most audacious and successful political and military deception in galactic history, a masterwork of manipulation conducted on a staggering scale where every major event, every battle won or lost, and every moment of tragedy or hope served the singular goal of absolute Sith domination. His plan was not a linear path, but a multi-layered, self-correcting system of control where he functioned as the sole architect and ultimate beneficiary of a conflict that consumed quadrillions of lives. The genius of his scheme lay in his direct, hands-on control of both opposing sides. He was not merely a passive observer pulling strings from the shadows. He was the Supreme Chancellor of the Republic and the Dark Lord of the Sith, actively issuing orders to his Jedi generals and his separatist commanders with the same ruthless intent to weaken and ultimately destroy all potential opposition to his power. The foundation of his plan was laid decades before the first battle droid marched, with the manipulation of Force-sensitive vergences to cloud the vision of the Jedi, rendering them blind to the Sith Lord growing in power beside them. His first major move was the co-opting of the clone army, a project initiated by the visionary Jedi Sifo-Dyas. Sidious, through his apprentice Darth Tyrannus, arranged Sifo-Dyas' assassination, took control of the project, and chose the prime clone template, the bounty hunter Jango Fett. This allowed him to implant the secret inhibitor chips that made every single clone trooper a sleeper agent ready to execute Order 66. Thus he ensured the Republic's only military force was, in reality, his own personal instrument of Jedi genocide. Simultaneously, as the political leader Sheev Palpatine, he masterfully engineered the secessionist crisis, using his alter ego, Darth Tyrannus, to rally the greedy and disaffected megacorporations and systems into the Confederacy of Independent Systems, promising them freedom from Republic regulation while secretly building their droid armies on foundry worlds like Geonosis. This created a formidable enemy that would justify the Republic's militarization and his own accumulation of emergency powers. His political machinations within the Republic Senate were equally brilliant. He presented himself as a humble, reluctant servant, all while skillfully manipulating the political process to centralize power in his office. He used the fear generated by the war to steadily erode the freedoms and democratic principles the Republic was founded upon, passing sweeping security acts and executive orders that transformed the galaxy into a police state with himself at its head. He cultivated a public image of wise, determined leadership, positioning himself as the only person capable of holding the fracturing Republic together. This made the galaxy willingly surrender its liberty to him in exchange for the promise of security. He expertly played different factions against each other, supporting both militarists like Tarkin and pacifists like Amidala when it suited his needs, ensuring political deadlock that only he could break. Militarily, his strategy was one of controlled, perpetual conflict. As Chancellor, he would receive intelligence from the Jedi and Republic Command, and as Sidious, he would relay that intelligence to Count Dooku and General Grievous, allowing the Separatists to ambush Republic forces or escape traps. This ensured the war remained a stalemate, dragging on for years and bleeding the Jedi and the Republic's resources dry. Key examples include allowing the Jedi to discover the secret droid factory on Geonosis just in time to spark the war, but not early enough to prevent it, or permitting the rescue of Chancellor Palpatine by Anakin Skywalker in a dramatic fashion that eliminated the disposable Dooku and further cemented Anakin's trust in him. He allowed the Separatists enough victories to remain a credible threat, but never enough to actually win. The war had to continue until the Jedi were fully entrenched as generals, their numbers depleted, and their moral authority compromised by their role as military leaders. The true culmination of his plan was the corruption of Anakin Skywalker. This was not an ancillary goal, but the central spiritual objective of the entire war. Sidious spent over a decade carefully grooming Anakin, posing as a mentor and father figure, validating his talents and stoking his resentments. The war itself was the perfect tool for this corruption. It exposed Anakin to constant fear, loss, and moral compromise, making him increasingly desperate for a solution, a power that could impose order and save his wife from death. Sidious dangled the forbidden knowledge of Plagueis' research into cheating death as the ultimate temptation. Knowing Anakin's love for Padme was the key to his soul, the war created the exact conditions of anxiety, attachment, and disillusionment with the Jedi that made Anakin susceptible to the dark side's promises. When the moment was perfect, Sidious executed the final phase. He revealed himself to Anakin, not as a plea for help, but as a test. Knowing the Jedi would come for him, he used Mace Windu's attempt to arrest him as the final proof for Anakin that the Jedi were treacherous and power-hungry. His defense against Windu was a performance designed to make himself appear a victim, forcing Anakin to choose between the Jedi Code and the only person claiming to offer salvation for Padme. The subsequent execution of Order 66 was the logical, brutal conclusion of his military planning. The clones, the Republic's great defenders, instantly became its greatest butchers, exterminating the Jedi across the galaxy in a single, coordinated stroke. Simultaneously, as Sidious, he issued the command to the Separatist Council on Mustafar to shut down all droid armies, rendering the Confederacy instantly inert and setting them up for annihilation by Darth Vader, thus eliminating the other side of his contrived war. In the span of a single day, Darth Sidious achieved absolute victory. He eliminated the Jedi Order, dissolved the Separatist threat, transitioned the Republic into the Galactic Empire, and crowned himself Emperor with the full support of a terrified and grateful Senate. His grand plan was a flawless symphony of evil, a 1,000-year Sith vendetta realized through impeccable patience, strategic depth, and a complete understanding of how to manipulate the fears and institutions of his enemies. The Clone Wars were never a war between the Republic and the Separatists. They were a 3-year-long ritual sacrifice designed to empower a Sith Lord and usher in a new age of darkness. And they succeeded in every conceivable way. The Umbara campaign stands as one of the most brutal and psychologically devastating chapters of the entire Clone Wars. A stark microcosm that laid bare the inherent horror, moral ambiguity, and tragic cost of a conflict orchestrated by a Sith Lord. It was a campaign where the enemy was not only the shadowy Umbaran militia, but also the very command structure of the Republic itself, and where the clone troopers, the supposed mindless soldiers of the Grand Army, were forced to confront their own agency, their humanity, and the terrifying reality of their existence. The mission was critical. Umbara, a planet shrouded in perpetual darkness and possessing a fiercely independent and technologically advanced culture, had joined the Separatists. Its strategic location made it a vital prize. Control would provide a key hyperspace route into the heart of Republic space. The 501st Legion, under the command of Anakin Skywalker, was tasked with leading the invasion, but Skywalker was abruptly recalled to Coruscant, leaving the battalion under the command of a newly assigned Jedi general, the infamous Pong Krell. General Pong Krell was a Besallisk, a 4-armed Jedi master known for his immense physical power and his ruthless, uncompromising approach to warfare. From the moment he took command, he established an atmosphere of fear and contempt. He openly despised the clone troopers, viewing them not as sentient beings, but as disposable assets, mere numbers to be spent in pursuit of victory. His command style was the antithesis of Anakin Skywalker's or Obi-Wan Kenobi's, where they led with respect and camaraderie. Krell ruled through intimidation and brutal discipline. He immediately implemented suicidal tactics, ordering frontal assaults against heavily fortified Umbran positions with no regard for clone casualties. He dismissed strategic advice from the experienced Captain Rex and the other clone officers, treating their hard-won expertise with derision. The tragedy deepened as Krell's orders became increasingly irrational and vicious. He deliberately pitted clone companies against each other. In one horrifying instance, he ordered the 501st to assault a position held by the 212th Attack Battalion, having provided false intelligence to both units that the other was an Umbran infiltrator squad. This led to a nightmarish friendly fire incident where brother shot at brother in the fog of war. Clones who had fought side by side across 100 battlefields were now killing each other on the orders of their Jedi general. The emotional toll was catastrophic. Troopers like Dogma struggled to reconcile their conditioning for absolute obedience with the obvious madness of their orders, while others like Fives and Hardcase began to openly question Krell's authority and motives. The core of the Umbara arc is the clone troopers, painful awakening to their own sentience and the moral prison of their programming. They were created to obey without question, but Krell's commands forced them to confront a terrible dilemma. Where does duty end and murder begin? The clones were not biological droids. They possessed distinct personalities, friendships, and a deep-seated sense of brotherhood. Watching Krell callously sacrifice their brothers shattered the illusion of their purpose. Captain Rex, the epitome of a loyal soldier, was torn apart, his duty to the chain of command clashing violently with his duty to protect the men under his care. His arc throughout the campaign is one of a man desperately trying to hold on to his faith in the system, while the system reveals itself to be monstrous. The rebellion was not a mutiny of disloyalty, but an act of moral necessity, led by the Arca Trooper Fives and the courageous Hardcase. A group of clones chose to disobey a direct order to save their brothers. They hatched a desperate plan to steal Umbran starfighters and destroy a key Separatist supply ship, a mission Krell had forbidden. The plan succeeded, but at the cost of Hardcase's life, who sacrificed himself to ensure the mission's success. This act of defiance, born of loyalty to their fellow clones rather than to a flawed commander, marked a pivotal moment. They had chosen their brothers over their code, their humanity over their programming. Krell's reaction to their success revealed his true nature. Rather than praise their initiative and victory, he had Fives and Jesse arrested for treason and sentenced them to execution. It was at this moment that the final veil dropped. Krell revealed his contempt not just for clones, but for the entire Republic. He unveiled his twisted belief that the Republic was already lost and that he intended to pledge himself to Count Dooku, believing the Sith valued strength above all. He had been deliberately trying to get as many clones killed as possible to prove his worth to the Separatists. The entire campaign, the meaningless slaughter, the fratricide, had been a perverted audition for a Sith Lord. The climax was a moment of heartbreaking necessity. The clones, led by Rex and the defiant Fives, were forced to turn their weapons on their commanding Jedi general. The ensuing hunt through the Umbran Citadel was a reversal of the entire Jedi clone dynamic. The hunters became the hunted. Krell, a terrifyingly powerful opponent, used his 4 lightsabers and mastery of Form V to cut down many of his former troops. He taunted them, challenging their conditioning and their morality. In the end, it was the Trooper Dogma, the one who had clung most rigidly to the rules, who was finally pushed too far. He seized a blaster and executed Krell, not in a fit of rage, but as the only logical conclusion to the Jedi's treason. The aftermath was one of silent trauma. The clones had saved themselves and won the campaign, but they were left psychologically shattered. They had been forced to kill their commander, a Jedi, to uphold the very principles he had betrayed. The event profoundly damaged their trust in the institution they served, and forced them to see themselves not as property, but as men. Umbara was a poison that seeped into the soul of the 501st, a stark preview of the galaxy-wide betrayal to come. It highlighted the ultimate evil of the war. It was not just Jedi leading clones. It was a Sith Lord using a fallen Jedi to force slaves to kill each other, all for his own amusement and strategic gain. The tragedy of Umbara was the war in its purest, most vile form. The Mandalorian Civil War was a complex and devastating conflict that served as a critical shadow theater within the larger Clone Wars, a stark example of how Darth Sidious's machinations extended far beyond the battle lines of the Republic and Separatists to corrupt and destabilize entire cultures. At its heart, the war was a brutal ideological struggle for the soul of Mandalore, pitting the radical pacifism of Duchess Satine Kryze's new Mandalorian government against various traditionalist factions who longed to return to their warrior heritage. This internal strife provided the perfect opening for external manipulation, ultimately allowing the shadow of the Sith to fall upon a world that had long prided itself on its independence and strength. The conflict's origins lay in the planet's traumatic past. The previous civil war, known as the Mandalorian Excision, had seen the planet glassed by the Jedi, leading Satine to embrace an absolute pacifist philosophy. She demilitarized Mandalore, disbanded the warrior clans, and sought to create a neutral society focused on art and diplomacy. However, this enforced peace was fragile. Many Mandalorians, particularly those in the outer sectors like Concordia, viewed the new Mandalorians as weak rulers who had betrayed their foundational identity. This simmering resentment was expertly exploited by Pre Vizsla, the leader of the traditionalist Death Watch and governor of Concordia. Vizsla, a descendant of the legendary Mandalore the Ultimate, saw Satine's rule as an embarrassment and dreamed of restoring Mandalore to its former martial glory. Initially, he allied with Count Dooku and the Separatists, using their resources to stage terrorist attacks and undermine the Duchess's authority. However, Death Watch's ambitions were dramatically hijacked by the unexpected return of Darth Maul, presumed dead since the Battle of Naboo. Maul, who had survived his bisection through sheer hatred and Sith alchemy, was no longer merely a Sith apprentice. He was a force of pure vengeance, cast aside by his master, and now intent on building his own power base to challenge both Sidious and the galaxy. Maul's strategy was brilliant and ruthless. He understood that raw power alone was not enough to control Mandalore. He needed to create a system of control that could topple Satine's government from within while appearing to answer the people's desires. He first defeated Pre Vizsla in single combat, claiming the legendary Darksaber and, by Mandalorian tradition, the leadership of Death Watch. He then forged a criminal alliance known as the Shadow Collective, uniting the Pike Syndicate, the Black Sun, and the Hutt clan under his banner. This gave him a massive, deniable military force outside of the Separatist or Republic armies. With this power, he orchestrated a masterful coup on Mandalore. His forces overwhelmed the planet's limited security forces, the new Mandalorian protectors, and he publicly exposed the corruption of Prime Minister Olmec, replacing him with a puppet ruler and placing Satine under arrest. The Republic, bound by its own laws and Satine's strict neutrality, could not officially intervene with a military force. This forced Obi-Wan Kenobi to undertake a lone, desperate rescue mission. His arrival on Mandalore set the stage for a deeply personal and tragic confrontation. Obi-Wan and Satine shared a profound history, a deep, respectful love that had been forsaken for their duties. Their reunion was overshadowed by the grim reality of Maul's takeover. Maul, understanding the psychological power of cruelty, used Satine as a pawn to torment his old enemy. He knew that hurting Kenobi was more satisfying than any military victory. He staged a public execution in the throne room, Knowing Obi-Wan would attempt a rescue, the downfall of Duchess Satine was the emotional core of the conflict. A moment of profound tragedy that symbolized the death of Mandalorian pacifism, captured and brought before Maul. She remained defiantly principled until the end, even as Maul taunted Kenobi. He revealed his ultimate goal was not merely a planet, but to make Obi-Wan suffer as he had suffered in a final cruel act. Maul used the Darksaber to murder Satine in Obi-Wan's arms. Her last words were not of fear or regret, but a reaffirmation of her love and her beliefs, stating that she would have left her life of duty for him. This act was designed to break Kenobi's spirit, but it also served a strategic purpose. It eliminated the moral heart of the opposition and cemented Maul's reputation for terrifying brutality. However, Maul's rule was inherently unstable. His methods alienated his allies, the Mandalorian people, who had desired a return to tradition, found themselves ruled by an outsider who commanded through fear and an army of foreign criminals. This discontent allowed a new faction to rise, led by Bo-Katan Kryze, Satine's sister and a former member of Death Watch. Appalled by Maul's alien rule and the death of her sister, Bo-Katan refused to follow him. She rallied the Loyalist Night Owls and other Death Watch factions who believed a Mandalorian should rule Mandalore. This sparked a new civil war within the Civil War, pitting Maul's Shadow Collective and Loyalist Death Watch against Bo-Katan's rebellion. The situation forced the Republic's hand. With the planet in chaos and a Sith Lord in control, Chancellor Palpatine authorized a covert mission. Captain Rex and a contingent of the 501st Legion, including the newly returned Ahsoka Tano, were sent to assist Bo-Katan in liberating her world. The ensuing battle saw Republic clone troopers fighting alongside Mandalorian rebels against Maul's forces. The conflict ended with Maul being captured by Darth Sidious himself in a terrifying display of Sith power. But the victory was hollow. Mandalore was left shattered and occupied by the Republic, its neutrality and independence completely destroyed. The Mandalorian Civil War was a devastating tragedy with no true victors. It destroyed the pacifist dream of Duchess Satine, corrupted the traditionalist aspirations of Death Watch, and ultimately made Mandalore a client state of the very Republic it sought to avoid. It was a perfect example of how the Clone Wars consumed everything they touched, twisting noble ideals into excuses for violence and leaving only ashes in their wake. The conflict proved that in a galaxy ruled by a Sith Lord, there was no room for neutrality, only subjugation. The Siege of Mandalore stands as one of the most pivotal and tragic military campaigns of the Clone Wars, a brilliantly orchestrated, yet ultimately doomed, operation that unfolded in parallel to the final, catastrophic events on Coruscant and the Outer Rim that would seal the fate of the Jedi Order and the galaxy itself. This conflict was unique. It was not a Republic initiative, but a personal mission of redemption and justice. Born from a plea by Bo-Katan, Kryze to the one person she believed could help liberate her world from the tyrannical rule of the Shadow Collective. Ahsoka Tano, though she had left the Jedi Order, could not ignore the suffering of a people or the threat posed by her old enemy, Darth Maul. Her agreement to help came with a critical condition. She would need the support of the 501st Legion, her old battalion, to have any chance of success. This request placed her on a direct collision course with her past and the institution she had rejected, leading to a tense meeting with her former master, Anakin Skywalker, who, despite the Council's misgivings, secured the Republic's backing for the campaign. He entrusted her with the command of the 501st, a profound gesture of his unwavering faith in her abilities, and assigned his most trusted captain, Rex, to serve at her side. The campaign began with a daring orbital insertion, Ahsoka and Rex leading the 501st in a dramatic assault on the Mandalorian capital, Sundari. The strategy was a masterpiece of tactical planning, combining precise aerial bombardment with targeted ground assaults to isolate Maul's forces. Ahsoka, now operating not as a Jedi commander, but as a citizen volunteer, codenamed Fulcrum, proved to be a more effective and respected leader than ever before. Her decisions were sharp, her instincts honed by her experiences outside the Jedi Order, and her bond with the clone troopers, particularly Captain Rex, was deeper than mere military hierarchy. It was a partnership built on mutual respect and shared trauma. They fought not for the Republic, but for each other and for the liberation of Mandalore. The central objective was the capture of Darth Maul. Ahsoka knew that defeating his forces would be meaningless without capturing their leader. Maul, for his part, was not merely waiting to be besieged. He was a master tactician who had foreseen the Republic's involvement. He had turned the streets of Sundari into a deadly maze of traps and ambushes, using his Mandalorian loyalists and the monstrous, genetically altered warriors of his Shadow Collective to bleed the 501st Legion. However, his primary focus was not on winning the battle, but on the larger cosmic shift he sensed in the Force. He felt the dark side converging towards a single, terrible event, the imminent revenge of his former master, Darth Sidious. The climactic confrontation occurred in the throne room of Sundari, the very place where Maul had murdered Duchess Satine Ahsoka, having isolated Maul, engaged him in a ferocious duel that was a physical manifestation of their ideological conflict. It was not a battle between a Jedi and a Sith, but between two outcasts, two individuals who had been used and discarded by the institutions they once served. Their fight was a breathtaking display of acrobatic skill and raw power, moving through the corridors and ventilation shafts of the palace. Maul, during the duel, tried to warn Ahsoka. He revealed his terrifying vision of Sidious's plan. He sensed Anakin Skywalker's turn to the dark side and the coming destruction of the Jedi. He pleaded with Ahsoka to join him, to unite against the true Sith Lord. "You are all going to burn. We are all going to die," he screamed. His words not a threat, but a desperate prophecy. Ahsoka, refusing to believe his claims or ally with a monster, ultimately triumphed, using her wits and skills to outmaneuver Maul and finally capture him in a ray shield. It was a hard-won victory, but as she stood over her captured foe, the true horror began. Across the galaxy, Darth Sidious initiated Order 66. The command signal was transmitted to every clone trooper, activating the secret inhibitor chips in their brains and overriding their free will with a single programmed directive: execute all Jedi. On Mandalore, the effect was instantaneous and devastating. The loyal troopers of the 501st, the men Ahsoka had just led to victory, the brothers she had fought alongside, suddenly turned on her, their helmets swiveling towards her, their blasters raising in unison. The siege of Mandalore instantly transformed from a liberation into a desperate fight for survival. Ahsoka and Rex, who was fighting his own programming with every ounce of his will, found themselves hunted by their own army. The Liberation Force became an occupation army, its sole purpose now the elimination of its former commander. The following sequences are a masterclass of tension and tragedy. Ahsoka, forced to fight the men she called friends, avoids killing them, using only non-lethal tactics to disable them. She and a struggling Rex fight their way to a communications tower, where they discover the chilling truth. The inhibitor chips are the source of the control, with no other choice. They brave a medbay under the control of their own troops to secure the medical equipment needed to remove Rex's chip. This procedure, performed in the heat of battle, saves Rex's mind and confirms the terrible conspiracy. The final act of the siege was not a battle, but an escape. Ahsoka and Rex, now alone against an entire legion, managed to reach a Venator-class Star Destroyer, the Tribunal, and flee the system. But the nightmare followed them into space. Aboard the ship, they were surrounded by the very clones they had escaped. In a final, heartbreaking confrontation, Ahsoka was forced to fight her way to the bridge to regain control of the ship. The conclusion was a somber funeral for the fallen. Ahsoka and Rex, the only survivors, crashed the ship on a remote moon. They placed the bodies of the clone troopers, their friends, in a mass grave, and among them, Ahsoka left her lightsabers, a final symbolic farewell to her past life. The siege of Mandalore was a tactical victory that became a spiritual defeat. It liberated a world from one tyrant only to deliver it to an empire, and it served as the brutal, personal introduction to the new galactic Dark Age for two of the war's greatest heroes. The Jedi Order's tragic failure to perceive the Sith plot unfolding around them stands as a central tragedy of the Clone Wars, a catastrophic blindness born not from a lack of power, but from a combination of institutional arrogance, political entanglement, and a fundamental compromise of their core principles that left them vulnerable to the very darkness they sought to defeat. This failure was multifaceted, rooted in their inability to sense the Sith Lord operating at the heart of the Republic, their unquestioning acceptance of a slave army created by mysterious means, and their willing transformation from peacekeepers into military generals, a role that eroded their spiritual connection to the Force and made them instruments of a very conflict they were meant to resolve. The origins of this blindness can be traced to the era preceding the war. 1,000 years of peace had made the Jedi complacent. They had become administrators and diplomats, their connection to the living Force weakened by dogma and bureaucracy. Their ability to perceive subtle manipulations of the dark side had atrophied, leaving them vulnerable to the masterful shroud of darkness Darth Sidious cast over the Force, a shroud specifically designed to cloud their vision and hide his presence. The most glaring symbol of their failure was their handling of the clone army, discovered on Kamino just as the Separatist crisis erupted into open war. The army was a miracle solution, presented at their most desperate hour, a ready-made military force that could save the Republic from immediate annihilation. Yet, the origins of this army were profoundly suspicious. It had been commissioned by a dead Jedi Master, Sifo Dyas, using the genetic template of a bounty hunter with known Separatist ties, and paid for with unaccounted-for Republic credits. Any objective analysis would have revealed a conspiracy of staggering proportions. But the Jedi, under immense pressure and facing what they perceived as an existential threat, chose to accept this gift without conducting a thorough investigation. They asked questions, but they did not demand answers. They expressed concerns, but they did not act on them. Their need to protect the Republic overrode their duty to seek the truth. This acceptance represented a profound moral compromise. The Jedi, who stood against slavery and oppression, became the commanding officers of an army of slaves, millions of sentient beings bred for combat, programmed for obedience, and stripped of any autonomy. The clones were not volunteers, they were property, referred to as units, and considered expendable assets by the very government they died to protect. The Jedi formed bonds with their troopers. They respected them as individuals, but they never fundamentally questioned the system that created them. They became complicit in the galaxy's largest-scale enslavement, using these men to fight a war for freedom while denying them their own. This paradox haunted more thoughtful Jedi like Obi-Wan Kenobi and Plo Koon, but the Order as a whole never seriously debated the ethics of leading the army. They simply accepted it as a military necessity, a pragmatic choice that betrayed their moral foundation. Their role as generals further clouded their judgment and disconnected them from the Force. Jedi are meant to be guardians of peace, using their lightsabers for defense, never for attack. Yet, as generals, they were thrust into the heart of offensive operations, planning invasions, leading assaults, and making tactical decisions that resulted in the deaths of thousands. This constant engagement in violence and warfare, the need to make cold, calculated decisions for the greater good, drew them closer to the dark side. They became soldiers, not monks, warriors, not peacekeepers. The serene detachment taught by the Jedi Code was replaced by the stress of command and the trauma of loss, making it increasingly difficult for them to find the inner peace necessary to clearly perceive the Force. Their focus shifted from spiritual guidance to military strategy, from sensing the will of the Force to reading battlefield holograms. This spiritual decay was compounded by their deep entanglement in Republic politics. Stationed on Coruscant, the Jedi Temple became an adjunct to the Senate and the office of the Chancellor. They served as bodyguards, investigators, and enforcers for the government, blurring the line between serving the Force and serving the state. This made them vulnerable to political manipulation, most notably from Chancellor Palpatine, who skillfully used his office to influence their decisions, pressure them into compromises, and slowly erode their independence. By the time they grew suspicious of him, it was too late. They were so deeply embedded in his power structure that any move against him appeared to be Jedi coup rather than an arrest of a Sith Lord. Their greatest and most specific failure was their treatment of Anakin Skywalker. They sensed the fear and anger within him. They knew he was emotionally compromised and dangerously powerful, yet their response was to mistrust him, isolate him, and deny him the rank of master, rather than to offer him the guidance and support he desperately needed. This pushed him further toward Palpatine, the one figure who offered him validation and sympathy. Their blindness to the Sith Lord's manipulation of their most vulnerable member was the final, fatal flaw in their defenses. In the end, the Jedi were defeated not because they were weak, but because they had strayed so far from their path that they could no longer see the threat standing right beside them. They were so busy fighting a war for the Republic that they failed to notice they were leading its army into a Sith trap. Their lightsabers were active, but their vision was clouded, and their fall was the direct result of the principles they had sacrificed on the altar of military victory. The final days of the Clone Wars represented the meticulously orchestrated crescendo of Darth Sidious's grand plan, a rapid and devastating sequence of events where the Republic, the Jedi Order, and Anakin Skywalker's soul were simultaneously dismantled and reborn into the machinery of the Galactic Empire. This period was characterized by a deliberate tightening of the noose, with Sidious engineering crises that forced his enemies into positions of weakness, while maneuvering his apprentice into the final, fateful choice between the light and the dark. The opening act of this tragedy was the audacious kidnapping of Chancellor Palpatine by General Grievous over Coruscant, an event staged by Sidious himself to create a scenario that would showcase Anakin's heroism, further bind the young Jedi to him, and eliminate the last remaining loose end of his separatist proxies. The rescue mission, culminating in the duel aboard the Invisible Hand and Anakin's execution of a defeated Count Dooku at Sidious's whispered prompting, was a critical moral failure. It was the first time Anakin had taken a life in cold blood, crossing a line that would make subsequent betrayals easier, and it reinforced his reliance on Sidious's guidance in moments of extreme pressure. Upon their triumphant return to Coruscant, Sidious immediately began leveraging the crisis to amass more power, while simultaneously preying on Anakin's greatest fear, his visions of Padme Amidala dying in childbirth. He dangled the promise of forbidden Sith knowledge, the power to cheat death that Darth Plagueis had possessed, as the ultimate temptation. Knowing Anakin's love for his wife was the key that would unlock his turn to the dark side. This manipulation occurred against a backdrop of growing Jedi suspicion. The Council, increasingly aware of a dark side influence shrouding the Chancellor, committed its own fatal error. They tasked the emotionally compromised and distrustful Anakin to spy on Palpatine, a decision that made him feel like a traitor to his friend and mentor and pushed him further into the Chancellor's waiting arms. The stage was now set for the final confrontation. The Jedi had sensed the Sith Lord's presence, but failed to identify him, and their chosen instrument of investigation was primed for betrayal. The end began with the naming of Grievous's location. Sidious delivered this information to the Jedi, knowing it would force them to make their move. As he had always planned, Master Mace Windu, acting on the authority of the Jedi Council, led a strike team to arrest the Chancellor, while Anakin waited anxiously in the Jedi Temple, torn between his loyalty to the Order and his desperate need to save Padme. When Windu contacted him from the Chancellor's office, stating that Palpatine was the Sith Lord and that he was too dangerous to be left alive, Anakin's choice was made. He rushed to the office not to aid the arrest, but to save the only person he believed could grant him the power to save his wife. He arrived to find the other Jedi Masters dead, and Windu standing over a seemingly helpless Palpatine, his lightsaber raised for the killing blow. Anakin's intervention, his decision to sever Mace Windu's hand, was the point of no return. It was the ultimate betrayal of the Jedi Order, an act that allowed Sidious to kill Windu, and then immediately claim Anakin as his new apprentice, Darth Vader. This moment was the fulcrum upon which the galaxy turned, with Windu's death. The last organized resistance to Sidious within the Jedi Order was eliminated, and Anakin had fully committed himself to the dark side in the vain hope of gaining the power to prevent death. Sidious did not hesitate. He immediately issued Order 66 to the clone commanders across the galaxy. The command signal activated the inhibitor chips, turning the loyal clone troopers into ruthless Jedi killers. The execution of Order 66 was a galaxy-wide massacre of breathtaking efficiency and horror. Jedi Masters and Padawans, who moments before had been fighting alongside their clone troops, were mercilessly gunned down from behind on worlds like Majito, Felucia, Cato Neimoidia, and Utapau. Heroes of the Republic fell to the weapons of the men they called brothers. The scene on Kashyyyk, where Yoda felt the deaths of thousands of Jedi through the Force and barely escaped his own clone troopers, symbolized the utter totality of the betrayal. Simultaneously, on Coruscant, Anakin, now Darth Vader, led the 501st Legion on an assault against the Jedi Temple, personally cutting down every Jedi in his path, including younglings, to prove his loyalty to his new master and to symbolically destroy his past. The fall of the Jedi was compounded by the end of the Republic. In the immediate aftermath of the Jedi Rebellion, Sidious addressed the Senate. He presented a fabricated story of Jedi treachery and announced the reorganization of the Republic into the First Galactic Empire. With himself as Emperor, the Senate, fearful and manipulated, cheered the death of democracy and the birth of a new order. The institution that had stood for 25,000 years voted itself out of existence in a moment of collective panic. The final act of the war was Vader's mission to Mustafar, where he slaughtered the Separatist leadership, deactivating the droid armies, and ending the conflict that had served its purpose. He had brought peace, security, and order to the new empire, just as his master had promised, but at the cost of his humanity, his wife's trust, and his soul. The fall was absolute. The Jedi were all but extinct, the Republic was dead, and the Sith ruled unchallenged. The Chosen One had not brought balance. He had become the enforcer of the greatest imbalance the galaxy had ever known. The tragedy was complete, a testament to how 1,000 years of Jedi tradition and wisdom could be undone by a single, perfectly executed Sith plot that exploited their every weakness and compromise. The execution of Order 66 stands as the most devastatingly efficient genocide in galactic history. A single command that transformed the army of the Republic into an instrument of extermination, erasing a millennia-old order of peacekeepers in a matter of hours through cold, systematic betrayal. The command itself was not merely a verbal order, but a specific directive embedded within the secret contingency orders every clone trooper knew by number. When Chancellor Palpatine uttered the words, "Execute Order 66" to his commanders, it triggered a biochip implanted in every clone's brain, a biological safeguard that overrode their free will, suppressed their personal bonds and memories, and replaced their individuality with a single programmed imperative: eliminate all Jedi as traitors to the Republic. This activation was not a suggestion or a request. It was a neurological command that turned brothers in arms into ruthless executioners without hesitation or remorse. The horror of the Purge lay in its intimacy and its simultaneity across thousands of battlefields, transport ships, and command centers. Jedi who had just been fighting alongside their loyal clone troopers found themselves suddenly and inexplicably targeted by the very soldiers they had led. trusted, and considered friends. On the rainy world of Maijito, Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi was cut down mid-sentence by his own legion, his final moments a look of pure confusion and betrayal. On the jungle planet of Felucia, the vibrant Ayla Secura was gunned down from behind by the troopers of the 327th Star Corps. Her death felt as a sharp disturbance in the Force by her fellow Jedi. On the bridge of his Star Destroyer above Cato Neimoidia, Plo Koon's Jedi starfighter was shot down by his own wingman, exploding in a silent fireball against the planet's sky. The brutality was absolute, and the shock of the betrayal was a weapon in itself. Most Jedi died before they could even comprehend what was happening. Their last thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and heartbreak. The immediate aftermath was a galaxy plunged into absolute darkness. The few Jedi who survived the initial onslaught did so through sheer luck, immense power, or heartbreaking sacrifice. Master Yoda, on Kashyyyk, felt the deaths of thousands of his brethren through the Force, a psychic scream of agony that nearly felled him. His survival was due to his profound connection to the Force, allowing him to sense the shift in the clones' intentions moments before they fired, and the intervention of the Wookiee Chewbacca, who helped him eliminate his attackers and escape. Obi-Wan Kenobi, on the volcanic world of Utapau, survived the attempt on his life by his trusted commander, Cody. Through a combination of quick reflexes and the same luck that had always followed him, his fall into the waters below, and his subsequent escape on the dragon-like Varactal Boga was a narrow escape from certain death. Other survivors emerged through similar miracles and tragedies. Kanan Jarrus, then known as Caleb Doom, was saved by his master, Deepa Bilaba, who sacrificed herself to hold off their clone battalion long enough for him to flee into the wilderness. Ahsoka Tano, aboard a Venator-class Star Destroyer above Mandalore, was saved by Captain Rex, who fought his programming long enough to warn her. Together they managed to remove his control chip and stage a desperate escape. These survivors, however, were the rare exceptions. Thousands of Jedi, including nearly every youngling and Padawan in the temple, were systematically eliminated. The Jedi Temple on Coruscant became a charnel house, its halls desecrated by the boots of the 501st Legion and the lightsaber of Anakin Skywalker, who personally led the assault and slaughtered the children hiding in the council chamber. The purge did not end with the clones' initial attacks. It evolved into a prolonged and relentless hunting season known as the Great Jedi Purge. The newly formed Galactic Empire established the Inquisitorius, a force of fallen Jedi and dark side adepts tasked specifically with hunting down and eliminating any Jedi who had survived. Order 66, led by Darth Vader. These Inquisitors scoured the galaxy, using Jedi artifacts and captured holocrons to track their former comrades. The message was clear. There would be no sanctuary, no mercy. The Empire would not rest until every last trace of the Jedi Order was erased from history. The survivors were forced into exile, hiding their identities, suppressing their connection to the Force, and living in constant fear. The noble guardians of the galaxy had become its most wanted fugitives. The psychological impact on the clones themselves, once the inhibitor chip's influence waned, was often catastrophic. Many were left with fragmented memories and a deep, unshakable guilt for actions they were forced to commit, but could not fully remember or understand. Captain Rex, once the chip was removed, was haunted by the phantom echoes of the Order and the horror of what he had nearly done. For the galaxy at large, the purge was sold as a necessary act, the elimination of a corrupt and treacherous religious cult that had attempted to overthrow the government. The public, already weary of war and manipulated by propaganda, largely accepted this narrative. The Jedi were quickly transformed from heroes into villains in the collective memory. Order 66 was more than a military command. It was the surgical removal of the Republic's conscience, the silencing of its most critical voices, and the final, brutal step in the Sith plan to ensure their rule would never again be challenged by the light side of the Force. The galaxy was now truly dark. and the Age of the Jedi was over. Chapter 3. The Age of the Empire, 19 BBY, 4 AB. The proclamation of the New Order and the birth of the Galactic Empire was not a sudden revolution, but the final, logical culmination of a meticulously executed plan, a seamless and terrifying transition that transformed a decaying republic into a brutal dictatorship with breathtaking speed and efficiency. In the immediate aftermath of the fabricated Jedi Rebellion and the execution of Order 66, Chancellor Sheev Palpatine moved with precision to consolidate his absolute power, leveraging the crisis he had engineered to dismantle every vestige of democratic governance and replace it with a system of totalitarian control. His first and most critical act was addressing the emergency session of the Galactic Senate, where he stood before the assembled representatives, not as a leader in crisis, but as an emperor in waiting. He presented a masterful narrative of tragedy and salvation, weaving together the lies of Jedi treachery with his own supposed miraculous survival. He spoke of the need for security, for order, for a strong, unified government to prevent such a catastrophe from ever happening again. And with the charismatic authority of a wartime leader and the dark side power of mass manipulation, he declared the Republic reorganized into the First Galactic Empire, with himself as emperor for life. The response was not dissent, but thunderous applause. The Senate, comprised of representatives who were fearful, complicit, or ambitious, cheered the death of their own institution. They traded their liberty for the promise of safety, willingly surrendering their power to the very man who had orchestrated the chaos that frightened them. This act demonstrated Sidious's supreme understanding of political power. He knew that a population traumatized by war would readily accept authoritarianism if it was packaged as protection, and he gave the Senate the illusion of choice in their own dissolution. With the Senate's symbolic blessing, he immediately began restructuring the government. He dissolved the Imperial Senate's executive powers, transferring absolute authority to regional governors and military officials, each personally loyal to him. This system of Moffs and Grand Moffs created a direct chain of command that bypassed any form of planetary representation, ensuring that all power flowed directly from the imperial throne. The legal framework for this tyranny was established through a series of decrees and executive orders that systematically criminalized dissent and enshrined discrimination. The Imperial Security Bureau was created as a secret police force to monitor citizens, root out sedition, and enforce ideological purity. The Commission for the Preservation of the New Order became a vast cultural and social engine designed to propagandize the populace, promoting humanocentrism and imperial loyalty from childhood through organizations like the Imperial Youth Program. Non-human species were systematically stripped of rights, enslaved or relocated, as the Empire embraced a doctrine of human supremacy that alienated vast swaths of the galactic population. The military, once a defense force, was expanded into a monstrous instrument of oppression, with the Stormtrooper Corps replacing the clone troopers as the faceless, ubiquitous enforcers of imperial will, their white armor symbolizing the sterile, impersonal nature of the new regime. Sidious's genius lay in his use of existing infrastructure. He did not smash the Republic, he corrupted it from within. The same bureaucracies that once served democracy now serve the Empire, processing permits, tracking dissidents, and managing the machinery of control. The galactic economy was retooled for military production and resource extraction, with powerful corporations like QED Drive Yards and Senior Fleet Systems becoming arms of the state, building the Star Destroyers and TIE fighters that would project imperial power to every corner of the galaxy. Worlds that had known freedom were now occupied, their cultures suppressed, their resources plundered to feed the ever-growing war machine. The message was clear. Uniformity was mandatory, individuality was suspect, and loyalty to the Emperor was the only virtue. The establishment of the Empire was a masterclass in totalitarian takeover. It was not a violent coup, but a societal shift. a galaxy willingly walking into a cage because the door was held open by a man who promised to protect them from the monsters he himself had created. This new government was not a simple change of name, but a fundamental rewriting of galactic society's core principles. Where the Republic valued debate and representation, the Empire valued obedience and efficiency. Where the Republic celebrated diverse cultures and species, the Empire enforced a rigid human-dominated conformity. The goal was to create a system so vast and so intimidating that resistance would seem not just futile, but irrational. The Emperor himself became a near-mythic figure, a reclusive ruler who governed from the shadows of his imperial palace, which was built upon the sacred ruins of the Jedi Temple, a deliberate architectural insult to the old order. His public appearances were rare and carefully staged, enhancing his aura of omnipotence and mystery. He ruled through a combination of fear, dark side manipulation, and a cult of personality that portrayed him as the sole savior of the galaxy. The Senate was allowed to exist for a time as a symbolic, toothless body, a comforting illusion of continuity that helped pacify the core worlds. But its power was completely hollowed out. Its real function was to rubber stamp the Emperor's will and provide a veneer of legitimacy to his decrees. This too would eventually be dissolved, as the Moff system became fully capable of governing through fear alone. The Tarkin Doctrine, named for the ruthless Grand Moff Wilhuff Tarkin, became the Empire's guiding military and political philosophy. It stated that fear of force was a more effective tool of control than force itself. This led to the development of massive, terror-inspiring weapons like the Death Star, which was designed to be the ultimate embodiment of this principle, a tool capable of destroying entire worlds to keep thousands of others in line. The establishment of the Empire was therefore a complete and total victory for the Sith. It was the institutionalization of the dark side, a government built upon a foundation of fear, oppression, and the absolute belief that power was the only true authority in the galaxy. The execution of Order 66 was not the end of the Sith's vendetta against the Jedi Order. It was merely the end of the beginning, a successful culling of the herd that paved the way for a far more personalized and protracted campaign of extermination, a grim era known as the Great Jedi Purge. This was not a task that could be left to clone troopers or standard Imperial military forces. The surviving Jedi were too powerful, too cunning, and too dangerous to be hunted by conventional means. To address this threat, Emperor Palpatine established a specialized and terrifying instrument of persecution. The Inquisitorius, a cadre of dark side agents drawn from the ranks of fallen Jedi, failed apprentices, and Force-sensitive individuals broken and remade into loyal hunters of their former kin. Operating from a hidden fortress on the molten world of Mustafar, under the direct command of Darth Vader, the Inquisitors were tasked with one singular mission: to scour the galaxy, find any surviving Jedi, and eliminate them without mercy or exception. The Inquisitorius was a masterpiece of Sith cruelty and psychological warfare. Its members, such as the Second Sister, the Fifth Brother, and the Ninth Sister, were not merely dark side users. They were living weapons forged in pain and betrayal. Many were former Jedi Padawans who had been captured and tortured until their will was broken, then twisted into servants of the Empire through a combination of dark side teachings, cybernetic enhancements, and the constant threat of annihilation by Vader himself should they fail. They were given ranks instead of names, further stripping them of their identities and binding them to their function. They wielded unique double-bladed spinning lightsabers, a perversion of Jedi tradition designed to intimidate and disorient their prey. Their methods were systematic and brutal. They would descend upon a world, often using captured Jedi artifacts or holocrons as bait, and unleash a wave of terror, interrogating civilians, torturing suspects, and leaving a trail of bodies in their wake, all to uncover the faintest whisper of a Jedi's presence. Leading this relentless pursuit was Darth Vader, the Emperor's Fist, for whom the Purge was a personal crusade of atonement and rage. Every Jedi he cut down was an attempt to silence the ghost of Anakin Skywalker, to prove his absolute commitment to the dark side, and to extinguish the last remnants of the life he had destroyed. Vader's approach was different from the Inquisitors. He did not hunt for scraps of information. He often sensed disturbances in the Force, or investigated rumors of miraculous escapes and acts of heroism that bore the hallmark of Jedi involvement. His appearances were catastrophic events. When Vader arrived on a planet, it was not for an investigation, it was for an execution. He would carve through local security forces, rebel cells, and any unfortunate bystanders who stood between him and his target with a cold, mechanical efficiency that was far more terrifying than the Inquisitors. Theatrical brutality. The experiences of the Jedi survivors during this period were universally marked by paranoia, isolation, and profound loss. They were forced into a desperate existence, constantly on the move, marrying their lightsabers and severing their connection to the Force to avoid detection. Some, like Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi, chose exile on remote, desolate worlds like Tatooine, becoming hermits who watched over a future hope while shielding themselves from the galactic darkness. Others, like former Padawan Kanan Jarrus, lived a nomadic life, adopting new identities and living on the fringes of society, their skills used for survival rather than peacekeeping. A rare few, like Ahsoka Tano, operated in the shadows, using their training to aid fledgling resistance movements under code names like Fulcrum, but always careful to never reveal their true nature or draw the attention of the Inquisitors. The constant fear of discovery was a psychological torture in itself. Every use of the Force, no matter how minor, was a risk that could bring the hunters to their door. Trust was a luxury none could afford, and the weight of their extinguished order was a burden they carried alone. The hunt was a complex web of near misses, tragic captures, and narrow escapes. The Inquisitors scored significant victories. They tracked down and killed numerous Jedi who had survived the initial purge, including masters like Luminara Unduli, whose preserved form was used as a trap to lure other survivors. However, the hunters also suffered defeats that exposed the flaws in their program. Jedi like Kanan Jarrus and his Padawan Ezra Bridger, operating out of the nascent rebel cell known as the Spectres, repeatedly evaded and even defeated Inquisitors, proving that the light side could still triumph even in this dark age. These failures often resulted in vicious reprisals from Vader, who viewed the Inquisitors as disposable tools, readily executing them for incompetence as a warning to the others. The ultimate failure of the Inquisitores, however, was inherent in its design. The Inquisitors were driven by fear of Vader and a twisted competition for favor, rather than the serene focus of the Jedi. This made them prone to overconfidence, infighting, and ultimately defeat by Jedi who had embraced their exile not as a weakness, but as a path to a deeper understanding of the Force. The hunt gradually dwindled as the years passed. The number of surviving Jedi became so small that the Inquisitorius was deemed less necessary. Its members were gradually eliminated by their prey, by rebels or by Vader himself. Yet for nearly 2 decades, the Great Jedi Purge cast a long and terrifying shadow across the galaxy. It ensured that the word Jedi became a myth or a fairy tale, a dangerous memory to be whispered in secret. It was a relentless and brutal effort to ensure that the light of the Jedi Order would be extinguished forever, a goal that, despite its apparent success, ultimately failed due to the resilience of hope and the enduring strength of the light side of the Force. The rise of the Galactic Empire was met not with universal acceptance, but with a slow, simmering resistance that began as isolated sparks of defiance before coalescing into a galaxy-wide fire of rebellion. The seeds of this movement were sown in the very first moments of Sidious's new order. Born from the ashes of the Republic, he had destroyed and watered by the blood of those who refused to bow to tyranny. This initial opposition was not a unified force, but a scattered and fragmented collection of disparate cells, groups and individuals, each motivated by personal loss, political idealism, or a simple, unwavering belief in freedom. Their origins were as varied as the galaxy itself, emerging from the core worlds to the outer rim, each cell operating in isolation, unaware of the others, yet collectively forming the nascent nervous system of a future alliance. The first and most potent seeds were planted by those who witnessed the Empire's birth firsthand, former senators like Bail Organa of Alderaan and Mon Mothma of Chandrila, who had been in the gallery when Palpatine declared himself Emperor. Recognizing the grave threat to galactic liberty, they chose to work from within the system initially, using their political immunity and diplomatic status to covertly aid dissenters, funnel resources to fledgling resistance groups, and forge a secret network of allies within the Imperial bureaucracy. Their homes became hubs of clandestine activity, with Organa's palace on Alderaan serving as a secret waypoint for Jedi fugitives and political exiles, while Mon Mothma used her political influence to slow Imperial legislation and protect vulnerable systems from the worst of the Emperor's decrees. This political resistance provided the essential backbone and funding for the more militant cells that were emerging elsewhere. In the corporate and industrial sectors, resistance took a different form: the brutal nationalization of commerce and the Empire's relentless demand for resources crippled independent businesses and fueled resentment. Figures like Senator Garmbel Iblis of Corellia, a staunch militarist and patriot, began secretly diverting shipbuilding resources to construct a rebel fleet, while engineers and technicians, disgusted by the Empire's weapons projects, smuggled out schematics and sabotaged production lines. On worlds like Mon Cala, the subjugation of the aquatic species and the attempted conscription of their famous shipyards into the Imperial war machine led to open, though initially unsuccessful, rebellion, an event that would later make the Mon Calamari and their resilient Admiral Akbar some of the rebellion's most crucial allies. For the common citizen, rebellion was often a matter of daily survival and quiet defiance. On occupied worlds like Riloth, where the Twi'lek suffered under brutal Imperial resource stripping, resistance fighters like Cam Syndulla waged a relentless guerrilla war against stormtrooper garrisons, smugglers, pirates, and fringe operators, once concerned only with profit, found themselves drawn into the conflict. The Empire's heavy-handed regulation of hyperspace routes and seizure of cargoes pushed them into opposition. Figures like Han Solo and Chewbacca initially pursued their own interests, but their actions inadvertently disrupted Imperial operations and aided those fleeing oppression. The spiritual core of the early rebellion, however, lay with the survivors of the Jedi Purge. While many went into hiding, a few could not ignore the suffering of the galaxy. Ahsoka Tano, operating under the codename Fulcrum, became a critical linchpin, using her skills to coordinate between various isolated cells, relay intelligence, and ensure that vital supplies reached the neediest groups. Her work was dangerous and shadowy, a testament to the fact that the fight against the Empire required moving in the darkness it had created. Other Force-sensitive individuals, not trained as Jedi, but feeling the call to fight injustice, also emerged, such as the young Ezra Bridger on Lothal, whose innate abilities made him a target for the Empire and a beacon of hope for his local cell. This period was marked by immense challenge and constant peril. The rebel cells were chronically underfunded, outgunned, and perpetually on the verge of discovery by the ISB or the Inquisitors. Communication was incredibly difficult, as the Empire monitored all official channels. Trust was a rare commodity, as Imperial agents provocateurs frequently attempted to infiltrate cells to wipe them out. Most early actions were not grand battles, but small acts of sabotage, intelligence gathering, and humanitarian aid, helping communities devastated by Imperial policies and slowly building a base of popular support. The phrase Rebel Alliance did not yet exist. It was a dream, a whispered hope shared by those who believed the galaxy could be freed. The true turning point The moment these scattered seeds began to grow into a connected network was the formal declaration of rebellion. This was not a single event, but a process. A series of secret meetings and fraught alliances brokered by Bail Organa, Mon Mothma, and their agents. It culminated in the eventual, formal unification of these disparate factions into a cohesive military and political force, the Alliance to Restore the Republic. This was the moment the sparks became a flame, the moment the isolated cries for freedom became a unified voice demanding the return of light to a galaxy shrouded in imperial darkness. The seeds of rebellion, nurtured by sacrifice and courage, had finally taken root, and despite the overwhelming power of the Empire, they would not be stopped. The formation of these early cells was a testament to the enduring spirit of liberty that the Empire could not extinguish. From the political salons of Alderaan to the dusty streets of Lothal, from the shipyards of Corellia to the slave pits of Kessel, individuals from every walk of life made the conscious choice to resist. They shared no central leader, no common battle plan, only a shared conviction that the Emperor's peace was a lie built on fear and oppression. Their struggles were often lonely and seemingly futile. A single speeder sabotaging a convoy here, a stolen data chip containing troop deployments there, but each act, no matter how small, was a refusal to accept the new order, a stone added to the foundation upon which the Rebel Alliance would eventually stand. It was a silent war fought in shadows before the first X-Wing ever flew against a Star Destroyer. A war of belief that proved the Empire's greatest weakness was its inability to truly conquer the hearts of its subjects. The formal declaration of the Alliance to Restore the Republic marked a critical transition from isolated resistance to open warfare. Yet the first major conflicts of the Galactic Civil War were not the grand fleet engagements of later years, but desperate, brutal struggles for survival that tested the fledgling rebellion's resolve, resources, and very right to exist. This early phase was characterized by asymmetric warfare, where the Rebel Alliance's limited resources forced them to rely on hit-and-run tactics, targeted strikes against vulnerable Imperial infrastructure, and the defense of hidden mobile bases against relentless Imperial probing. The Empire, confident in its overwhelming military superiority, initially viewed the rebellion as a nuisance rather than a genuine threat, a collection of pirates and terrorists to be crushed by local moffs and fleet commanders. This arrogance would prove costly, allowing the Alliance to score early symbolic victories that galvanized support across the galaxy and demonstrated that the Imperial war machine was not invincible. One of the first major flashpoints occurred in the Lothal sector. What began as local cell activism led by figures like former Imperial cadet Ezra Bridger and the crew of the Ghost evolved into a full-scale planetary insurgency that demanded the Empire's attention. The Rebels' strategy on Lothal was a template for early Alliance operations. They focused on disrupting Imperial industry, specifically the TIE fighter production and mineral refining operations that fueled the Imperial war effort. Their attacks were not designed to hold territory, but to inflict economic damage, erode Imperial morale, and inspire the civilian population. The Empire responded with increasing brutality, deploying Governor Arinda Price and later Grand Moff Wilhoff Tarkin himself to quell the uprising. The Imperial crackdown included mass arrests, the weaponization of a mandatory ID program, and the indiscriminate bombardment of civilian areas. Tactics intended to terrorize the population into submission, but which ultimately fueled greater resentment and support for the rebel cause. The Battle of Lothal culminated in a major space engagement above the planet, where a small rebel fleet, utilizing clever tactics and captured Imperial codes, managed to destroy an Imperial orbital fuel depot and humiliate the local fleet. This victory, though costly, proved that a coordinated rebel force could challenge Imperial naval units and provided a massive boost to Alliance recruitment. Concurrent with the Lothal campaign, other cells began coordinating larger strikes, the theft of the Death Star plans, an operation spanning multiple missions from the Ring of Kafrene to the battle-scarred world of Scarif, represented the Alliance's first truly galaxy-spanning operation. The Battle of Scarif was a watershed moment. It was the first time the various rebel cells fought together as a unified fleet under the formal banner of the Alliance. The conflict was a desperate gamble. Admiral Raddus led a motley fleet of corvettes, frigates, and stolen Imperial ships against a powerful Imperial orbital gate and a planetary shield. The goal was not victory in a traditional sense, but the extraction of the technical readouts for the Empire's ultimate terror weapon. The battle was a brutal demonstration of rebel sacrifice. They suffered catastrophic losses, with much of their fledgling fleet destroyed and countless soldiers and pilots giving their lives to transmit the plans to the Tantive 4. Scarif was a military defeat, but a profound strategic and moral victory. It provided the Alliance with its most critical intelligence coup and demonstrated a willingness to sacrifice everything to oppose Imperial tyranny. It was the moment the rebellion truly became a civil war. The Empire's response to these early defeats was a massive escalation of force and a shift in strategy. No longer dismissing the rebels as terrorists, the Imperial Navy began deploying larger task forces centered on Imperial-class star destroyers to hunt down rebel bases. This led to a series of running battles and desperate evacuations as the Alliance's mobile headquarters was forced to relocate constantly from remote worlds like Dantuan and Atallan to avoid annihilation. The Battle of Atallan was a near-extinction event for Phoenix Squadron, where Grand Admiral Thrawn's brilliant tactics trapped the rebel fleet and nearly wiped them out. Only a miraculous intervention by the Bendu saved the surviving forces. These engagements highlighted the Alliance's critical weaknesses: their lack of capital ships, their reliance on older, slower vessels, and their vulnerability to superior Imperial intelligence and leadership. Yet, within these struggles, the core strengths of the rebellion were forged. Their pilots, flying nimble A-Wing and X-Wing starfighters, learned to exploit the weaknesses of the Empire's slower TIE fighters and the predictable tactics of overconfident Imperial officers. Their generals, like Jan Dodona and later Akbar, developed the hit-and-run doctrines that would define their naval strategy for years to come. Most importantly, every battle, whether a victory like Lawful or a bloody draw like Scarif, served as a beacon to disaffected Imperial citizens, soldiers, and officials, proof that resistance was possible and that the Empire could be struck back. The Galactic Civil War did not begin with a single declaration, but with 1,000 small fires of defiance that gradually grew into an inferno. These early conflicts were the painful, necessary growing pains of an alliance learning how to fight a superpower, each loss teaching a vital lesson, each victory proving their worth, all building toward the inevitable, fateful confrontation at the Battle of Yavin, the capture of the Tantive 4 over Tatooine, and the subsequent pursuit of the Death Star plans by Darth Vader, set in motion a chain of events that would pivot the fate of the entire galaxy upon the actions of a seemingly insignificant farm boy from a remote desert world. Luke Skywalker's life was one of quiet frustration. His dreams of becoming a starfighter pilot and attending the Imperial Academy stifled by his uncle's demands on the moisture farm. His existence was a small, contained loop of mundane chores and wistful gazes at the twin suns, entirely unaware that he was the son of a Jedi Knight and the central figure in a cosmic prophecy. His first step onto the galactic stage was not one of choice, but of tragic necessity. The murder of his aunt and uncle by Imperial stormtroopers hunting for the escaped droids R2-D2 and C-3PO burned away his old life, leaving him with no home and a desperate need to become something more. This personal catastrophe aligned with the guidance of the hermit Ben Kenobi, who revealed to Luke his father's true legacy as a Jedi Knight and the oppressive nature of the Empire that had corrupted it, presenting him with his father's lightsaber and an invitation to learn the ways of the Force. Luke's initial acceptance was hesitant, driven more by a desire for adventure and a need to strike back at the Empire that had destroyed his family, than by a deep understanding of the Jedi path. His first true experience with the Force came within the confines of the Millennium Falcon, where, under Kenobi's instruction, he attempted to deflect blaster bolts from a training remote while blindfolded. This exercise, which he initially failed, taught him the fundamental Jedi principle. He had to let go of his conscious self and act on instinct, to trust in the energy field that bound the galaxy together. This lesson, though simple, was the foundation upon which his entire future would be built. It was the first crack in the shell of his doubt, and the beginning of his belief in something greater than himself. His journey to Alderaan was instead a journey to the Imperial Detention Center on the Death Star, where the planet had once been here, in the belly of the ultimate instrument of terror. Luke was baptized in the fire of combat. He witnessed the cold brutality of the Empire firsthand, the casual destruction of life, and the sinister power of Darth Vader. It was here that he took up a blaster, not as a farmer defending his property, but as a rebel fighting for a cause. And it was here that he witnessed the sacrificial duel between Ben Kenobi and Darth Vader, a moment that cemented his resolve to join the rebellion and avenge his mentor, delivering the Death Star plans to the rebel base on Yavin 4. Luke was suddenly thrust from his provincial life into the heart of a military operation on which the entire future of the galaxy depended. His innate talent as a pilot earned him a place in the attack squadron, but it was his nascent connection to the Force that made him unique. During the desperate attack run on the Death Star's thermal exhaust port, Luke was just one young pilot in a rapidly dwindling force. The veteran pilots were being picked off one by Darth Vader himself, and the entire mission was on the verge of catastrophic failure. In this critical moment, the voice of Obi-Wan Kenobi spoke to him, a gentle command from beyond the grave: use the Force. Luke. This was the ultimate test of his first lesson. He had to turn off his targeting computer, a symbol of technological reliance and conscious calculation, and trust entirely in his feelings. This act of faith was Luke Skywalker's true arrival as a Jedi. It was the moment he fully embraced the path Kenobi had laid out for him. He switched off his computer, letting the Force flow through him, guiding his hand as he fired the proton torpedoes that soared perfectly into the exhaust port. The destruction of the Death Star was not just a military victory for the rebellion. It was a spiritual victory for the light side of the Force. It proved that a single individual, empowered by belief and guided by the Force, could overcome the technological and numerical supremacy of the dark side. It was a message of hope that echoed across the galaxy, demonstrating that the Empire was vulnerable and that the Jedi, thought to be extinct, could still influence the fate of the universe. For Luke, it was the end of his life as a farmer and the beginning of his destiny. He was no longer just a rebel pilot. He was the new hope, the first spark of the Jedi Order's return, and the living embodiment of the prophecy that would eventually bring balance to the Force. His journey from Tatooine to Yavin was a hero's journey in its purest form, a call to adventure that was answered, a threshold crossed, and a triumphant return that changed everything. The Force had awakened within him, and the galaxy would never be the same. The aftermath of the Battle of Yavin solidified Luke's commitment. He was celebrated as a hero, but the weight of his new responsibility began to settle upon him. He now possessed his father's lightsaber and the ghost of his mentor's guidance, but he lacked a teacher. The destruction of the Death Star was a beginning, not an end. It marked the start of his conscious pursuit of Jedi knowledge, a path that would lead him to seek out Yoda on Dagobah and confront the terrifying truth of his own lineage. The victory was a moment of incredible triumph, but it was also the first step on a much longer, darker, and more difficult road. A road that would require him to not just use the Force, but to truly understand it, and in doing so, understand himself. The Rebel Alliance's victory at Yavin was a profound shock to the Galactic Empire, but it was not a decisive end to the conflict. Instead, it ignited a period of relentless, brutal retaliation that would push the rebellion to the brink of annihilation and force its greatest hero to confront a truth that would shatter his understanding of the universe. The Empire Strikes Back represents the darkest chapter in the Galactic Civil War, a sprawling narrative of defeat, revelation, and transformation that tested the very soul of the rebel cause and the destiny of Luke Skywalker. The film opens with the Empire's vengeful response. Darth Vader, personally humiliated by the Death Star's destruction, has dedicated immense resources to scouring the galaxy for the rebel headquarters. His efforts culminate in the discovery of their secret base on the remote ice planet, Hoth. The ensuing assault is a masterpiece of Imperial military might. Imperial probe droids locate the base, and Vader authorizes a full-scale planetary invasion, utilizing massive AT-AT walkers that march implacably across the frozen wastes. Impervious to most rebel countermeasures, the Battle of Hoth is a catastrophic defeat for the Alliance. A desperate fighting retreat where the primary objective is no longer victory, but survival. Heroes like Han Solo and Luke Skywalker fight valiantly to cover the evacuation. But the base is lost, the fleet is scattered, and the rebellion is forced to flee into the depths of space, more vulnerable and disorganized than ever before. This military disaster forces a personal crisis for Luke during the battle. He has a vision of his former mentor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, who instructs him to travel to the Dagobah system to complete his training under the Jedi Master Yoda. Severely wounded after destroying an AT-AT, Luke escapes Hoth with R2-D2 and follows the vision. His journey leads him to a swampy, isolated world that stands in stark contrast to the sterile, technological terror of the Empire. Here, he encounters a small, seemingly eccentric creature who tests his patience and preconceptions before revealing himself as the legendary Jedi Master Yoda. Luke's training on Dagobah is the spiritual core of the story, a grueling process that forces him to confront his own limitations, his impatience, his fear, and his anger. Yoda's teachings are profound. He instructs Luke in the living nature of the Force, emphasizing that it is not a tool for control, but an energy field for knowledge and defense, a concept Luke struggles to grasp. The training is physically and mentally exhausting, pushing Luke to his absolute limits and revealing the depth of the commitment required to walk the Jedi path. A critical moment occurs when Yoda sends Luke into a dark cave, strong with the dark side. Within, Luke confronts a vision of Darth Vader, whom he decapitates only to see his own face inside the helmet, a powerful foreshadowing of his own potential for darkness and the intimate connection between himself and his enemy. The narrative simultaneously follows the flight of the Millennium Falcon, carrying Han Solo, Princess Leia, Chewbacca, and C-3PO, pursued relentlessly by Vader's fleet. They navigate an asteroid field and a close call with a space slug before making a desperate jump to hyperspace to the cloud city of Bespin, governed by Han's old friend, Lando Calrissian. Unbeknownst to them, their flight is a trap orchestrated by Vader, who has captured their allies and forced Lando into cooperation. Vader's plan is not merely to capture the rebels, but to use them as bait for Luke Skywalker, whom he has sensed is strong with the Force. Upon arriving at Cloud City, the group is captured, and Han Solo is subjected to carbonite freezing, a test to see if the process is survivable for Luke. In a heart-wrenching scene, he is delivered to the bounty hunter Boba Fett, who will take him to Jabba the Hutt, and Leia is forced to watch, powerless. Luke, sensing his friends are in pain, abandons his training despite the desperate pleas of Yoda and the ghost of Obi-Wan, who warn him that he is not yet ready to face Vader and that he risks losing everything. This decision, driven by attachment and fear, is his greatest failure as a student, but a testament to his loyalty as a friend. He travels to Bespin and walks directly into Vader's trap. The resulting lightsaber duel is one of the most iconic in cinematic history. A brutal confrontation through the sterile industrial interiors of Cloud City. Luke is outmatched from the beginning, Vader is a master of the Form V lightsaber style, using raw power and relentless pressure to overwhelm Luke's rudimentary skills. The duel is as much a psychological battle as a physical one, with Vader probing Luke's mind, trying to turn him to the dark side. The climax occurs when Vader severs Luke's hand and corners him on a gantry. Here, he delivers the devastating truth that reshapes the entire saga. No, I am your father. This revelation is a universe-shattering moment for Luke. The heroic image of his father Anakin Skywalker is obliterated, replaced by the monstrous reality of Darth Vader. His enemy is his kin. The legacy he sought to uphold is a lie, refusing Vader's offer to rule the galaxy together. Luke makes a choice of ultimate faith. He lets go of the gantry and plunges into the atmosphere of Bespin, choosing probable death over the corruption of the dark side. His survival, through a combination of luck and the Force, leads him to an antenna below the city, where Leia and the Millennium Falcon, now under Lando's command, rescue him. The film ends on a somber note of uncertain hope. The rebellion is battered and on the run. Han is lost, and Luke must grapple with a truth that has fractured his identity. Yet he has a new prosthetic hand, and more importantly, the unwavering support of his friends. The Empire has struck back with devastating force, but it has not crushed the spirit of resistance. It has only revealed the deeper, more personal war that must be fought within the soul of its newest Jedi. The Galactic Civil War was not solely a conflict between the monolithic Empire and the fledgling Rebel Alliance. It was also a shadow war fought in the underworld corridors of the galaxy, a brutal economy of information and violence where bounty hunters operated as freelance instruments of power, fear, and profit. Among these figures, none commanded more respect, more dread, or higher fees than Boba Fett, a silent, armored enigma whose reputation was built on a foundation of relentless efficiency and a near-mythical aura of invincibility. His story is not one of ideology or rebellion, but of a personal code forged in tragedy and honed in the ruthless arenas of galactic crime, a saga that intertwines with the fates of empires and heroes. Boba Fett's origin is the key to his character. He is not merely a man in armor. He is an unaltered clone of the legendary bounty hunter Jango Fett, created on Kamino to be his father's son. Not a soldier of the Republic, he was raised not in a barracks, but on the decks of starships, taught the arts of tracking, combat, and negotiation by one of the galaxy's most formidable practitioners. This upbringing was shattered during the first battle of Geonosis, where he witnessed the decapitation of his father by Jedi Master Mace Windu, a traumatic event that seeded a lifelong hatred for the Jedi Order and a driving need to uphold his father's legacy. Orphaned and alone in a galaxy at war, a young Boba Fett was forced to survive using the skills Jango had imparted. He navigated the criminal underworld, learning its languages and its ruthlessness. He gradually acquired the iconic Mandalorian armor that was his birthright, though its history was fraught with controversy. Many Mandalorians considered him a pretender, a clone wearing the sacred armor of a culture not his own. This rejection by the very society whose iconography he embodied further isolated him, cementing his identity as the ultimate outsider, a man defined solely by his profession and his prowess. He customized his gear with terrifying efficiency: a wrist-mounted flamethrower, whipcord launcher, and dark shooter, a jetpack for mobility and intimidation, and most famously, the blast marks and wear on his armor, each scar a silent testament to a survived encounter, a story he would never tell. His ship, the Slave Eye, was a masterpiece of deceptive design, resembling a stationary asteroid or a vertical cruiser before revealing its true deadly configuration as a gunship equipped with ion cannons, proton torpedoes, and seismic charges, a weapon that unleashed a silent, concussive wave of destruction. Boba Fett's rise to prominence was built on a simple principle: he always got the prize. He worked for the highest bidder, be it the Hutt Cartel, Black Sun, or even the Empire itself. His reputation for discretion and success made him the preferred contractor for clients who required absolute deniability. His methodology was a blend of patience, intelligence, and overwhelming force. He was a master tracker, able to follow a quarry across star systems using forensic analysis, informant networks, and an almost instinctual understanding of his prey's psychology. He rarely engaged in unnecessary combat, preferring to outthink his opponents, using misdirection and fear to achieve his goals with minimal effort. His silence was more threatening than any boast, his armored visage a mask that concealed all emotion and intention. His most famous mission, the hunt for Han Solo, perfectly encapsulates his role in the galactic drama. Hired by Darth Vader to track the Millennium Falcon after the Battle of Hoth, Fett demonstrated his peerless skill. He alone among the elite bounty hunters assembled by Vader deduced that Solo would return to old habits and seek refuge. With his underworld connections, he anticipated the rebel ship's flight to Cloud City on Bespin, arriving ahead of the Empire to set his trap. While Vader used Solo and his friends as bait for Luke Skywalker, Fett was focused solely on his contract to deliver the smuggler to Jabba the Hutt. His cool professionalism stood in stark contrast to the Sith Lord's personal vendetta. He witnessed the carbon freezing process, ensured the prize was viable, and calmly secured his frozen cargo. His success was a direct result of his ability to operate within the schemes of greater powers without becoming consumed by them. The culture of bounty hunting itself formed a crucial, amoral ecosystem within the war. Figures like the grim Dengar, the treacherous Bosk, the cunning IG-88, and the mysterious Zakus and 4LOM represented a diverse array of motives and methods, from cold-blooded assassination to calculated capture. They were tools, and the Empire, under Vader's direction, was not above using them. A gathering of these hunters aboard the Executor showed a pragmatic willingness to outsource violence, to employ the galaxy's predators to hunt its most elusive prey. Boba Fett's supremacy among this ruthless cohort was never questioned. His presence commanded silence, his reputation ensuring he was given the prime assignment. The saga of Boba Fett, however, is also one of irony and humility. After successfully delivering Han Solo to Jabba's palace on Tatooine, he seemed to have secured his status and his fee. Yet, his involvement with the rebel hero led to his most infamous setback. During the rescue mission at the Great Pit of Carkoon, a blinded Han Solo accidentally triggered Fett's jetpack, sending him careening uncontrollably into the side of the sail barge before plummeting into the gaping maw of the Sarlacc. For years, this was believed to be his ignominious end, a testament to the unpredictability of fate and the fact that no amount of skill could account for pure chance. However, legends persisted, and later stories confirmed his incredible survival, using his wits and his armor's capabilities to blast his way out of the creature's digestive tract, a feat that only added to his mythos. Boba Fett's story is the ultimate side narrative of the Star Wars saga, a reminder that the galaxy is vast and filled with lives unconcerned with the Force or the fate of empires. Lives dedicated to a simpler, darker code, the pursuit of profit and the unwavering completion of a contract, a legacy written not in light or dark, but in blood, credits, and fear. The final act of the galactic civil war and the personal tragedy of the Skywalker family converged in a climactic series of events that would redefine the fate of the galaxy and fulfill an ancient prophecy long shrouded in mystery. Return of the Jedi represents the culmination of all preceding conflicts, a masterful intertwining of military strategy, personal redemption, and the ultimate confrontation between the light and dark sides of the Force. The story opens with a daring rescue mission to Jabba the Hutt's palace on Tatooine, where Luke Skywalker, now a confident Jedi Knight having completed his training, orchestrates a complex plan to free Han Solo from carbonite imprisonment. This mission serves as Luke's formal unveiling as a Jedi, demonstrating his newfound power, patience, and strategic thinking as he confronts the gangster's entire court without violence until absolutely necessary. The spectacular battle at the Great Pit of Carkoon results in the destruction of Jabba's criminal empire and the liberation of Han Solo. But more importantly, it showcases the transformation of Luke from the impatient farm boy of Tatooine into a composed warrior who trusts in the Force and his abilities. This victory reunites the rebel heroes and sets the stage for the larger conflict to come. As the Alliance learns of the Emperor's personal oversight of a second Death Star's construction above the forest moon of Endor, the Rebellion's decision to attack this new technological terror forms the military backbone of the narrative. But the heart of the story lies in Luke's growing sense of impending confrontation with his father and the Emperor. Luke feels the conflict within Vader through their Force connection and believes, contrary to the warnings of Obi-Wan Kenobi's spirit, that there is still good within him, that Anakin Skywalker is not completely lost to the dark side. This conviction leads him to surrender to Vader on Endor, not as an act of defeat, but as a strategic and spiritual gambit to create an opportunity for redemption. The subsequent confrontation in the Emperor's throne room aboard the Death Star is the psychological and emotional climax of the entire original trilogy. Here, Emperor Palpatine reveals his master plan. He has been orchestrating the entire Battle of Endor as a trap to destroy the rebel fleet and complete Luke's turn to the dark side. The throne room scene unfolds as a brutal three-act drama of temptation, conflict, and ultimate choice. Palpatine, the master manipulator, preys on Luke's connections to his friends, urging him to give in to his anger, to save them from the trap closing around the rebel fleet. He forces Luke to watch as the Imperial fleet overwhelms the rebels, and the Death Star's weapon proves operational, ready to destroy the Alliance command ship. When Luke refuses to attack the defenseless Emperor, Vader probes his son's mind and discovers the existence of Leia, Luke's twin sister, threatening to turn her to the dark side should Luke continue to resist. This threat triggers Luke's deepest fears and passions, causing him to unleash a furious assault on Vader that drives the Dark Lord back and culminates in Luke severing his father's mechanical hand. In this moment, Luke stands victorious over his fallen father, his anger peaking, and the Emperor encourages him to take Vader's place at his side. But in this critical moment, Luke looks at his own mechanical hand, then at Vader's severed limb, and recognizes that he is following his father's path toward the dark side, that he is becoming the very thing he sought to redeem. He throws aside his lightsaber and declares himself a Jedi, like his father before him, choosing faith in the light side over the easy power of the dark. This act of defiance and principle enrages the Emperor, who unleashes his full dark side power upon Luke with torrents of Force lightning, intent on killing the young Jedi who refused his offer. As Luke writhes in agony, begging his father for help, a profound internal conflict erupts within Darth Vader. The sight of his son being tortured to death by the master he had served for decades finally breaks through the programming and darkness that had imprisoned Anakin Skywalker for 23 years. In what represents the most pivotal moment in Star Wars mythology, Vader makes his choice. He seizes the Emperor from behind and hurls him down the Death Star's reactor shaft, sacrificing his own life to save his son and fulfill the Chosen One prophecy by destroying the Sith. This act of redemption comes at the ultimate cost, as the Force lightning and the energy surge from the Emperor's destruction irreparably damage Vader's life support systems. In his final moments, Anakin Skywalker returns, asking Luke to remove his mask so he can look upon his son with his own eyes, the mechanical monster of Darth Vader giving way to the redeemed man beneath. His final words acknowledge the good in Luke that saved him, and he dies as Anakin Skywalker, becoming one with the Force. Simultaneously, the space battle above Endor turns when the rebel fleet, aided by the native Ewoks on the planet's surface, disables the Death Star's shield generator, allowing Lando Calrissian and Wedge Antilles to pilot the Millennium Falcon into the battle station's core and destroy it from within. the destruction of the second Death Star, a death of the Emperor, and the defeat of the Imperial fleet at Endor marked the decisive military victory for the Rebel Alliance, effectively ending the Galactic Civil War and paving the way for the restoration of the Republic. The film concludes with 3 powerful images: a celebration across the galaxy as news of the Empire's defeat spreads, the spirits of Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Yoda watching over Luke with pride and approval, and finally, Luke looking toward a future of hope and rebuilding, having saved his father's soul and secured freedom for the galaxy, thus truly becoming the Jedi who returned not just to fight, but to bring balance to the Force. The death of Emperor Palpatine aboard the second Death Star and the catastrophic Imperial defeat at the Battle of Endor did not instantly herald a new era of peace and stability. Instead, it created a power vacuum of unprecedented scale that plunged the galaxy into a period of immediate and violent chaos. A complex transition, marked by both triumphant hope and desperate struggle. The immediate hours and days following the Emperor's death were characterized by widespread confusion and a breakdown of the Imperial chain of command across thousands of star systems. Moffs, Grand Admirals, and regional governors who had derived their authority solely from Sidious's will suddenly found themselves without clear direction. Some immediately began consolidating their personal power, carving out petty fiefdoms from the crumbling Imperial infrastructure, while others, recognizing the seismic shift in power, attempted to negotiate surrenders or forge alliances with the emerging rebel authority. The Imperial war machine, though decapitated, remained vast and terrifyingly powerful. Countless star destroyers, legions of stormtroopers, and planetary occupation forces remained intact, their leadership fractured, but their weapons still lethal. For the Rebel Alliance, the victory at Endor was both euphoric and daunting. They had achieved their seemingly impossible goal of destroying the Emperor and his ultimate weapon, but they now faced the monumental task of transforming from a guerrilla resistance force into a legitimate governing authority. The immediate priority was securing the Endor system and managing the aftermath of the space battle. Rescue operations were launched for survivors from both sides amidst the floating wreckage of Imperial and Rebel ships, a somber reminder of the cost of victory. Aboard the home one, Admiral Akbar and the Rebel leadership began the complex process of contacting their scattered cell commanders across the galaxy. Transmitting the code phrase, "Operation Cinder is a go," was not a celebration, but a mobilization order, alerting all cells that the Emperor was dead and to begin offensive operations against vulnerable Imperial targets. This triggered what became known as the Liberation, a wave of coordinated uprisings on hundreds of worlds where local populations, inspired by the news from Endor, rose up against their Imperial oppressors, often supported by Rebel Special Forces teams. However, the Empire's response was not surrender, but a scorched earth policy of terrifying proportions. Operation Cinder was Sidious's final posthumous command, a contingency plan designed to punish the galaxy for his death and test the loyalty of his followers. Imperial factions loyal to this doctrine used climate disruption technology to devastate entire worlds, such as Vardos and Naboo, rendering them uninhabitable simply to deny them to the rebellion and demonstrate the Empire's ruthless resolve even in defeat. This horrifying strategy revealed that the Empire's threat had not ended with Sidious's death, but had instead mutated into a more fragmented but equally dangerous form. The Alliance was forced to split its attention between humanitarian missions to save planets from Imperial vengeance, and military campaigns to capitalize on their momentum. The political formation of the new Republic began amidst this crisis. The Rebel Alliance's civilian leadership, led by Mon Mothma, quickly moved to establish a provisional government. Utilizing the existing structure of the Alliance cabinet, they drafted the Declaration of a New Republic, a document that formally announced their intention to restore the democratic principles of the old Republic. The first capital was established on the world of Shangri-La, Mon Mothma's homeworld. chosen for its symbolic value as a core world with a tradition of democracy. The initial challenges were overwhelming. They had to create a new Senate from the remnants of the Imperial Senate and planetary representatives who had survived Purge, establish a new judicial and administrative system, and integrate thousands of former Imperial worlds that were now liberated or seeking to join the new government. Most critically, they had to oversee the demilitarization of the galaxy, a key principle of Mon Mothma's vision, which involved dramatically scaling down the victorious rebel fleet, a decision that would prove controversial and risky in the face of continued Imperial remnants. The Imperial side descended into a vicious civil war, with multiple factions vying for control of the Empire's remnants. Grand Admiral Rey Sloane seized initial control of the Imperial fleet and attempted to rally an orderly retreat to the unknown regions to regroup, but she was quickly challenged by more hardline elements, like Fleet Admiral Gallius Rax, who sought to continue Sidious's nihilistic vision. Warlords such as Moff Gideon in the Outer Rim carved out their own territories with private armies, exploiting the chaos to pursue personal power and forbidden research. This period saw the rise of the Imperial Shadow Council, a secretive gathering of these warlords who paid lip service to a unified empire while actually plotting against each other. The lack of a single clear successor to Palpatine prevented the Empire from mounting a coordinated defense, but it also made the Imperial remnants unpredictable and scattered, forcing the New Republic to fight dozens of small wars instead of one clean conflict. Amidst this galactic turmoil, personal journeys continued. Luke Skywalker began his life's work, searching for Jedi lore and Force-sensitive children to rebuild the Jedi Order. While dealing with the immense weight of being the last Jedi, Han Solo and Leia Organa, now key figures in the new government, also navigated their relationship and the revelation of Leia's parentage as Darth Vader, a truth that threatened her political standing. The aftermath of Endor was not a single moment, but a prolonged and painful birth for the New Republic, a time of both incredible hope and sobering reality, where every day brought new victories and new challenges, proving that destroying a tyranny was only the first step. The harder work was building a lasting peace in its haunted ruins. The galaxy was free, but it was not yet safe, and the path forward was littered with the ghosts of the Empire and the ambitions of those who sought to claim its dark legacy. Chapter 4. Post-Empire. When the second Death Star was destroyed above the forest moon of Endor, many believed that the nightmare of the Empire had ended. The Emperor was dead. Darth Vader had fallen. A decisive victory had been won. For the first time in a generation, hope outshone fear. But history is rarely that simple. Though the Emperor perished in orbit, the system he commanded did not die with him. The Galactic Empire did not collapse in a single day. It shattered, and what emerged from its broken pieces was something far more dangerous, a galaxy in chaos. On Coruscant, the heart of the old regime, loyalists moved quickly to prevent panic. The news of Sidious's death was suppressed. Holonet access was restricted. Images of the destruction were erased or rewritten. The Imperial Ruling Council, a group of senior advisors and bureaucrats, attempted to maintain the illusion that the Emperor had survived. Some even claimed he had become more powerful, beyond flesh. Among those who rose in the chaos was Grand Vizier Satay Pestage, long considered the voice of the Emperor in political matters. He declared himself the acting head of state. He had no real control over the military, but through bureaucracy and procedure, he held the capital together for a time. His leadership was weak, but his intentions were loyal. That loyalty would not save him. In the shadows, another force moved. The Director of Imperial Intelligence, Izan Izzard, began eliminating rivals. Her methods were precise: assassinations, disinformation, sudden disappearances. Those who opposed her found themselves silenced, disgraced, or dead. Within months, Izan Izzard removed Pestage and took command of Coruscant. She abolished the ruling council and declared herself the director of state. Her rule was enforced not by popular support, but by terror. While the new republic formed from the remains of the rebel alliance, Isan Isard ruled the former capital like a spider in the center of a collapsing web. Her most feared weapon was hidden beneath the surface of the planet itself, deep in the Undercity. Buried during the last years of the Clone Wars, lay a superstar destroyer known as the Lusankia. Officially, it did not exist. In reality, it had been converted into a psychological prison. Inside its corridors, political prisoners were broken, reprogrammed, and reshaped into perfect Imperial agents. Isan Isard used the Lusankia not only to destroy her enemies, but to maintain the illusion that she ruled a true empire. In truth, she ruled a tomb. Beyond Coruscant, the story was no different. The death of the Emperor unleashed a wave of opportunism. Warlords emerged across the Outer Rim. Some declared themselves rightful heirs to Palpatine. Others refused to recognize his death. Admirals who once served under the same flag now launched fleets against one another. Order was gone. Only power remained. Meanwhile, the new republic grew from rebellion into governance. Mon Mothma was named Chancellor. She declined emergency powers and refused to rebuild the old republic exactly as it was. The new republic charter emphasized planetary sovereignty, proportional representation, and civilian leadership over military command. It was not a perfect system, but it was born from experience. It would not repeat the same mistakes. Leia Organa served as both senator and diplomat. She traveled between systems, speaking not only as a politician, but as a witness. She had seen Darth Vader. She had spoken to the Emperor. She had lived through the destruction of Alderaan. Her presence gave credibility to the new Republic's ideals. She was not speaking about history. She was history. General Wedge Antilles formed Rogue Squadron into an elite liberation force. Planet by planet, system by system, Rogue Squadron led the charge to reclaim worlds under Imperial control. Their campaigns freed Brental IV, Orleas, and eventually Thefera, where the vital Bacta industry had been seized by Isan Isard's agents. When Rogue Squadron liberated Coruscant, it was not with overwhelming force, but with precision. They bypassed planetary shields, exploited data leaks within the capital's defense grid, and coordinated an uprising from within. Citizens who had been silenced for decades took to the streets. The new Republic flag was raised over the Imperial Palace for the first time. Isan Isard escaped. She left Coruscant aboard the Lusankaya itself, tearing the ship free from its underground vault and blasting through the city. The escape caused massive devastation. Thousands died, but her departure marked the end of Imperial rule on Coruscant. The new Republic had captured the heart of the galaxy, but the body was still infected. Warlords across the Mid-Rim and Outer Rim grew stronger. Among them was Admiral Ginge, who declared himself warlord of the Empire and established a dominion known as the Iron Fist. Another, Admiral Delvardis, built the Night Hammer fleet. There was no unity among them, only ambition, and somewhere far beyond the known galaxy, in the unknown regions, a force watched and waited. A Grand Admiral who had vanished years before began planning his return. His name was Thrawn. It would be years before he emerged, but even now, rumors of him spread like whispers in the void. The Battle of Endor did not bring peace. It brought change, and with change came chaos. The Galactic Civil War was far from over. While the new Republic worked to establish its government and liberate occupied worlds, the remnants of the Empire splintered into factions that fought not only the new Republic, but one another. These warlords and admirals sought to fill the void left by the Emperor's death, often wielding vast fleets and armies. One such warlord was Admiral Ginge, known for his ruthless campaigns across the Mid-Rim and Outer Rim. His domain stretched across dozens of star systems. He styled himself the ruler of the Iron Fist, a symbol of his uncompromising will. Ginge's fleet was formidable, relying on the remnants of the Imperial Navy, combined with stolen and salvaged warships. His reign of terror disrupted trade routes and endangered the fragile peace the New Republic sought to build. Meanwhile, another powerful figure emerged in the unknown regions, a mysterious sector of uncharted space. Here, Admiral Dala inherited the forces loyal to the Empire. She aimed to rebuild the Imperial war machine, focusing on uniting scattered fleets and restoring discipline to the fractured forces. Dala was a pragmatic leader. She sought to use strategy and political alliances rather than brutality alone. Among these fracturing forces was also Admiral Delvardis. Known for his creation of the Nighthammer fleet, Delvardis commanded a stealthy, fast strike force that carried out raids deep into New Republic space. His tactics were unpredictable, sowing fear among supply convoys and diplomatic vessels. Delvardis was more interested in weakening the New Republic's influence than in outright conquest. During this time, rumors circulated of a figure long thought lost, Grand Admiral Thrawn. Once a brilliant tactician and feared by many in the New Republic and Imperial circles alike, vanished shortly before the Battle of Endor. His absence had created a power vacuum in the unknown regions. For years, scattered intelligence reports hinted at his presence quietly gathering forces, developing new technologies, and preparing to return to the galaxy's stage. His plans remained shrouded in mystery, but his reputation alone caused unease throughout the sectors. While the warlords carved up territory and fought among themselves, the New Republic expanded its reach with measured diplomacy and military campaigns. The liberation of key planets such as Brental IV and Gorlias demonstrated the Republic's growing strength. These victories disrupted the Empire's supply chains and denied warlords access to vital resources. Rogue Squadron, led by General Wedge Antilles, became a symbol of hope and resistance during these campaigns. Their daring strikes against Imperial outposts and warlord fleets earned them widespread acclaim. The pilots of Rogue Squadron were known not only for their skill, but for their willingness to take immense risks to protect innocent lives. Members such as Tycho Shelchu helped coordinate rescue missions for political prisoners held by the remnants of the Empire, including those detained aboard the superstar destroyer Lucentia. The capture of Coruscant was a defining moment. The New Republic's liberation forces coordinated a combined orbital and ground assault. They took advantage of intelligence leaks from defectors within Imperial ranks and exploited weaknesses in the planetary shield generators. The uprising of the planet's populace, long oppressed and fearful, played a crucial role in breaking Imperial control. The Imperial Palace was seized, and for the first time in decades, the New Republic flag flew over the capital world. Though Coruscant had been liberated, Isan Isard escaped aboard the Lusankia. Her disappearance left a lingering threat in the galaxy. The Lusankia itself, with its arsenal and terrifying legacy as a prison ship, became a symbol of Imperial terror long after the fall of Coruscant. Beyond direct military conflicts, the New Republic faced internal challenges. The Senate, formed from representatives across liberated systems, debated how to govern effectively. Many questioned how to balance civilian control with the need for strong defense. Some factions feared a resurgence of authoritarianism under the guise of security, while others believed that the Empire could rise again if not confronted decisively. Leia Organa Solo continued to serve both as a senator and as a diplomat. Her first-hand experience of the war's horrors gave her voice unmatched authority. She advocated for reconciliation wherever possible, encouraging former Imperial officers who were willing to abandon their old loyalties to join the New Republic's cause. Her efforts laid the groundwork for integration programs that sought to heal wounds on both sides. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker began what would become a legendary journey. Leaving behind the battles and politics, he sought to rediscover the true nature of the Force. His quest led him to the ruins of ancient Jedi temples, the forgotten holocrons of past generations, and the dark places touched by Sith influence. Luke's vision for the Jedi was not to recreate the Order of old, but to forge a new path, one that embraced balance, compassion, and understanding. The galaxy watched as Luke assembled his first students at the Jedi Praxeum on Yavin 4. Among them were Kype Duran and Karan Horn, beings with diverse backgrounds and abilities. Luke's teaching emphasized that the Jedi must be guardians and guides, not rulers or soldiers. Yet he warned that the shadows cast by the Empire's fall had not disappeared. New threats waited in the dark, and the Jedi would need to confront them. Thus, the years following Ender were marked by struggle on many fronts: military, political, and spiritual. The New Republic's victories were hard-won. The Empire's remnants fought with desperate cunning. The Jedi sought to heal and protect a fractured galaxy. In the midst of it all, the future remained uncertain. The shattered Empire had left scars that would not heal quickly. But from those scars, new hope and new dangers would arise. Amidst the fractured galaxy, new factions began to rise, each with their own vision of power and control. The remnants of the Empire were no longer a united force, but a fractured collection of warlords, each claiming legitimacy. The Civil War had splintered into countless conflicts, some small, some spanning entire star systems. Admiral Ginge maintained a vast dominion known as the Iron Fist. His methods were brutal and efficient. He employed mercenaries and pirates to supplement his forces, enforcing his rule with overwhelming firepower. His stronghold in the Mid-Rim became a bastion of Imperial resistance, feared by many and opposed by the New Republic's forces. In the Outer Rim, Admiral Delvardis's Night Hammer fleet struck fear into the hearts of supply convoys. His use of stealth tactics and hit and run assaults disrupted New Republic logistics and slowed the spread of stability. His forces were less numerous than Dringe's, but highly specialized and feared for their precision. Meanwhile, Admiral Dalla sought to unite these factions, recognizing the danger in their disunity. She focused on diplomacy as well as military strength, aiming to rebuild a cohesive Imperial force. However, distrust among the warlords and conflicting ambitions made her task nearly impossible. Many warlords preferred to hold on to their own power rather than submit to any central authority. Far beyond known space, Grand Admiral Thrawn quietly built his forces in the unknown regions. His technological innovations and tactical genius made him a formidable figure, even in exile. Rumors spread of secret shipyards, advanced weaponry, and a hidden fleet prepared to challenge both the New Republic and the fractured Empire alike. On the political front, the New Republic struggled to balance its ideals with the realities of governing a galaxy still scarred by war. The Senate often found itself mired in bureaucracy and political infighting, with many senators wary of centralizing power too much. The legacy of the Old Republic loomed large, and the fear of authoritarianism influenced many decisions. Leia Organa Solo played a critical role in bridging the gaps between former enemies. Her efforts at reconciliation helped to bring former Imperial officers and soldiers into the New Republic fold, easing tensions and strengthening the new government's legitimacy. Her diplomatic skills were essential in navigating the delicate politics of a galaxy still healing from decades of conflict. Meanwhile, Luke Skywalker's efforts to rebuild the Jedi Order met with both success and challenge. His students faced threats not only from external enemies, but also from within, as differing interpretations of the Force and the Jedi's role emerged. Luke's vision of a balanced and compassionate Jedi Order stood in contrast to the traditional dogma of the past. The Jedi Praxeum on Yavin 4 became a beacon of hope, training new generations of Jedi who would serve as guardians and peacekeepers. Yet, Luke remained aware that darkness lingered. The Sith and other dark forces had not been entirely vanquished, and new threats were always on the horizon. As the galaxy moved forward, it became clear that the period following the fall of the Empire was one of both hope and uncertainty. The New Republic worked tirelessly to bring peace and stability, while remnants of the Old Order fought to reclaim their lost power. The Jedi sought to guide the galaxy toward balance. Even as shadows gathered, the saga of the shattered empire was far from over. The scars it left shaped the fate of countless worlds and the lives of millions. But from those scars, new stories of heroism, betrayal, and survival would emerge, continuing the timeless struggle between light and dark in the galaxy far, far away. The galaxy had barely begun to mend its shattered peace following the Emperor's supposed final demise. The New Republic, still consolidating its gains and attempting to unite disparate star systems, found itself facing a challenge unlike any before. This new threat did not emerge from the predictable chaos of scattered warlords, nor from the lingering shadows of imperial tyranny on Coruscant. Instead, it surfaced from the vast, unexplored depths of the unknown regions, bringing with it a chilling, calculated brilliance that threatened to unravel everything the galaxy had fought for. His name was Thrawn, Mithra Nuruodo, known throughout the galactic core as Thrawn, was a Kaisis, a species originating from the uncharted reaches beyond known space. His reputation, whispered amongst intelligence circles and imperial remnants, was one of unparalleled strategic genius. Unlike the crude imperial commanders, who relied on brute force and terror, Thrawn understood that true victory stemmed from a profound comprehension of an adversary's culture, their art, their psychology. He believed that to effectively defeat an opponent, one must first understand their every nuance, seeing their strengths and weaknesses reflected in their creative expressions. This unique and terrifying insight set him apart and made him arguably the most dangerous adversary the nascent New Republic would ever encounter. Thrawn's story was shrouded in mystery. He had been encountered by Imperial forces years before the Battle of Endor, his extraordinary tactical mind quickly propelling him through the ranks. However, his alien origins and unconventional methods often clashed with the human-centric and rigid doctrines of Emperor Sidious's empire. Ultimately, he was dispatched by Palpatine back into the unknown regions, seemingly to fade into obscurity. This apparent exile, however, proved to be a pivotal advantage. It allowed Thrawn to escape the internal purges and the self-destructive tendencies that consumed the Empire after Sidious's demise. More crucially, it granted him invaluable time to meticulously construct a new power base, to gather vast amounts of intelligence on the galactic powers, and to prepare for his grand, devastating return. He cultivated a highly loyal force, trained in his unique tactical philosophy, and developed clandestine shipyards and technologies that would afford him a crucial edge. He was patient. He was thorough. He was utterly prepared that the revelation of Thrawn's re-emergence sent an icy wave of fear across the New Republic. Here was an enemy who thought differently, who anticipated every countermove, and who seemed to possess an almost preternatural understanding of warfare. The military campaigns that followed would be etched into the memory of the galaxy, a testament to the fact that intellect could be a more devastating weapon than any superlaser. These were not random acts of aggression. This was a meticulously planned assault designed to dismantle the New Republic from within. Thrawn's grand strategy was not simply to conquer star systems, but to demoralize and dissect the New Republic peace by agonizing peace. He aimed to sow discord within their ranks, to undermine their confidence, and to force them to question the very foundations of their fledgling government. He understood that the New Republic, forged from a diverse and often fractious rebellion, was inherently vulnerable to internal division. He exploited every political disagreement, every personal grudge, every logistical weakness with chilling, surgical precision. The core worlds, once liberated, now found themselves embroiled in subtle, manufactured conflicts, diverting crucial resources and attention from the true threat. One of Thrawn's most significant strategic advantages lay in his uncanny ability to uncover and utilize long-forgotten Imperial assets. His most famous acquisition was the Katana fleet, also known colloquially as the Dark Force. This legendary armada comprised 200 dreadnought-class heavy cruisers that had vanished decades prior due to a catastrophic hyperspace malfunction, becoming a whispered legend of a lost power. Each vessel in the Katana fleet was equipped with an archaic but incredibly effective slave circuit system, allowing a single highly trained crew to command multiple ships with unprecedented synchronization. Recovering these dreadnoughts provided Thrawn with an immediate and formidable naval force, one that could engage the New Republic's scattered fleets with overwhelming numerical superiority and devastatingly coordinated fire. The recovery of this lost fleet was a testament to Thrawn's meticulous planning and his access to deep, obscure Imperial intelligence. It symbolized his capacity to turn forgotten histories into present, undeniable threats to further bolster his power. Thrawn employed a twisted and profoundly dangerous ally, Jo-Ruz Sabaoth, a deranged clone of a deceased Jedi Master. Jo-Ruz Sabaoth, having been imperfectly replicated and lacking the ethical guidance and rigorous training of a true Jedi, was a deeply disturbed and immensely powerful dark side practitioner. His very existence provided Thrawn with a terrifying, unpredictable weapon. Jo-Ruz Sabaoth's abilities in the Force, though unhinged by madness, allowed him to manipulate minds, create intricate illusions, and project overwhelming telekinetic power. He served as Thrawn's enforcer, a living terror who could disrupt New Republic forces, infiltrate their most secure strongholds, and most disturbingly, turn their own Force sensitives against them. Jo-Ruz Sabaoth's inherent instability, however, also made him a volatile and unpredictable partner, a true double-edged sword that Thrawn, ever the master tactician, managed to wield with remarkable, though often strained control. He represented a dark, perverted mirror image of Luke Skywalker's earnest and arduous attempts to rebuild the Jedi Order, showcasing the profound dangers of unchecked Force power and the seductive corruption of the dark side. The mere presence of this mad clone master sent shivers through the nascent Jedi ranks. The re-emergence of the clone master was particularly unsettling for Luke Skywalker. It forced him to confront the dark side's enduring lure and the dangerous implications of unchecked power, especially when combined with advanced cloning technology. Jo-Ruz Sabaoth's existence also highlighted the stark vulnerability of the New Republic to Force-based threats, a domain they had largely underestimated in their focus on conventional military and political reconstruction. The Jedi, few in number, found themselves facing a Force user whose power rivaled their own, but whose morality was utterly absent. Crucial to Thrawn's operations, and indeed to the very narrative of this era, was his recruitment of Mara Jade, a former hand of the Emperor. Mara Jade was a woman of immense skill, extraordinary resourcefulness, and a deeply complicated past. After the Emperor's death, her life's purpose had been violently shattered, leaving her bitter, adrift, and searching for meaning. She carried within her a deep-seated Force-instilled directive to kill Luke Skywalker, a final, insidious command imprinted by Palpatine himself. Thrawn, with his unparalleled understanding of individuals, recognized her latent Force abilities, her immense talents as a pilot and operative, and her unique psychological vulnerabilities. He offered her a new purpose, exploiting her lingering loyalties to a structured power and her desperate desire for stability and a sense of belonging. Mara Jade swiftly became one of Thrawn's most effective and dangerous agents, executing daring infiltrations, gathering critical intelligence, and performing acts of sabotage with chilling efficiency. Her insider knowledge of Imperial procedures and her ability to seamlessly navigate both the shadowy underworld and the rarefied circles of high society made her an invaluable asset. Yet, beneath her professional facade, a profound internal struggle simmered. Her forced proximity to Luke Skywalker during various confrontations, often in high-stakes life-or-death situations, began to slowly but surely chip away at her ingrained hatred, forcing her to confront the true nature of the Force and her own identity. Her journey from the Emperor's deadliest assassin to a complex, morally ambiguous figure would become one of the most compelling narratives of the Thrawn campaign, showcasing the subtle but powerful influence of choice and the profound potential for redemption, even in the most unlikely of individuals. Thrawn's campaigns were a relentless series of tactical masterpieces, each move designed to maximize New Republic resource expenditure and psychological impact. He launched a deceptive, devastating surprise attack on the critical Sluice Van shipyards, not with the intention of outright destruction, but to strategically cripple their repair capabilities and to steal vital components, showcasing his profound economy of force. This single action set back New Republic fleet reconstruction by months, if not years. He manipulated the peaceful, honorable people of the Noghri to serve his ends, revealing his insidious ability to turn even innocent populations into unwitting, lethal weapons. He accomplished this by exploiting their deeply ingrained sense of honor and obligation, twisting their traditions against them. He employed cloaked vessels, utilizing advanced stealth technology that the New Republic was ill-equipped to detect. He pioneered unexpected hyperspace routes and expertly used misdirection to keep the New Republic constantly off balance, forcing them to disperse their already strained forces. He rarely, if ever, engaged in direct, head-on confrontations unless it was to his overwhelming advantage, preferring to outwit and outmaneuver his opponents. His battles were as much psychological as they were physical, designed to create confusion, fear, and internal dissent within the New Republic command structure. The New Republic, under the earnest leadership of Chancellor Mon Mothma and Princess Leia Organa Solo, found itself constantly reacting to Thrawn's every move, always a step behind. Their military, while steadily growing in numbers and experience, often lacked the centralized coordination and unified command needed to effectively counter such a singularly brilliant and cohesive mind. Admiral Akbar, a seasoned and respected veteran, found himself stretched impossibly thin, desperately attempting to anticipate an enemy who seemed to predict their every countermove with chilling accuracy. The political landscape of the New Republic, with its foundational emphasis on individual planetary sovereignty and the often lengthy processes of democratic debate, sometimes hindered swift and decisive action, a fundamental weakness that Thrawn expertly exploited to his immense advantage. He would target worlds whose senators held opposing views, forcing internal New Republic squabbles to escalate into full-blown crisis. Despite his strategic brilliance and the near unstoppable momentum of his campaigns, Thrawn was ultimately defeated, not by a grand fleet engagement or overwhelming New Republic might, but by an internal act of righteous vengeance. During the climactic and desperate battle of Bil-Bring-E, his own Noghri bodyguard, Rook, struck him down. Rook, whose people had been manipulated, enslaved, and subtly poisoned by Imperial forces under Sidious's command, discovered Thrawn's insidious deception regarding the Noghri's true history and their continued servitude. In a moment of absolute, burning fury and profound realization, Rook exacted justice, assassinating the Grand Admiral and plunging the Imperial remnant into immediate disarray. The sudden collapse of their brilliant leader's consciousness sent shockwaves through the Imperial command structure, leading to a swift and catastrophic defeat. Thrawn's death ended his immediate, direct threat to the New Republic, but his legacy lingered like a cold, enduring shadow. He had exposed the galaxy to the true face of strategic genius, demonstrating with horrifying clarity that a single, brilliant mind could almost bring an entire burgeoning government to its knees. His campaigns forced the New Republic to mature at an accelerated pace, to streamline its military command, and to develop a far more cohesive and effective intelligence network. They learned through bitter experience to anticipate unconventional threats, and to deeply understand the psychological dimension of warfare, a lesson that would prove invaluable in future conflicts. The influence of Thrawn would be felt for years, even decades. His tactics were meticulously studied at military academies across the galaxy. His name invoked with a mixture of fear and grudging respect, even by his former enemies. Even after his death, his ideas and the scattered remnants of his loyalists would continue to pose challenges, shaping the strategic landscape. The Empire, though fragmented once more, had glimpsed what it could be under truly inspired leadership, and that potent vision would continue to motivate certain dark factions, preventing a complete collapse of Imperial ideology. Thrawn had irrevocably changed the nature of galactic conflict, proving that battles were won not just with blasters and starships, but with cunning, foresight, and a profound, often terrifying, understanding of the enemy's very soul. His abrupt absence left a significant power vacuum in the unknown regions, but his indelible legend ensured that the New Republic would never again underestimate the cunning and insidious nature of its foes. The galaxy would forever remember the name Thrawn as the chilling epitome of strategic terror. The galaxy had barely begun to breathe. The New Republic had clawed its way back from the brink of destruction at Grand Admiral Thrawn's hands. Yet, an older, far more insidious darkness stirred. It was a darkness that defied death itself, a malevolence that had seemingly been extinguished above Endor. The true nightmare, it seemed, had only just begun, for Emperor Palpatine, architect of the Galactic Empire and master of the dark side, had found a way back. His return was not a resurrection in the traditional sense, but a horrific act of will, a triumph of Sith alchemy and technological manipulation. Palpatine had mastered an ancient Sith technique known as essence transfer, a forbidden art that allowed him to project his spirit into clone bodies. Before his apparent demise at Endor, he had prepared a vast store of cloned replicas of himself on the hidden world of Byzas, a planet shrouded in the dark side, its population enthralled and drained by Sidious's insidious presence. The first manifestation of this terrifying comeback occurred when a massive dark side surge ripped through the galaxy, shaking Force sensitives to their core. This ominous tremor coincided with the reemergence of terrifying Imperial forces from the deep core, forces wielding weaponry far beyond anything the New Republic had previously encountered. These were not the fractured fleets of squabbling warlords. This was a cohesive, unified, and utterly merciless Imperial remnant, driven by a renewed, chilling purpose. Sidious's initial clone bodies were imperfect, decaying rapidly, a testament to the strain of containing such immense dark side power. This forced him to constantly seek new, more robust vessels. He operated from the shadows, manipulating events, gathering his loyalists, and unveiling his new instruments of galactic conquest. His return shattered the fragile sense of security the New Republic had only just begun to cultivate. The very notion of final victory at Endor became a cruel joke. The New Republic, still recovering from the Thrawn campaign, found itself unprepared for this resurrected evil. Mon Mothma, Leia Organa Solo, and the other leaders faced an existential crisis. How do you fight an enemy that cannot die? How do you defend against a power that corrupts the very fabric of existence? The answer, terrifyingly, lay in the Force itself and in the Skywalker bloodline. Luke Skywalker, having just begun to rebuild the Jedi Order, felt the dark presence with an agonizing clarity. He knew, instinctively, that this was the Emperor, somehow returned. The temptation was immense. He understood that to truly defeat Palpatine, he might need to confront the darkness from within, in a shocking and controversial decision that would haunt him for years. Luke made the audacious and perilous choice to feign a turn to the dark side. His intention was to infiltrate the Emperor's inner circle, to learn the secrets of his immortality, and to destroy him from within. It was a gamble of unimaginable stakes, placing his very soul at risk. He bowed before Palpatine, pledging himself as his new apprentice. The galaxy watched in horror as their hero, their last Jedi hope, appeared to embrace the very evil he had once fought to destroy. Leia, however, with her deep connection to her brother, sensed a sliver of his true intent, a flicker of light buried beneath the manufactured darkness. She held on to that hope, even as others lost faith. Under Sidious's renewed command, the Empire unleashed horrific superweapons that dwarfed even the Death Stars in their destructive potential. The world devastators were colossal, automated factories that consumed entire planets, processing their raw materials into new starships and war machines. They literally devoured worlds, turning vibrant ecosystems into slag and then into instruments of war. The sight of a world devastator descending upon a populated planet was a vision of pure, technological terror, erasing civilizations with cold, efficient malice. Even more terrifying was the Galaxy Gun, a massive hyperspace cannon capable of firing projectiles through hyperspace to strike any planet in the galaxy. Its primary target, the New Republic capital, Mon Calamari. The Galaxy Gun represented a new level of indiscriminate planetary destruction, a weapon designed not for conquest, but for absolute annihilation. It was a tool of ultimate despair, meant to crush all hope of resistance. The world devastators and the Galaxy Gun brought untold devastation to the New Republic. Populated worlds were scoured clean, entire populations wiped out. The sheer scale of the destruction threatened to break the New Republic's will to fight. The planet-wide destruction of Mon Calamari, a vibrant and vital world that had provided the backbone of the Rebel Alliance's fleet, sent shockwaves through the galaxy. Its destruction was a symbolic blow, a clear message from the reborn Emperor that no world, no matter how cherished or well defended, was safe from his wrath. The cries of billions echoed through the Force, a testament to the Emperor's boundless cruelty. Leia Organa Solo, now a mother to the young Jedi twins Jaqen and Jaina, found herself at the heart of this renewed conflict. She had always been a leader, a senator, a diplomat, but now her burgeoning connection to the Force became paramount. She embraced her Jedi heritage, training under her brother's initial guidance, and later honing her skills in the crucible of war. Her unique position, balancing her political duties with her growing Force abilities, made her a crucial figure in the fight against the reborn Emperor. She was a beacon of hope, fighting not just for a government, but for the future of her children and the galaxy. The climax of the Dark Empire conflict came with a desperate confrontation on Byz's Luke. Having played his dangerous game of deception, had learned much about Sidious's secrets and weaknesses. He had endured unspeakable temptations, battled his own inner demons, and walked a razor's edge between light and dark. His apparent fall had allowed him to gain insights that no loyal Jedi could have achieved. Yet, the price was almost too high. He struggled to maintain his true self amidst the overwhelming influence of the dark side. It was Leia who ultimately brought about the redemption of Luke Skywalker. Confronting her brother, she appealed to the light within him, reminding him of his true purpose and his love for his friends and family. Her unwavering faith, her refusal to believe in his genuine fall, helped him to break free from Sidious's mental grip. The Skywalker siblings, united in the Force, stood against the resurrected Emperor. Their combined efforts, along with the sacrifice of others and the timely intervention of Han Solo, led to the final death of Palpatine. In a desperate moment, Luke and Leia channeled the light side of the Force, overwhelming Sidious's current clone body, the Emperor's spirit. Attempting another essence transfer into the infant Anakin Solo was thwarted by Han, who shot the intended clone vessel. Sidious's consciousness, unable to find a new host, was irrevocably shattered, consumed by the Force itself. This time, the death felt final, absolute, a true end to his reign of terror. However, Sidious's return had left lasting scars and spawned new, dangerous offshoots of his dark empire. The Emperor's Shadow Guard and other elite forces, fanatically loyal to the reborn Palpatine. continued to operate even after his final demise. These were not just stormtroopers. They were force-sensitive enforcers, dark side adepts, and technologically augmented warriors who carried out the Emperor's will with chilling efficiency. They hunted down Jedi, suppressed dissent, and attempted to continue the brutal legacy of their master. Their presence ensured that the shadow of Palpatine would linger for years to come, a constant reminder of the dark side's resilience. Leia's role as a leader evolved profoundly during this era. Not only did she embrace her Jedi destiny, but she also solidified her position as a central figure in the New Republic's political landscape. She became a powerful advocate for peace and stability, using her Jedi insights to guide her diplomatic efforts. Her compassion and strength inspired a galaxy that had been plunged into despair. She understood that defeating Palpatine was not merely a military victory, but a spiritual one, requiring a deep commitment to the light and to the values of justice and freedom. The Dark Empire conflict forced the New Republic to confront the true nature of evil. It taught them that death was not always the end, that some forms of darkness could transcend even that finality. It highlighted the terrifying power of the dark side and the immense responsibility that came with wielding the Force. The galaxy learned that eternal vigilance was required, and that the struggle between light and shadow was a constant, evolving conflict. The events reshaped the lives of the Skywalker and Solo families, deepening their commitment to the Jedi path and solidifying their roles as guardians of the fragile peace they had fought so hard to establish. The threat of the Emperor had been neutralized, but the lessons of his return would forever echo through the Force, a grim warning against complacency. With the shadow of Palpatine finally banished, a fragile but undeniable dawn began to break across the galaxy. The New Republic, battered but not broken by the relentless onslaughts of Thrawn and the reborn Emperor, could now, at long last, turn its attention to a more fundamental need, the restoration of hope and balance to the Force. This monumental task fell to Luke Skywalker, the last surviving Jedi Knight of the Old Order and the architect of a new beginning. He understood that simply defeating the Empire was not enough. The galaxy needed spiritual guidance, a return of the Guardians who had once upheld peace and justice for millennia. Luke's vision for a rebuilt Jedi Order was not a mere recreation of the past. He recognized the flaws that had led to the old Jedi Order's downfall: its rigid dogmatism, its detachment from the living Force, its adherence to strict, often unyielding rules that sometimes stifled compassion and personal connection. He sought a more flexible, more emotionally attuned path, one that embraced the full spectrum of life and the Force, rather than fearing it. His philosophy converged sharply from the old ways, emphasizing that Jedi could have attachments, could marry, and could experience the full range of human or alien emotion, so long as they remained disciplined and committed to the light. This new philosophy aimed to prevent the very fear of attachment that had contributed to the fall of Anakin Skywalker and the rise of Darth Vader. The sacred site chosen for this momentous endeavor was Yavin 4, the lush jungle moon that had once housed a hidden rebel base, amidst ancient Massassi temples, permeated with the echoes of both light and dark side history. Luke established the Jedi Praxium. This academy was to be a beacon, a sanctuary where Force-sensitive individuals from across the galaxy could come to learn, to grow, and to understand their place in a Force-rich universe. Students arrived from diverse backgrounds, each carrying their own histories, their own burdens, and their own unique connection to the Force. Luke personally oversaw their training, blending traditional Jedi techniques with his own intuitive understanding, fostering individuality and encouraging questions. Among the first and most prominent of Luke's students were Kype Durron and Karan Horn. Kype Durron was a young man deeply touched by tragedy, a survivor of Imperial oppression with a powerful, almost raw connection to the Force. His intensity and his direct experience with suffering made him a formidable, if sometimes volatile, Force user. Karan Horn, on the other hand, was a former Corpsec security officer, a highly skilled investigator and pilot with a more grounded, pragmatic approach to the Force. He initially struggled with the spiritual aspects of Jedi training, preferring logic and tangible evidence. But his dedication and his inherent moral compass eventually guided him toward a profound understanding of the Force. These early students represented the diverse and often challenging individuals who would come to shape the new Jedi Order. The early years of the Praxium were marked by both profound breakthroughs and immense trials. One of the most significant challenges came from within the Order itself, centered around Kype Durin. His raw power, coupled with his deep-seated anger at the Empire's injustices, made him susceptible to dark influences. He was manipulated by the lingering spirit of Exar Kun, an ancient Sith Lord trapped within the temples of Yavin 4. Under Exar Kun's corrupting influence, Kype Durin briefly fell to the dark side, becoming a destructive force and wielding a terrifying superweapon, the Sun Crusher. The Sun Crusher was a devastating prototype starfighter, small and virtually indestructible, designed to fire resonance torpedoes capable of causing stars to go supernova. Kype Durin, under the influence of Exar Kun, used this weapon to annihilate entire star systems, wiping out billions of lives in a horrifying display of uncontrolled power. This catastrophic event forced Luke to confront the profound dangers of unchecked Force ability and the lingering influence of the dark side, even within his own students. It was a stark reminder that the battle for balance was not merely against external enemies, but a constant struggle within oneself. Luke, despite the heartbreak, refused to give up on Kype Durin, ultimately managing to free him from Exar Kun's grip and guide him back to the light. Though the scars of his actions would forever remain, the incident deeply informed Luke's teaching methods, emphasizing self-control and the dangers of allowing emotion to dictate actions. Another pivotal journey during this period was the slow but inexorable transformation of Mara Jade. Having been manipulated by Thrawn and still carrying Sidious's insidious command to kill Luke Skywalker, Mara's path was fraught with internal conflict. She found herself repeatedly crossing paths with Luke, often initially in adversarial roles, but circumstances forced them to cooperate. Through these shared trials, Mara began to see Luke not as her destined enemy, but as a complex individual committed to good. The deeply ingrained hatred began to dissolve, replaced by respect, then by grudging camaraderie, and eventually by love. Her Force abilities, once used for assassination and espionage, began to shift, guided by her evolving moral compass. Her journey from the Emperor's hand, an assassin for the dark side, to a skilled, independent Force user, and ultimately to a powerful Jedi Knight, was a testament to the transformative power of redemption and choice. Her unique perspective, forged in the fires of the Empire, brought a pragmatic and sometimes cynical, but ultimately loyal, strength to the burgeoning Jedi Order. While Luke focused on rebuilding the Jedi, the New Republic was simultaneously securing its political future. Guided by Chancellor Mon Mothma and the steadfast Leia Organa Solo, Leia, having embraced her own Force heritage, became a vital bridge between the spiritual and political leadership of the galaxy. It was during this period that the Han and Leia's children truly began to emerge as central figures in the galactic narrative. Jaqen, Jaina, and Anakin Solo, born amidst the chaos of a galaxy still at war. These three Force-sensitive children represented the future of the Skywalker bloodline, and indeed, the future of the Jedi. Jaqen and Jaina, twins with a profound connection to each other and the Force, quickly showed immense aptitude. Jaqen was introspective, philosophical, and deeply attuned to the nuances of the Force, often seeking understanding beyond mere power. Jaina was pragmatic, fiercely independent, and a natural pilot, embodying the daring spirit of her father and the Force sensitivity of her mother and uncle. Anakin Solo, the youngest, possessed an incredibly raw and powerful connection to the Force, Reminiscent of his namesake, the original Anakin Skywalker, their upbringing was unique, a blend of traditional New Republic values and the nascent teachings of Luke's new Jedi Order. They represented the hope for a balanced future, a generation raised in an era striving for peace. As these young Force sensitives matured, the Jedi began to confront their place in a modern galaxy. This was not the ancient Republic, where Jedi served as generals and peacekeepers with unquestioned authority. The New Republic was a democracy, wary of centralized power, and the Jedi were a newly re-emerged, often misunderstood, order. Luke emphasized that the new Jedi would be guardians and counselors, not rulers or soldiers. Their role was to protect the weak, mediate disputes, and serve the Force, operating within the framework of the New Republic, not above it. This required delicate diplomacy and a careful balance of power. The reestablishment of the Jedi Order was a slow, arduous process. There were philosophical debates, internal struggles, and constant threats from those who feared or sought to corrupt the Force. The Jedi were few in number, constantly challenged by remnants of the Empire, dark side cults, and new, unforeseen dangers emerging from the galaxy's hidden corners. Each new student, each new crisis, refined Luke's vision and tested the resilience of the burgeoning Order, the experiences with Kype Durin and the Sun Crusher, the complexities of Mara Jade's redemption, and the growing Force potential of the Solo children, all contributed to a living, evolving philosophy for the new Jedi. The Jedi Praxeum on Yavin 4 became a symbol of this new hope, a place where the light was nurtured and protected. It was a far cry from the glittering temples of Coruscant in the Old Republic, embodying a more humble, more grounded approach. Luke's students were taught not just lightsaber combat and Force techniques, but also empathy, self-awareness, and critical thinking. They were encouraged to engage with the galaxy, to understand its peoples, and to act with compassion rather than rigid adherence to dogma. This era marked a profound shift. The Jedi were no longer relics of a forgotten age, but active participants in the galaxy's reconstruction. Luke Skywalker, burdened with the immense responsibility of rebuilding what war had destroyed, tended the flickering flame of the light, ensuring it would grow into a guiding beacon for future generations. The rise of the Solo children, destined to be powerful Force users, intertwined the fate of the Skywalker legacy with that of the New Republic, ensuring that the struggle for balance would continue through the very heart of the galaxy's most iconic family. Their journey had just begun, and the galaxy watched, hopeful yet uncertain. As the light of the Jedi began to shine anew, the galaxy had endured the grand campaigns of Thrawn, survived the terrifying return of Palpatine, and seen the light of the Jedi rekindled. Yet peace remained a distant dream, a whisper on the galactic winds. For even in death, the Emperor's influence lingered, not just in the dark side, but in the echoes of his personal power, specifically within the ranks of his most elite, most loyal servants, the Imperial Royal Guard. These crimson-clad warriors, chosen for their unwavering devotion and exceptional combat prowess, were the living symbols of Sidious's iron rule. With his final demise, a profound schism tore through their ranks, leading to a bloody, honor-bound conflict that would stain the galaxy red once more. When the Emperor fell, presumably for the final time, during the events surrounding the Dark Empire, a handful of his royal guards were not at his side. They had been on assignments, overseeing critical Imperial operations, or protecting key assets. Among these survivors were two prominent figures, Kir Kanos and Karno Jax. Both were exceptional warriors, steeped in the strict doctrines and brutal training of the Royal Guard. Their loyalty had been absolute, forged in the fires of discipline and indoctrination. But now, without their master, their paths diverged violently. The core of the Imperial Royal Guard schism was a clash of ideology and honor. For some, like Karno Jax, the Emperor's death meant a power vacuum to be exploited. Jax believed that the Guard's true loyalty was not to Sidious's ghost, but to the perpetuation of the Imperial ideal, even if it meant seizing control through cunning and betrayal. He saw an opportunity to purge what he considered to be the weak and to reshape the Imperial remnants in his own image, consolidating power under a new, ruthless authority. He gathered loyalists who shared his vision, aiming to destroy any who clung to the old, now defunct, chain of command. Kir Kanos, however, was driven by a profoundly different, more ancient code of honor. For him, the Emperor's personal guard meant absolute, unyielding loyalty until the last breath. The Emperor was dead, and in his eyes, any attempt to usurp his authority or betray his final wishes, even from within the guard itself, was the ultimate dishonor. He believed that the only honorable path was to avenge the Emperor's death and to eliminate anyone who claimed to be the Emperor's successor without true legitimacy, or worse, who betrayed the very essence of the Guard's sacred oaths. To him, Karnar Jax was not a leader, but a traitor to their sacred order. This ideological divide ignited a brutal, covert war within the remnants of the Imperial Royal Guard. What had once been the Emperor's ultimate weapon became a self-consuming fire. Assassinations, desperate duels, and pitched battles erupted in secret locations across the galaxy, as former comrades turned their crimson blades against one another. This was not a war for territory or resources, but a deeply personal, visceral conflict driven by conflicting interpretations of honor and loyalty. It was a final, bloody purge of the Emperor's most loyal elite. The New Republic, still grappling with its own internal challenges and the lingering threats of other Imperial warlords, watched this internecine conflict with a mix of apprehension and cautious optimism. While the infighting weakened Imperial power generally, the sheer lethality of the Royal Guards made any direct intervention exceedingly dangerous. They understood that these warriors, even in their fractured state, were among the most dangerous individuals in the galaxy. Their unique skills and fanatical devotion meant that their struggle, though internal, had galactic implications. The outcome of this bloody schism would determine what kind of Imperial threat, if any, might emerge from the shadows of the Emperor's final legacy. Leia Organa Solo, now a mother to the young Jedi twins, Jaqen and Jaina, found herself at the heart of this renewed conflict. She had always been a leader, a senator, a diplomat, but now her burgeoning connection to the Force became paramount. She embraced her Jedi heritage, training under her brother's initial guidance, and later honing her skills in the crucible of war. Her unique position, balancing her political duties with her growing Force abilities, made her a crucial figure in the fight against the reborn Emperor. She was a beacon of hope, fighting not just for a government, but for the future of her children and the galaxy. The climax of the Dark Empire conflict came with a desperate confrontation on Baiz's Luke. Having played his dangerous game of deception, had learned much about Sidious's secrets and weaknesses. He had endured unspeakable temptations, battled his own inner demons, and walked a razor's edge between light and dark. His apparent fall had allowed him to gain insights that no loyal Jedi could have achieved. Yet, the price was almost too high. He struggled to maintain his true self amidst the overwhelming influence of the dark side. It was Leia who ultimately brought about the redemption of Luke Skywalker. Confronting her brother, she appealed to the light within him, reminding him of his true purpose and his love for his friends and family. Her unwavering faith, her refusal to believe in his genuine fall, helped him to break free from Sidious's mental grip. The Skywalker siblings, united in the Force, stood against the resurrected Emperor. Their combined efforts, along with the sacrifice of others and the timely intervention of Han Solo, led to the final death of Palpatine. In a desperate moment, Luke and Leia channeled the light side of the Force, overwhelming Sidious's current clone body, the Emperor's spirit. Attempting another essence transfer into the infant Anakin Solo was thwarted by Han, who shot the intended clone vessel. Sidious's consciousness, unable to find a new host, was irrevocably shattered, consumed by the Force itself. This time, the death felt final, absolute, a true end to his reign of terror. However, Sidious's return had left lasting scars and spawned new, dangerous offshoots of his dark empire. The Emperor's Shadow Guard and other elite forces, fanatically loyal to the reborn Palpatine, continued to operate even after his final demise. These were not just stormtroopers. They were Force-sensitive enforcers, dark side adepts, and technologically augmented warriors who carried out the Emperor's will with chilling efficiency. They hunted down Jedi, suppressed dissent, and attempted to continue the brutal legacy of their master. Their presence ensured the shadow of Palpatine would linger for years to come, a constant reminder of the dark side's resilience. Leia's role as a leader evolved profoundly during this era. Not only did she embrace her Jedi destiny, but she also solidified her position as a central figure in the New Republic's political landscape. She became a powerful advocate for peace and stability, using her Jedi insights to guide her diplomatic efforts. Her compassion and strength inspired a galaxy that had been plunged into despair. She understood that defeating Palpatine was not merely a military victory, but a spiritual one, requiring a deep commitment to the light and to the values of justice and freedom. The Dark Empire conflict forced the New Republic to confront the true nature of evil. It taught them that death was not always the end, that some forms of darkness could transcend even that finality. It highlighted the terrifying power of the dark side and the immense responsibility that came with wielding the Force. The galaxy learned that eternal vigilance was required, and that the struggle between light and shadow was a constant, evolving conflict. The events reshaped the lives of the Skywalker and Solo families, deepening their commitment to the Jedi path and solidifying their roles as guardians of the fragile peace they had fought so hard to establish. The threat of the Emperor had been neutralized, but the lessons of his return would forever echo through the Force, a grim warning against complacency. This brutal internal conflict among the Royal Guard would become known to history as the events encompassed by the Crimson Empire. It was a narrative of vengeance, survival, and the profound, often tragic, meaning of loyalty in a galaxy without its absolute ruler. Kir Kanos, a solitary figure driven by his strict code, relentlessly pursued Karnar Jax, viewing his former comrade as the ultimate betrayer. His quest for vengeance led him through the darkest corners of the Imperial underworld, exposing layers of corruption and ambition that had festered within the Empire's highest ranks long before its fall. The duels between Kanos and Jax were legendary, showcases of unparalleled combat skill. Each warrior a master of the Force, infused fighting style unique to the Royal Guard. Their conflict was a testament to the fact that even without a throne, the legacy of a tyrant could still fuel devastating wars. Meanwhile, beyond the internal struggles of the Royal Guard, the galaxy continued to contend with the rise of other powerful warlord factions, each attempting to fill the immense vacuum left by Sidious's death. Among the most prominent and dangerous was Admiral Dala, a brilliant but ruthless strategist. Dala had been frozen in stasis by Grand Moff Tarkin prior to the Galactic Civil War, only to be unfrozen decades later. She emerged with an intact, powerful fleet and a singular, terrifying vision: to restore the Empire through overwhelming military might and brutal efficiency. She launched devastating raids against New Republic targets, demonstrating a terrifying capacity for destruction and a complete disregard for civilian casualties. Her relentless attacks often caught the New Republic off guard, reminding them that the Imperial threat was far from over, in contrast to Dala's brute force approach. Another figure, Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, emerged as a voice of reason and pragmatism within the fragmented Imperial remnant. Pellaeon was a seasoned veteran, loyal to the ideal of the Empire, but not blinded by fanaticism. He recognized the futility of the constant infighting among warlords and the diminishing returns of brutal, uncoordinated attacks against the growing New Republic. He understood that for the Empire to survive in any meaningful form, it needed unity, discipline, and a coherent strategy. His efforts to unify the Empire were arduous and often met with fierce resistance from power-hungry rivals. He believed in strategic retreats, resource management, and long-term planning, a stark contrast to the reckless abandon of many warlords. The attempts to unify the Empire were fraught with betrayal and internal strife. Warlords like Ginge and Delvardus continued to operate independently, their ambitions often clashing with each other as much as with the New Republic. Pelion found himself fighting a two-front war, against the New Republic and against the chaos within his own ranks. He painstakingly worked to gather what remained of the legitimate Imperial fleet, to restore discipline, and to establish a chain of command that transcended individual egos. He brokered fragile alliances and leveraged his immense tactical experience to defeat or neutralize rival Imperial commanders who refused to cooperate. His vision was a unified, smaller, but stronger Imperial force, capable of enduring in a galaxy now dominated by the New Republic. Defining moment in Pelion's campaign for Imperial unity was the Battle of Arinda. This was a pivotal engagement where Pelion demonstrated his strategic brilliance, outmaneuvering a combined force of New Republic and rogue Imperial elements. He utilized classic Imperial tactics, adapted with subtle innovations, to achieve a decisive victory that solidified his position as the de facto leader of the cohesive Imperial remnant. The battle was a stark demonstration that Imperial military might, when wielded by a truly capable commander, was still a formidable force. It sent a clear message to both the New Republic and the squabbling warlords. Pelion was a force to be reckoned with, capable of bringing order to the chaos. The successful consolidation under Gilad Pelion eventually led to a slow, almost imperceptible shift in the nature of the galactic conflict. The constant, brutal warfare that had plagued the galaxy since Ender began to abate. Pelion, recognizing the limits of the Imperial remnant's resources and the strength of the established New Republic, initiated a series of diplomatic overtures. These were not acts of surrender, but pragmatic efforts to establish a lasting peace, or at least a stable coexistence, with their former enemies. He understood that continued, endless war would only lead to the utter destruction of what little remained of the Empire. This culminated in the gradual truce between the Empire and New Republic. It was a long, painstaking process, fraught with mistrust and the echoes of decades of bloodshed. Leia Organa Solo, with her unparalleled diplomatic skills and her commitment to healing the galaxy, played a crucial role in these negotiations. She recognized the necessity of ending the perpetual conflict and saw the potential for a stable, albeit uneasy, peace with a unified and rational Imperial remnant under Pelion's command. This was not a victory for the Empire, but an acknowledgement of its continued existence as a diminished but defined political entity. The truce was codified in the Pelion Accords, a series of agreements that established clear borders, disarmament protocols for certain weapons, and a framework for future diplomatic relations. The Imperial remnant, under Pelion, ceded vast swaths of territory, acknowledged the New Republic's sovereignty, and agreed to significant limitations on its military power. In return, the New Republic recognized the Imperial remnant as a legitimate, if small, power, and agreed to cease aggressive military action against its defined borders. This landmark agreement brought an official end to the Galactic Civil War, though localized conflicts and lingering resentment would persist for years. The crimson tides of vengeance and loyalty had finally receded, leaving behind a new, uneasy landscape. The Royal Guard's internal purge, the rise of Dala's destructive campaigns, and Pelion's pragmatic unification had all contributed to this new reality. The galaxy had learned a bitter lesson, that even the shadows of tyrants carried legacies of vengeance, and that the fight for peace was a continuous, evolving struggle. sometimes requiring reconciliation with former enemies. The era of the Grand Admirals and the Emperor's direct agents was drawing to a close, replaced by a more stable, albeit still tense, dynamic between the New Republic and the disciplined, but vastly diminished, Imperial remnant. The path ahead was still uncertain, but for the first time in a generation, the main antagonists of the Galactic Civil War had laid down their arms. The unseen galaxy had collectively breathed a sigh of relief. The tyrannical grip of the Empire had been broken. The strategic genius of Thrawn had been defeated, and even the horrifying return of Emperor Palpatine had been definitively ended. A fragile peace had blossomed, allowing the New Republic to steadily consolidate its power and the fledgling Jedi Order to begin its quiet rebuilding. Yet, the dark side of the Force, a primordial, corrosive energy, doesn't simply vanish with the death of its most powerful proponents. Like a noxious gas, it seeped into the vacuum left by the Emperor's demise, manifesting in new, insidious forms. This period saw the rise of diverse dark side cults, desperate individuals seeking power in the Force's shadows, and the chilling, whispered re-emergence of what some would call a new Sith Order, born not from a lineage, but from a terrifying hunger for ancient power. The very concept of the Sith had been thought utterly destroyed with the deaths of Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine. The ancient prophecy of the Rule of Two, where only two Sith Lords could exist at any given time, had supposedly ensured their ultimate self-destruction. But the vastness of the galaxy harbored forgotten secrets, long-dormant evil, and countless individuals susceptible to the dark side's seductive whispers. With the Galactic Empire fragmented and the New Republic still finding its footing, no unified power was left to systematically hunt down and eradicate every lingering tendril of darkness. This allowed various dark side traditions, some genuinely ancient, others newly formed fanaticism and opportunism, to emerge from the deepest shadows. These new dark side threats were not unified under a single Grand Master like Palpatine. Instead, they were fragmented, disparate, often competing cults and individuals, each drawing from different interpretations of ancient Sith lore or simply driven by raw ambition. They sought power not through a cohesive military machine, but through the Force itself, through forbidden rituals, and through the discovery of long-lost artifacts and forgotten Sith worlds. Their methods were often subtle, infiltrating local governments, corrupting disillusioned individuals, and preying on the fears and anxieties of a galaxy weary from decades of war. One of the most notable manifestations of this resurgent darkness were the disciples of Ranos. This dark side cult, operating in the period following the Emperor's final death, was obsessed with the ancient Sith Lord Marka Ranos, one of the most powerful and ruthless Sith Lords of the ancient Sith Empire. The disciples believed that by performing dark rituals and gathering potent Sith artifacts, they could somehow resurrect the spirit of Marka Ranos and unleash his power upon the galaxy. Their fervent belief in this resurrection led them to undertake daring and dangerous missions, raiding archaeological sites and clashing with Force sensitives loyal to the light. Their fanaticism was absolute, and their disregard for life chilling, as they sacrificed countless beings in their dark rituals. The remnants of the Empire, though officially in a truce with the New Republic under Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, still harbored many dark side adepts who had served Palpatine not as Sith Lords, but as powerful Force-sensitive agents or enforcers. These individuals, often called Imperial Darksiders, found themselves adrift without their Emperor, but many retained their dark side abilities and their inherent cruelty. Some sought to continue Sidious's legacy in their own twisted ways. Others simply reveled in the power they possessed. They represented a continued, insidious threat, often operating as independent warlords or manipulating local conflicts for their own gain, constantly testing the New Republic's resolve and the Jedi's vigilance. The Jedi Order, still in its nascent stages under Grand Master Luke Skywalker, found itself uniquely challenged by these new manifestations of the dark side. Unlike the overt military threats of the Empire or Thrawn, these cults often operated in secrecy, their influence spreading like a disease. Luke and his few students, including early members like Kype Durran and Karan Horn, were tasked not just with training new Jedi, but with discerning and confronting these subtle, insidious threats. They had to learn to operate as peacekeepers and investigators, rather than just warriors. The Force, which had once been a clear beacon against the Empire, now seemed murkier, its dark side currents flowing from many different, unexpected sources. The return of a truly organized dark side philosophy, even if fragmented, represented a critical shift. While not adhering to the rule of two, these groups collectively contributed to the perception of a new Sith Order by their aggressive pursuit of dark side power and their often violent rejection of Jedi ideals. They unearthed ancient Sith holocrons, delved into forbidden knowledge, and sought to replicate the destructive power that had once fueled the ancient Sith empires. Their actions often led to horrific atrocities, demonstrating the corrupting influence of unchecked dark side power. The Jedi's struggle against the disciples of Ranos, for instance, often involved intense confrontations over ancient artifacts. These artifacts, imbued with the dark side energy of long-dead Sith Lords, posed a grave danger to any Force-sensitive, light or dark. The Jedi found themselves in a race against time, attempting to secure these relics before they could be used to unleash unimaginable power or corrupt innocent populations. These missions were perilous, often requiring the nascent Jedi Knights to face their own inner demons and resist the insidious allure of the dark side. Adding to the complexity was the lingering influence of ancient Sith spirits and malevolent Force entities. The Force itself, still scarred by the immense conflict of the Galactic Civil War and the Emperor's dark reign, allowed these echoes of past evil to cling to existence. One such entity, the spirit of Exar Kun, an ancient Sith Lord from millennia past, continued to haunt the temples on the moon of Yavin 4, the very site of Luke Skywalker's Jedi Praxium. This spirit had previously influenced Kype Durran, demonstrating the profound danger of such lingering dark side presences. The Jedi had to learn not only to combat living darksiders, but also to cleanse locations corrupted by ancient evil, a testament to the enduring power of the Force, even beyond life and death. The presence of these diverse dark side cults also exploited weaknesses within the New Republic's fledgling political structure. Some cults gained influence by offering false promises of power or stability to desperate local leaders. Others used their dark side abilities for manipulation, sowing discord and distrust within otherwise peaceful communities. This meant the Jedi often had to work hand in hand with New Republic intelligence agencies, combining Force insights with traditional investigative methods to uncover and neutralize these hidden threats. It was a complex and often frustrating process, as the very existence of Force users remained a mystery to many in the government. The concept of a true, unified new Sith Order was debated by galactic historians and Force scholars for years to come. While these various dark side groups never fully coalesced under a single, uncontested Dark Lord, their collective emergence presented a new, multifaceted threat to the galaxy's fragile peace. They were a chaotic, unpredictable force, driven by individual ambition rather than a cohesive grand plan. This made them difficult to track, difficult to understand, and often extremely difficult to defeat. Each cult, each darksider, presented a unique challenge, requiring the Jedi to adapt their approach and temper their tactics. Luke Skywalker, as Grand Master, understood that the best defense against these new dark side cults was not just military might, but the continued rebuilding of the Jedi Order and the fostering of hope and understanding across the galaxy. He emphasized compassion, patience, and the importance of preventing individuals from falling to the dark side in the first place. He believed that the lessons learned from his own struggle with the dark side and that of his father, Anakin Skywalker, were paramount. The new Jedi were taught to confront the darkness within themselves before attempting to combat it in others, focusing on inner balance and emotional control as their primary weapons. The period of these new dark side threats solidified the Jedi's role within the New Republic. They became the galaxy's primary defense against the subtle incursions of the dark side, operating where conventional military forces could not. They served as spiritual guides, moral compasses, and protectors against existential threats that originated not from fleets, but from the insidious corruption of the Force itself. This era forced the New Republic to acknowledge the vital importance of the Jedi, not just as symbols of a bygone era, but as essential guardians of galactic stability. The shadow of the past, in the form of ancient Sith power and the lingering presence of Sidious's influence, continued to cast a long pall over the galaxy. This constant struggle against emerging dark side threats underscored a fundamental truth. The Force seeks balance, and even in times of supposed light, the dark side will always find a way to manifest. The New Republic and the Jedi Order learned that eternal vigilance was not just a military concept, but a spiritual one. The galaxy was not just recovering from a war. It was in a perpetual state of balancing the scales of the Force. This period of internal dark side threats prepared the galaxy, in a grim and unexpected way, for the next, even greater challenge that would emerge from beyond their known stars. Chapter 5. The Yuuzhan Vong War 25AB Y29AB. The Galaxy Head, against all odds, achieved a fragile peace. The New Republic had solidified its governance, and even the Imperial remnant, under the pragmatic leadership of Grand Admiral Gilad Pellaeon, had settled into an uneasy coexistence. The scars of the Galactic Civil War were still fresh, but a sense of hope, however cautious, permeated the star lanes. This tentative peace, however, was about to be shattered by a threat unlike any the galaxy had ever conceived. From beyond the known rim, from the voids between galaxies, came an enemy that defied all understanding: the Yuuzhan Vong. The Yuuzhan Vong were extragalactic invaders, a species utterly alien in every conceivable way. They were immune to the Force, a horrifying revelation that struck at the very core of Jedi understanding and galactic defense. Their technology was entirely organic, cultivated through centuries of genetic manipulation and biological engineering. Their ships were living creatures, their weapons bioengineered parasites, their armor grown on their bodies. They considered mechanical technology, or tech, an abomination, an insult to their gods, and were driven by a fanatical religious fervor to cleanse the galaxy of all such impurities. They viewed pain as a sacrament, suffering as a path to enlightenment, and conquest as a divine mandate. Their arrival was not merely an invasion, it was an apocalypse, an existential threat to all life as known in the galaxy. The first harbingers of this unimaginable threat were subtle, almost unnoticed. Isolated incursions of strange scout ships appeared in the Outer Rim territories, followed by whispered tales of impossible ships from bewildered traders and explorers. But soon, these whispers turned into desperate screams as the Yuuzhan Vong launched their full-scale invasion. Their advance was relentless, brutal, and seemingly unstoppable. Entire star systems fell in a matter of days. Their populations either assimilated into the invaders, horrifying bioengineered constructs, or utterly annihilated. The New Republic, accustomed to fighting an enemy that used familiar tactics and conventional mechanical technology, found itself utterly unprepared and strategically bewildered by this alien horror. The invaders' unique physiology and their complete detachment from the Force presented an immediate and devastating problem for the Jedi. Force powers that had turned the tide against the Empire and its dark side. Masters were astonishingly useless against the Yuuzhan Vong. Telekinesis could not affect their living ships. Mind tricks could not sway their unyielding minds, and even precognition struggled to glimpse their unpredictable movements, obscured by their strange nature within the Force. For the first time in millennia, Jedi faced an enemy who existed outside their fundamental understanding of the Force, rendering their most potent abilities inert and their lightsabers largely ineffective against the Vong's pain-armored bodies. This profound helplessness bred deep fear and crippling doubt among the Jedi, threatening to break their spirit and their very will to fight. The Yuuzhan Vong invasion began in earnest in the Outer Rim territories, strategically chosen for their initial, easier conquests. However, their true objective was the heavily populated and strategically vital core worlds, the very heart of the New Republic. They were not interested in political control or resource extraction in the traditional sense. As most invaders were, their goal was complete terraforming, to reshape every conquered world into a grotesque, living reflection of their own biologically engineered homeworld, even to the terrifying extent of replacing native flora and fauna with their own terrifying bioorganisms. Worlds that had once been vibrant, living ecosystems were meticulously transformed into grotesque, living battlefields, their indigenous populations enslaved, horrifically sacrificed, or simply exterminated without remorse. The scale of the invasion was unprecedented, dwarfing any previous galactic conflict. Wave after wave of living ships poured into galactic space, overwhelming New Republic defenses through sheer numbers, terrifying biological weaponry, and alien resilience. The New Republic military, though vast and experienced from the Civil War, was fundamentally designed for a different kind of war. Their starfighters, once dominant, were outmaneuvered by the agile, organic Yuuzhan Vong Coral Skipper fighters. Their capital ships were battered by the plasma-spitting Dovan basils, gravity-manipulating creatures that could create localized black holes to deflect energy blasts or literally pull starships apart, piece by agonizing piece. The conventional strategies that had won the Civil War proved largely ineffective against this utterly alien enemy. Early in the war, the New Republic suffered devastating and humiliating losses. Critical strategic worlds, like the vital shipbuilding planet of Duro, fell rapidly, their orbital defense platforms and planetary shields proving utterly useless against the invaders. Relentless advance and bio-engineered weaponry. The loss of Duro was not just a profound military setback, it was a psychological blow that reverberated across the galaxy. A stark demonstration that the New Republic was facing an enemy capable of striking at the very heart of their industrial and military base. Populations across the galaxy began to panic. Refugees streamed into the core worlds in unimaginable numbers, and fear threatened to fracture the hard-won unity of the New Republic, pushing it to the brink of collapse. One of the war's earliest and most profound tragedies struck the heart of the Skywalker and Solo families. During the desperate evacuation of the planet Cernpital, a world succumbing to the Yuuzhan Vong's devastating terraforming efforts, the beloved Wookiee co-pilot, Chewbacca, made the ultimate sacrifice. As a moon, controlled by a Yuuzhan Vong Dovan basil, plunged towards the planet, threatening to annihilate all remaining life and ships, Chewbacca selflessly ensured that his lifelong friend Han Solo's son, Anakin Solo, reached the safety of their vessel. Chewbacca remained behind, facing the moon's descent alone, deliberately placing himself in harm's way to buy precious seconds for the others. His final roar echoed across the comms, a testament to his immense courage and loyalty. As he was consumed by the cataclysm, his death sent shockwaves of grief and despair through the New Republic, particularly devastating Han Solo, who struggled immensely with the loss of his brother in arms, a loss that would haunt him for years and profoundly impact his relationship with his surviving children. This heartbreaking sacrifice underscored the brutal, personal cost of the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Amidst this chaos and widespread despair, the Solo children, now grown into formidable, if still young, Jedi Knights, rose to unprecedented prominence. Jaqen Solo, with his deep, often philosophical understanding of the Force, became a key figure in trying to comprehend the Yuuzhan Vong's unique nature, tirelessly seeking non-traditional Force solutions and insights into their biology. Jaina Solo, ever the pragmatic pilot and brilliant warrior, distinguished herself as an extraordinary starfighter ace and a sharp military strategist, leading daring raids against the invaders and swiftly earning the revered moniker, Sword of the Jedi, for her fierce effectiveness. Their youngest brother, Anakin Solo, possessed an incredibly raw and powerful connection to the Force, often pushing boundaries and taking immense risks to find ways to fight the seemingly Force-sensitive enemy. Their parents, Han Solo and Leia Organa Solo, watched their children step into the fires of war, leading the desperate fight for a galaxy that was now undeniably theirs to defend. The New Republic's leadership struggled immensely with the unparalleled nature of the threat. Chancellor Mon Mothma, having steered the New Republic through its foundational years and its triumph over the Empire, was now forced to confront a war for galactic survival unlike any other. Her renowned diplomatic skills, honed in the political arenas of the Old Republic and the early New Republic, were often tragically useless against an enemy that did not negotiate, did not understand compromise, and only pursued conquest and utter domination. The military command, led by seasoned veterans like Admiral Akbar, found their lifetime of experience and strategic doctrines utterly challenged by an enemy whose tactics and organic technology were completely alien and unpredictable. The initial responses were often disjointed, reflecting the New Republic's democratic structure and its inherent difficulty in adapting swiftly to a truly existential, all-encompassing war. The Jedi Order, still relatively small in number and recovering from the internal conflicts and purges of the past, found itself on the absolute front lines, fighting a desperate battle not just for survival, but for understanding. Luke Skywalker, as Grand Master, bore the immense burden of guiding his nascent order against an enemy that defied their very understanding of the Force itself. He initiated desperate attempts to comprehend the Yuuzhan Vong's baffling Force immunity, sending out recon teams and pushing his students to explore every facet of the Force in search of a weakness, an exploit, or any glimmer of insight. It was a time of immense spiritual and physical trial for the Jedi, forcing them to question their beliefs, challenge their traditions, and fundamentally adapt or face utter annihilation. The sheer scale, brutality, and alien nature of the conflict eventually led to the galaxy uniting against a common foe, a feat previously thought impossible. Even the Imperial Remnant, under the pragmatic leadership of Gilad Pellaeon, found itself facing an enemy that threatened its very existence, regardless of its imperial ideals. Recognizing the profound, shared threat to all life, the tenuous peace established by the Pellaeon Accords began to evolve rapidly into a strategic, desperate alliance. Imperial forces, with their disciplined structure, vast resources, and advanced weaponry, found themselves fighting fiercely alongside their former enemies against the overwhelming tide of the Yuuzhan Vong. This unlikely alliance, forged in the agonizing fires of galactic desperation, showcased the terrifying scale of the threat, forcing former adversaries to set aside their deep-seated differences for the ultimate survival of all sentient life. The war raged for agonizing years, consuming star systems and costing untold billions of lives. The Yuuzhan Vong advanced steadily, leaving a trail of biologically altered worlds and utter desolation in their wake. They meticulously targeted vital New Republic worlds, seeking to dismantle the galactic infrastructure piece by agonizing peace. One of their most horrifying and psychologically devastating strategies involved the systematic destruction and terraforming of key New Republic worlds, not just for conquest, but explicitly to demoralize and terrorize the galaxy into submission. The loss of the planet Coruscant, the very heart of the galaxy, and the New Republic capital for millennia, was perhaps the most devastating blow, a moment etched into galactic memory. the Yuuzhan Vong, in a brutal demonstration of their power and their utter contempt for mechanical constructs, meticulously reshaped the Ecumenopolis into a grotesque, living temple world dedicated to their horrific gods. The once vibrant spires were replaced by organic, thorny structures, and the countless inhabitants either died in the brutal initial assault or were horrifically assimilated into the invaders. Biofactories. The fall of Coruscant sent a shockwave of profound despair through the entire galaxy, signaling that no world was truly safe. Amidst the widespread despair, acts of incredible heroism and devastating sacrifice emerged from every corner of the galaxy. The Jedi, despite their persistent struggles against the Yuuzhan Vong's force immunity, played an absolutely critical role. They became inspiring leaders, strategists, and vital moral anchors for a desperate galaxy on the brink. Luke Skywalker relentlessly sought answers, exploring ancient Jedi texts and arcane Force lore to understand the true, hidden nature of their alien enemy. His tireless pursuit of knowledge led him to confront profound truths about the Force, reminding him and his students that it was far more than just a tool for combat. It was the fundamental essence of all life. The Solo children, in particular, bore an immensely heavy burden of leadership and personal loss. The war demanded terrible sacrifices, and the Skywalker Solo family, so central to the New Republic's hopes, was not spared. Anakin Solo, the youngest of the three, with his immense raw power in the Force and his courageous willingness to push the boundaries of Jedi doctrine, bravely led a crucial and incredibly dangerous mission deep into the heart of a Yuuzhan Vong worldship. His actions were instrumental in acquiring vital intelligence about the invaders' ultimate weaknesses, but they came at an unbearable personal cost. In a selfless act of profound sacrifice, Anakin Solo gave his life to ensure his mission's success, dying a hero in the defense of the galaxy he loved. His death was a profound blow, a devastating testament to the war's sheer brutality and a source of immense, agonizing grief for his family and the entire Jedi Order. The New Republic, reeling from their devastating losses and the widespread destruction, eventually underwent a radical and necessary transformation. The sheer existential threat of the Yuuzhan Vong forced a rapid and profound restructuring of their government and military. The inherent limitations of a decentralized democracy in total, existential war became painfully clear to all. A new, more unified and centralized command structure emerged, better equipped to wage total war against such an alien and relentless foe. The diverse galactic forces, now including elements of the disciplined Imperial Remnant and various planetary defense forces, slowly but surely began to adapt their strategies. They learned to exploit the Yuuzhan Vong's deep reliance on biological constructs, specifically targeting their living ships, vulnerable nervous systems, and strategically disrupting their bioengineered command structures. Key turning point in the protracted conflict came with the agonizingly slow but ultimately crucial discovery of the Yuuzhan Vong's mysterious connection to the Force, or rather their profound lack thereof. It was revealed that the Yuuzhan Vong had, millennia ago, exiled themselves from their original galaxy by destroying their own homeworld and systematically severing their connection to their own Force, thereby making them Force immune in this galaxy. This chilling understanding, agonizingly gained through years of research and immense sacrifice, finally provided the Jedi with a glimmer of hope. It meant there was an origin to their immunity, and thus, perhaps, a way to exploit it, to find a weakness in their seemingly impenetrable nature. The climax of the war involved a monumental, galaxy-wide effort to finally counter the Yuuzhan Vong's unique and devastating threat. The Jedi, having painstakingly adapted their techniques and shed many of their old rigid dogmas, began to find indirect ways to affect the invaders. They focused on disrupting their complex, organic command chains, exploiting environmental weaknesses on the terraformed worlds, and utilizing Force-sensitive non-Jedi in new, innovative ways to gain advantages. The New Republic military, now operating as the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances, launched massive, coordinated offensives that spanned multiple sectors. They developed highly specialized weaponry and cunning tactics, designed explicitly to counter the organic nature of the Yuuzhan Vong, including targeted chemical agents designed to disrupt their unique biology and powerful sonic weapons that could disrupt or even incapacitate their vital Dovan basals. The final, desperate push to defeat the invaders involved a multi-pronged assault aimed directly at their main command centers and their vast terraforming efforts. The unified galactic forces, comprising countless species, courageous humans, resilient Mon Calamari, cunning Bothans, mighty Wookiees, and countless other species, fought side by side in a truly galaxy-spanning conflict. It was a war of unimaginable attrition, of desperate last stands on worlds teetering on the brink of ecological collapse, and of moments of unimaginable heroism from every corner of the known galaxy. The hard-won victory over the Yuuzhan Vong came at a truly tremendous and almost unbearable cost. Billions of lives were tragically lost. Countless worlds were irrevocably scarred or utterly destroyed, their ecosystems permanently altered, and the entire galactic infrastructure was devastated to an unprecedented degree. The New Republic, though ultimately victorious, was forever changed by the crucible of this conflict. It emerged from the conflict as the unified Galactic Alliance, a far more centralized, pragmatic, and cohesive government, forged in the agonizing fires of an existential war that had nearly consumed them all. The Jedi Order, too, was profoundly transformed. They had endured staggering losses among their ranks, but they had also evolved, shedding some of the rigid dogma and strictures of the past, and embracing a more flexible, compassionate, and deeply interconnected approach to the Force. They learned that the Force was not just about power, but about understanding, adaptation, and in profound connection to all life in the universe. The Yuuzhan Vong War redefined the galaxy's understanding of external threats and tested its internal resilience to breaking point. It forced the various disparate factions and species to set aside their historical animosities and unite against a common, terrifying, and utterly alien enemy. It highlighted the sheer, indomitable power of adaptation, the necessity of desperate sacrifice, and the enduring spirit of life in the face of absolute destruction. The scars of the war would remain for generations, a grim reminder of the profound darkness that lay beyond the known stars, but also a shining testament to the galaxy's profound capacity for unity, heroism, and self-sacrifice. The universe had faced its ultimate test and, through immense suffering and an almost unimaginable toll, had ultimately prevailed, albeit forever changed. The invaluable lessons learned from the Yuuzhan Vong invasion would shape galactic policy, military doctrine, and Jedi philosophy for centuries to come, ensuring that the galaxy would never again be so unprepared for the unknown and the truly alien. More than a century and a quarter had passed since the climactic Battle of Endor, an era marked by galactic rebuilding, the ebb and flow of political power, and the quiet vigilance of the Jedi Order, the Galactic Alliance, forged in the fires of the Yuuzhan Vong War, had slowly transitioned, over generations, into a new form of governance, influenced by a restored, benevolent imperial lineage, the Fel Empire. This was not the tyranny of Palpatine, but an imperial state reformed, committed to order and justice, and surprisingly, in alliance with a re-established Jedi Order. A fragile, yet enduring, peace seemed to have settled over the galaxy. However, underneath this veneer of stability, an ancient evil had been patiently cultivating its power, its tendrils reaching out from the deepest shadows, preparing for an ultimate strike that would redefine the very nature of galactic power and the Force itself. This insidious threat was the One Sith, a dark side order unlike any that had come before. They rejected the ancient rule of two, believing it led to unnecessary infighting and ultimately limited their power. Instead, The One Sith embraced a philosophy of absolute unity under a single supreme Dark Lord, with all others serving as loyal extensions of his will. Their goal was not just conquest, but eternal, unquestioned rule over the entire galaxy, reshaping it according to their own twisted vision. Their power was not derived from secret manipulations, but from overt control, ruthlessly enforced by a vast legion of dark side adepts. At the head of this terrifying new order stood Darth Krayt, a figure whose past was as complex and tragic as the galaxy he sought to dominate. He was once a Jedi Master named Sharad Het, a skilled human Jedi Knight who had fought bravely in the Clone Wars. He had survived Order 66, endured years of brutal survival in the Outer Rim, and even confronted the remnants of the ancient Sith, including their spirit on Korriban. His experiences had shattered his faith in the Jedi path and twisted his perception of the Force. He believed that the galaxy needed a strong hand, a unified will, to prevent endless cycles of chaos and war. He saw himself as the one true savior, destined to impose absolute order through the dark side, forging a new Sith empire that would never fall. Krayt spent decades secretly gathering Force sensitives, training them in his brutal philosophy, and building his One Sith into a formidable, disciplined army of Darksiders. They established hidden fortresses, infiltrated existing galactic institutions, and waited for the opportune moment to strike. Their patience was absolute, their planning meticulous, and their ruthlessness unmatched, while the Galactic Alliance and the Fel Empire enjoyed their relative peace. The One Sith quietly accumulated power, a dark storm brewing on the horizon. The unsuspecting Fel Empire, which had ushered in an era of order and cooperation with the Jedi, was about to face the ultimate betrayal. The One Sith, having infiltrated key positions within the government and military, launched a sudden, devastating offensive that caught the galaxy entirely by surprise. Their plan was not merely to defeat the Fel Empire, but to utterly collapse the Fel Empire and achieve total galactic domination through betrayal by the Sith from within. The Jedi, though allied with the Fel Empire, were scattered and unprepared for the sheer scale and coordinated brutality of the One Sith's assault. The collapse of the Fel Empire was swift and brutal, a horrifying spectacle of treachery and overwhelming dark side power. The One Sith launched a devastating surprise attack on key Imperial worlds, particularly targeting Jedi temples and strategic strongholds. The infamous Siege of Ossus, a planet sacred to the Jedi for millennia, became a symbol of this cataclysm. The Jedi, caught off guard, fought valiantly, but were overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the One Sith and the ferocity of Darth Krayt's dark side. Warriors, many Jedi fell, their ancient temples desecrated, and their knowledge plundered. The alliance between the Fel Empire and the Jedi, once a beacon of hope, crumbled under the weight of this overwhelming assault. With the Fel Empire fractured and the Jedi decimated, the Jedi were scattered, and the galaxy plunged into chaos. Surviving Jedi Knights and Masters were forced into hiding, hunted relentlessly by Darth Krayt's forces. The dream of a rebuilt Jedi Order, nurtured for over a century, seemed to be extinguished in a single, devastating stroke. The Galactic Alliance, which had been gradually subsumed by the Fel Empire, now found itself facing a tyrannical power far more absolute than Sidious's. With no viable resistance force to protect its citizens, Darth Krayt declared himself Galactic Emperor, imposing his will through brutal force and pervasive fear. In this grim new reality, one name resonated with a haunting legacy: Skywalker. And yet, the reluctant heir to this legendary name was perhaps the least likely hero. Cade Skywalker, a direct descendant of Luke Skywalker and the Solo family line, was a far cry from his illustrious ancestors. He was a deeply troubled young man, haunted by a past he desperately tried to escape. After witnessing the slaughter of his Jedi Master and many friends during the Siege of Ossus, Cade had abandoned the Force, choosing a life as a rough, cynical bounty hunter. He medicated his Force abilities with powerful stimulants, trying to suppress the painful echoes of the past and the expectations of his lineage. Cade despised the Force, blamed it for all the suffering he had endured, and rejected his destiny as a Jedi. He wanted nothing to do with the war against the One Sith, preferring to drift through the galaxy, taking jobs, and living for himself. However, fate and the persistent efforts of his loyal allies and remaining Jedi continually pulled him back into the struggle. Despite his resistance, the Force flowed strongly within him, and his unique heritage meant he was often the target of Darth Krayt, who sought to either corrupt him to his cause or destroy him as a potential threat. Krayt believed that controlling or eliminating the Skywalker bloodline was essential for his eternal rule. The One Sith and their plan for eternal rule was now fully implemented. Under Darth Krayt's iron fist, the galaxy was subjected to a chillingly efficient tyranny. Krayt established a network of loyal Sith Lords and Dark Jedi, each commanding legions of stormtroopers and holding absolute power over their assigned sectors. Dissent was crushed mercilessly, and even the slightest hint of rebellion was met with overwhelming force. Their plan was not just about establishing a new empire, but about creating a permanent, unchallengeable galactic order, free from the cycles of rebellion and collapse that had defined history. Krayt believed that his unified Sith Order, unburdened by the rule of two, was the ultimate, stable form of governance. The reign of Darth Krayt and the One Sith plunged the galaxy into its deepest period of despair since the darkest days of Sidious's empire. Worlds were subjugated, freedoms were crushed, and a pervasive fear settled over the populace. The very concept of hope seemed to wither under the weight of the One Sith's omnipresent dark side influence. Krayt, twisted by his agonizing personal history and decades of cultivating dark side power, ruled with an absolute conviction in his own righteousness. He genuinely believed that his brutal methods were necessary for the galaxy's ultimate salvation, a twisted reflection of his past Jedi ideals. Amidst this overwhelming darkness, the scattered Jedi maintained a desperate, clandestine resistance, operating from hidden bases and relying on a network of sympathetic allies. They worked to rescue Force sensitives, preserve ancient Jedi knowledge, and inspire acts of defiance against the One Sith. Figures like Master Cole Skywalker, an earlier ancestor of Cade's, and later, the remnants of the Jedi High Council, valiantly tried to organize a counterattack, but their numbers were few, and their resources limited. Their struggle was one of survival, fiercely guarding the last embers of light in a galaxy consumed by shadow. Cade Skywalker, despite his profound reluctance, found himself increasingly drawn into this resistance. His unique ability to use the Force to heal, a rare and powerful gift, made him invaluable. Even as he resented its demands, he carried the weight of his lineage, not as a source of pride, but as a heavy burden. He clashed repeatedly with Darth Krayt and his Sith Lords, not out of a sense of Jedi duty, but often out of personal vendetta, seeking revenge for those he had lost. His journey was a tumultuous one, marked by repeated brushes with the dark side, as Krayt sought to corrupt him, believing Cade's immense power would be a perfect tool for his One Sith. Krayt's plan for eternal rule was not merely theoretical, it was actively being enforced. He sought to eliminate any potential threats, including the very idea of a free galaxy. He used advanced technology and pervasive Force techniques to monitor and control populations. His Sith Lords were granted immense authority, acting as enforcers of his will. The galaxy became a vast, interconnected prison, with the One Sith as its unchallengeable wardens. The cultural and social norms of countless worlds were systematically dismantled, replaced by the rigid doctrines of Krayt's new order. The internal struggles within Cade Skywalker were as intense as the external war against the One Sith. He wrestled constantly with his inherited predisposition to the dark side, a painful legacy from his direct ancestor, Darth Vader. He utilized dark side powers when he deemed it necessary for survival or to achieve a goal. Yet he always ultimately resisted succumbing completely, pulling himself back from the precipice through sheer force of will and the desperate love he held for his few remaining friends and family. He was a chaotic, unpredictable force, a true maverick, embodying both the light and the dark, yet ultimately choosing to fight for freedom. His internal conflict mirrored the galaxy's struggle for its soul. The stage was set for the final battle between Cade and Crate. The galaxy, battered and bruised, looked to its unlikely hero, Cade, having finally embraced his destiny not as a conventional Jedi, but as a unique instrument of the Force, confronted the tyrannical Darth Crate. This was not just a duel for personal vengeance. It was a climactic confrontation for the very soul of the galaxy, a final desperate attempt to break the One Sith's eternal rule. The fight would determine whether hope could truly survive in a galaxy steeped in so much darkness. The confrontation took place in a setting as grand and symbolic as their personal struggle. Darth Crate, fully embracing his identity as an emperor, faced Cade Skywalker, the embodiment of a lineage that repeatedly rose to challenge tyranny. Their duel was a devastating display of raw Force power and lightsaber mastery. Crate, ancient and deeply steeped in the dark side, unleashed every terrifying power at his command, attempting to crush Cade with the weight of his own despair and his family's painful legacy. Cade, fueled by a chaotic mix of anger, defiance, and a grudging sense of justice, met Crate's fury with an unpredictable, unorthodox fighting style, drawing on both his light and dark side impulses without succumbing to either. In a brutal, prolonged engagement, Cade Skywalker ultimately triumphed. He used his unique healing abilities, not just for others, but for himself, pushing his body and his connection to the Force to their absolute limits. He exploited Crate's overconfidence and his own unique connection to the Force. Honed by years of struggle and self-hatred, the defeat of Darth Crate marked a pivotal moment, a shattering blow to the One Sith's aspirations for eternal rule. His empire fractured, its power base undermined, and its reign of terror began to unravel. Though the scars of their rule would linger for generations, the end of Darth Crate's tyranny brought a new era of reconstruction and a cautious return to galactic self-determination. The surviving Jedi began the arduous task of rebuilding their order once more. Having learned invaluable lessons from their near annihilation, Cade Skywalker, having fulfilled his destiny, once again retreated from the spotlight, his path remaining his own, choosing to live on the fringes, forever the reluctant hero. He had played his part in turning the tide against the darkness, but he was no grand master, no symbol of a reborn order. He was simply Cade, the Skywalker who had saved the galaxy in his own messy, unconventional way. And so, the end of the Skywalker line, or is it? With Cade Skywalker choosing a path outside the traditional Jedi Order, the fate of the powerful Force-sensitive lineage that had shaped galactic history for centuries became ambiguous. Would new Skywalker descendants eventually emerge, once again drawn into the eternal struggle of the Force? Or would the legacy simply fade, having served its purpose in delivering the galaxy from the darkest of tyrannies? The future remained unwritten, a testament to the fact that even after grand conflicts and the fall of empires, the story of the galaxy and the Force that binds it continues to unfold, forever evolving, forever pushing towards an uncertain dawn. The chronicle of the galaxy far, far away is a tapestry woven with threads of light and dark, a grand, cyclical narrative spanning over 25,000 years of recorded history. It is a story that begins not with a single hero or villain, but with the foundational establishment of order itself, the formation of the Galactic Republic, and the philosophical birth of the Jedi Order on Tython and Ossus. This ancient era set the stage for the eternal conflict to come, establishing the Force not merely as a mystical energy field, but as the fundamental moral and spiritual axis upon which all galactic events would turn. The initial schism that created the first Dark Jedi and led to the birth of the Sith on Korriban was not an isolated event, but the first critical fracture in the galaxy's soul, a primal wound that would never fully heal and would dictate the rhythm of history for millennia. The subsequent wars, the Great Hyperspace War, the conflicts of Exar Kun, and the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders, were all variations on this core theme, the light of the Jedi constantly tested by the rising shadows of the dark side, each conflict leaving the galaxy scarred, but also reinforcing the necessity of its guardians. The prequel era and the Clone Wars represent the perfection of a Sith plan 1,000 years in the making, the ultimate corruption of the Republic from within. This period demonstrates the dark side's most insidious power, not brute force, but manipulation, patience, and the exploitation of systemic weakness and personal fear. The tragic fall of Anakin Skywalker is the emotional heart of this entire chronicle, a pivotal moment where the Chosen One, the individual prophesied to destroy the Sith, instead becomes their greatest weapon. His story is a timeless tragedy of good intentions corrupted by fear, love twisted into possession, and power sought for protection, leading only to enslavement. The rise of the Galactic Empire is the ultimate triumph of this Sith deception, a lesson that the most effective tyranny often disguises itself as security and order, and that the death of freedom is frequently met with thunderous applause from a frightened populace. The Great Jedi Purge stands as one of the most devastating genocides in fictional history, a systematic extermination of a culture and a philosophy, a near-successful attempt to extinguish the light of the galaxy. The original trilogy era, the Rebellion, and the fall of the Empire represent the enduring power of hope. It is the story of how a small spark of defiance, nurtured by sacrifice and fueled by the unwavering belief in a cause greater than oneself, can ignite a fire that consumes even the most terrifying of tyrannies. The redemption of Darth Vader is the single most critical act in the entire saga. The moment the prophecy is fulfilled, not through violent conquest, but through an act of compassionate sacrifice, it proves that no one, no matter how far they have fallen, is beyond redemption, and that love, not power, is the true strongest force in the universe. The Battle of Endor is not an ending, but a new beginning, a moment of hope that immediately gives way to the daunting challenge of building a lasting peace from the ashes of total war. The post-Endor conflicts, the rise of Grand Admiral Thrawn, the shocking return of Palpatine, and the catastrophic Yuuzhan Vong War, each serve to deconstruct the simplistic notion of a happily ever after. They illustrate that victory is never permanent, that evil is resilient and adaptable, and that each generation must fight its own battles against the darkness in its contemporary form. Thrawn teaches that intellectual brilliance without moral compass is a terrifying weapon. The reborn Emperor reveals that some evils can transcend death itself, requiring spiritual vigilance as much as military readiness. The Yuuzhan Vong present an existential crisis that forces the entire galaxy to redefine itself, to unite against a threat outside its understanding of the Force, and to learn that adaptation is the key to survival. These conflicts transform the New Republic into the Galactic Alliance, a more mature and pragmatic government, and force the Jedi Order to evolve beyond the dogmas of the past. The tragic fall of Jaqen Solo to become Darth Sidious is perhaps the most poignant and devastating echo of the past. It demonstrates the cyclical nature of history and the haunting legacy of the Skywalker bloodline. His story is a grim reminder that the path to the dark side is often paved with good intentions, that the belief that one knows what is best for others can be the first step towards tyranny. His defeat at the hands of his twin sister, Jaina, is a heartbreaking conclusion to a familial struggle that mirrors the galactic one, proving that the fight against darkness often demands the most painful personal sacrifices. This conflict shatters the Skywalker Solo family and forces a profound reevaluation of the Jedi's role in a galaxy that now fears their power as much as it relies on their protection. The later eras, with the rise of Darth Krayt's one Sith and the saga of Cade Skywalker, bring the narrative to a distant, yet thematically consistent, future. They explore the consequences of legacy, the burden of a name, and the idea that the struggle for balance is eternal. Krayt's philosophy of a unified Sith Order presents a new kind of threat, one that seeks not just conquest, but permanent, unchanging control, the ultimate stagnation of the galaxy's spirit. Cade Skywalker, the reluctant heir, embodies a new kind of hero, one who is flawed, cynical, and deeply human, yet ultimately unable to escape his destiny to fight for the light, even on his own unconventional terms. His story suggests that the legacy of the Skywalkers is not about perfect heroes, but about individuals who, despite their flaws and traumas, continually choose to stand against the darkness. The overarching legacy of this entire saga is the timeless, universal struggle between compassion and oppression, between the freedom of the individual and the imposed order of the collective. It is a story that argues that hope is not a passive state, but an active choice, a flame that must be continually nurtured and protected. It teaches that no political system is inherently good or evil, but is defined by the morality of those who lead it and the vigilance of those who live under it. The Republic fell not because it was weak, but because it became corrupt and complacent. The Empire rose because it offered a fearful people a false promise of security. The New Republic and Galactic Alliance struggled because rebuilding is always harder than destroying, and because peace requires constant, difficult work. The Jedi and Sith represent the spiritual core of this struggle. The Jedi, at their best, embody selflessness, compassion, and a commitment to protecting all life. Their greatest failures come from detachment, dogma, and a failure to understand the emotional complexities of those they serve. The Sith, at their core, represent the absolute embrace of selfishness, passion unchecked by reason, and the will to dominate. Their allure is the promise of power to shape one's own destiny. But their ultimate tragedy is that this pursuit inevitably leads to isolation, paranoia, and self-destruction. The Force itself is the great equalizer, a power that amplifies the inner nature of the individual for good or ill. This vast chronicle, from the dawn of the Republic to the reign of Darth Krayt, leaves us with a final, powerful message that the balance of the Force is not a permanent state to be achieved, but a continuous, dynamic tension to be maintained. It is a struggle that plays out on a galactic scale with superweapons and armadas, but also within the heart of every individual who must choose between kindness and cruelty, between selflessness and selfishness. The story of the Skywalkers is the focal point of this epic, a family whose destiny is intertwined with the galaxies, forever fighting to bring light to the darkness, generation after generation. Their legacy, and the legacy of the entire saga, is a testament to the enduring power of hope, the redemptive potential of love, and the unyielding belief that even in the darkest of times, a single spark of light can ignite the dawn. The future remains unwritten, but the lessons of the past are clear. The fight for freedom and balance is the eternal, unending work of the galaxy itself.